Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated from a humble farmhouse at the foot of Qingping Mountain. Cough, cough, cough. After a brief pause, Mu Ran inhaled deeply, rejuvenating his weary body, which had endured prolonged experimentation. He swiftly crouched down, deftly gathering the debris from the crater created by his recent failed experiment in his grandfather's courtyard. The gash on his face from shard went unnoticed as he immersed himself in preparing for the next round of analytical trials. Ding dong, ding dong. The notification from his phone interrupted Mu Ran's collection of soil fragments. He pulled out his phone and swiped across the screen. A trending news alert appeared, instantly occupying the entirety of his phone's display. Today's hot search list: Shanhe University. Can the might of Xi'an Nation truly be realized? Today, journalists from multiple countries have arrived in the imperial capital's Ministry of Education to interview regarding Shanhe University. The reporter from the beautiful country, MS. Shit, is awaiting a response from the Xi'an Nation's Ministry of Education. A commentator from the stick country remarked, "Can the Xi'an Nation truly consider the needs of its students? I think not. They can't even afford tea eggs, yet they aspire to establish Shanhe University. It's merely a gimmick." A representative from Utopia stated, "As long as we are provided with weapons and resources, we can offer practical educational videos for the Xi'an Nation's Ministry of Education, along with amusing war experiences, engraving students' names on shells that will bloom on the lands of the Northern Bear Nation. Of course, the pricing is negotiable. Each educational video costs 100 million Bei, and engraving names on shells with live broadcast starts at 10,000 Bei." Comments 236, 579, Bystander 0. "I think it's feasible, but not this year after all. Time is too short. I am a candidate from Nanha. Location: Nana Bystander. The one above is delusional. You country bumpkins should return to kindergarten. Location: Beautiful country Bystander B. I am from Sichuan, and I look down upon you. Location: Stick country Bystander D. It's not that I look down upon you. You provinces are all worthless. What does it matter if you have Shanhe University in the eyes of the students from my imperial capital? I will be attending the Spicy Science and Technology University in the beautiful country this semester. Location: Imperial Capital. Senior Zhonggang has something to say. VIP. To the one above, don't claim to be a student from the Imperial Capital, you arrogant, foreign-worshipping fool. Studying abroad is your freedom, but why belittle others? If you have the guts, face me onion on. I am Zhonggang from Xiaguo University. Location: Imperial Capital, Xiaguo University. Bystander. I think engraving names on shells is quite good. Location: Little Life. After glancing through the comments, Mu Ran chose to remain neutral and did not engage. Everything speaks through strength. Once the tungsten steel high-pressure projectile is successfully developed, the Xi'an Nation's arsenal will acquire a formidable weapon. Mu Ran's standing will also be elevated, granting him the confidence to approach the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This small courtyard is entirely Mu Ran's domain. The minuscule tungsten steel high-pressure projectile that created such a substantial crater serves as Mu Ran's stepping stone and trump card. Once developed, the Xi'an Nation's individual combat capabilities will see a significant enhancement. In terms of penetration performance, it will undoubtedly be the #1 in individual combat. And in terms of explosive performance, it will also lead as the best in pollution-free demolition. Although Mu Ran was preoccupied with experimentation and disinterested in the online chatter, he harbored his own suspicions regarding his grandfather's demise and his parents' disappearance. Boiling with frustration, these online demons are truly relentless. If I succeed twice, I will certainly craft a grand one for San. Ding dong. Suddenly, another notification chimed, prompting Mu Ran to curiously glance at his phone. To avoid disturbances during his research, he had silenced his phone after reading the trending news. Ding dong, ding dong. The notifications persisted, indicating new messages. Crouched beside the massive pit, Mu Ran lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings of the courtyard. Ding dong. This time, the source of the notification was finally confirmed, leaving Mu Ran in a state of shock, as if paralyzed, remaining still beside the enormous crater. Detection of a fervent patriotic spirit. The supernatural technology system has been activated. Detection of a selfless dedication to technological exploration. The supernatural technology workbench has been activated. Detection of a sincere and innocent heart. The materials gift pack has been unsealed. Detection of brain domain development at 12, meeting the minimum standard system. binding has commenced. Binding in progress. Binding successful. 2,000 points of patriotic value granted. A golden light surged forth from the deep pit caused by Mu Ran's tungsten steel high-pressure projectile experiment, directly entering his mind and vanishing. Binding successful. 3 welcome gifts granted. 1 first-level technological civilization knowledge gift pack, comprising 6 volumes, total of 6 volumes. 1 second-level technological civilization knowledge gift pack, volume 1, total of 6 volumes. 1 universal health-enhancing technique, volume 1, total of 9 volumes. As the notifications concluded, an overwhelming tide of information flooded Mu Ran's mind. Before he could react, a splitting headache ensued, and his body convulsed as he collapsed into the crater created by the tungsten steel high-pressure projectile. 15 minutes later, drenched in sweat and pale, Mu Ran finally ceased trembling. His mind, nearly overwhelmed by the influx of information, gradually stabilized. At this moment, Mu Ran possessed a wealth of advanced technological knowledge. The issues he had encountered while researching the tungsten steel high-pressure projectile over the past 3 years were now clear to him. It was not merely manageable, it was trivial. Mu Ran retrieved his phone once more, scrutinizing the trending events surrounding Shanhe University, challenging the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education was also another home of his grandfather, thus it could be considered half of Mu Ran's own family. The beautiful country could be set aside for now, but these peripheral small nations dared to cyberbully and mock the great Xian nation. Indeed, Lord AI does not deceive me. Dignity exists only on the edge of a sword. Truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Cannons are meant to measure territorial expanse. Mu Ran turned and strode into the study. He opened the drawer of the redwood desk, which had stood for at least 50 years, and retrieved his grandfather's deep red brick phone emblazoned with the Xian nation's 5-star emblem. Now, Mu Ran had the confidence to fulfill the 3 wishes his grandfather, a former minister of education, clutched his hand and whispered before departing, establishing a school, dealing with the sand, and confronting the beautiful country. Establishing a school. Shanhe University, who says the Xian nation cannot build it, or cannot build it well. Good steel should be used on the blade. Now his grandfather's special funds are to be put to use. Meanwhile, Ministry of Education, Imperial Capital, First Conference Hall. Slap. A resounding clap. Secretary Xiaoli was shaken to his core. At this moment, the Minister of Education, over 60 years old, Chen glared furiously at the tablet presented by Xiaoli, his eyes fixated on the trending news and comments on the platform. These people are simply audacious. Bang! Another fist slammed onto the pear-colored wooden conference table, which could no longer withstand the impact. With a crash, the cup shattered on the floor. Minister, speak. Chen Gang's fury intensified as he beheld these clowns attempting to disrupt the order of the Xian nation. Chapter 2. Answering the call, the Ministry of Education currently lacks the financial resources necessary to establish Shanhe University. Chen Gang felt a pang of bitterness upon seeing the myriad of mockery, rumors, and the comments from students advocating for the establishment of the university circulating online. It was inconceivable to expect students to fund the creation of Shanhe University. What kind of notion was that? Although the 4 major provinces of Dongshan, Qinshan, Lanhua, and Baihe collectively produced 43 million graduates, if the online claims of each student contributing 1,000 yuan were realized, it would only amount to 3 billion yuan. While this sum might suffice for a small comprehensive university, it was woefully inadequate for the esteemed institution envisioned in the hearts and minds of the populace and aspiring students. And it was not merely a matter of finances. Whether regarding faculty, facilities, or the surrounding industrial ecosystem, every element was interconnected. Even if funds were secured, the requisite resources for establishing a premier institution were not easily attainable, let alone those needed to create an elite university. Although plans existed, they were not to be executed this year. Otherwise, ambitious aspirations would lead to disastrous outcomes. Rushing towards construction would yield nothing but a facsimile of a university. And if forced into existence, it would inevitably become a mere sham institution, attracting scorn and derision from both domestic and foreign adversaries intent on disparaging the nation. In the face of such circumstances, Minister of Education Chen Gang found himself genuinely helpless, lacking any robust means to counter the various rumors proliferating online. Approaching 60. Chen Gang's hand trembled slightly as he held his tablet. It was a challenging situation. After tidying up the shattered teacup, he felt a slight alleviation of his frustration. Little Lee then spoke up. "Minister, please don't let it get to you. Your health is paramount." Just then, the security guard reported that both the Minister of Planning and the Minister of Finance had arrived. Chen nodded slowly. With a long sigh, he retrieved a tissue from the box and handed it to his secretary, Little Lee. As Little Lee took the tissue to wipe his hands, he looked at the now graying hair of Minister Chen, filled with admiration and respect. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed from outside the conference room. "Come in." Chen Gang's voice resonated powerfully. The door opened, and in walked Planning Minister Wang Hong and Finance Minister Guo Mei. Little Lee, observing their expressions, could not discern the underlying nuances, so he hurriedly pulled out 2 chairs from beneath the conference table. After the ministers nodded at him, he turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, Finance Minister Guo Mei, still maintaining a graceful figure in her 50s, sat down and addressed Chen Gang. "Old Chen, after the intensive calculations conducted by Wang Hong and myself, to realize your proposal for Shanhe University, the initial phase would require at least 33 billion yuan. And this is merely for construction. The corresponding industries at those locations would take at least 5 additional years to materialize." Planning Minister Wang Hong nodded in agreement from beside her. Is this the outcome of 3 days of overtime from both of your departments? Is this what will be conveyed at the press conference at 1 o'clock this afternoon? Chen Gang responded, a mix of helplessness and anger evident in his tone, his hair seeming to bristle with indignation. "Old Chen, please don't lose your temper. This situation is beyond our control. And you are well aware of the current financial climate." Guo Mei spoke gently, yet her own frustration was palpable. "I understand. But I also know that we cannot allow education to suffer due to financial constraints." Chen Gang was dissatisfied with this outcome. It would have been better to state that it was no longer in the planning stages at all. A 5-year delay meant that how many ambitious students would be left in uncertainty? How many potential pillars of the nation would we lose in the interim? It would be worth it to sell off everything we had. With rising fervor, Chen Gang slammed his palm on the table, startling both Guo Mei and Wang Hong into silence. Finally, Wang Hong, a former comrade of Chen Gang, his own hair now gray but with a sturdier physique, broke the tension. "Old Chen, times have changed. Every action has its consequences. Even if we were to sell everything we own, who would be willing to take that risk? Even if someone were willing, as you and I are, it cannot be done overnight. Moreover, would you dare to utilize the funds from those whose intentions are questionable? To find a clean 30 billion yuan for educational purposes within such a short time frame is akin to chasing a mirage. Even if we stabilize the economic issues, we would still face challenges such as selecting a campus site, establishing the relevant industrial chains, and building a capable faculty. Each of these steps involves a labyrinth of tenders and oversight. Can we truly achieve what we desire? 30 billion is merely the beginning. The subsequent hurdles will be far more troublesome. And what about those adversarial forces lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Wang Hong glanced at the tablet in front of Chen Gang, reflecting on the current state of affairs, controlling public opinion. After delivering this, Wang Hong fell silent, aware that the pressure of the press conference later that day rested heavily on Chen Gang's shoulders. It was a daunting task for a man who had spent the majority of his life in the Ministry of Education to announce to the 43 million students of the nation that they would have to wait another 5 years. As time ticked by, the conference room was engulfed in silence. "Alas, I also..." Chen Gang finally began to speak. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone interrupted him. Both Finance Minister Guo Mei and Planning Minister Wang Hong turned to look as Chen Gang retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was customary to silence phones during meetings, yet it rang out insistently. Could it be someone important? Gazing at the caller ID, Chen Gang exchanged glances with Guo Mei and Wang Hong, pondering whether to answer. It was a call from his late superior, Mu Shuilong, who had passed away 6 years prior. Therefore, it must be a family member reaching out. Considering the timeline, it was unlikely that the grandchildren would be calling about anything other than the college entrance examination. "Old Chen," Wang Hong said, pointing towards the ceiling. Understanding Wang Hong's implication, Chen Gang shook his head, indicating it was not a call from the higher-ups. Little Lee, still tense, breathed a sigh of relief. If it were indeed from above, it could have dire consequences for her own hair. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Gang pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Uncle Chen Gang? I'm Mu Ran, the grandson of Mu Shuilong, and I will be taking the college entrance examination this year. Is this a good time to talk?" A youthful voice resonated from the phone. Chapter 3. 60 billion to establish Shanhe University. Upon hearing the youthful voice, Wang Hong and Guo Mei exchanged glances, then raised their eyebrows at Chen Gang. Turning their attention to the conference room door, they subtly indicated to Chen Gang whether they should excuse themselves, as the phone call seemed to hint at a potential backdoor maneuver. Both were well aware of who Mu Shuilong was. He was a respected leader. Yet his grandson was an entirely different matter. Noticing the teasing expressions on their faces, Chen Gang shot them a fierce glare before signaling for them to take their seats. Wang Hong and Guo Mei certainly trusted that Chen Gang would not engage in any corrupt practices, but it was better not to overhear any private discussions. Thus, they genuinely considered stepping away. Little Mu, are you thinking of Uncle Chen? I have always remembered Uncle Chen. Now that the college entrance exam is over, I have time to visit him. Uncle Chen, do you recall that document my grandfather entrusted you with? He mentioned I could choose to accept or decline it after my 18th birthday. A Chen Gang, who had prepared a long spiel of educational advice for Mu Ran, found himself momentarily speechless. The expressions of Wang Hong and Guo Mei, who were eagerly anticipating a potential backdoor deal, turned curious. Was it not a backdoor maneuver? Of course I remember. Do you need that document now? After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Gang recalled the document Mu Shuilong had entrusted to him upon his retirement from the Ministry of Education. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not a backdoor deal after all. Yes, I need that document now. Additionally, I am unsure if it is convenient for Uncle Chen. After a brief pause, Mu Ran seemed to be contemplating a significant decision. Hearing this, Chen Gang, who had just relaxed, felt a chill run down his spine. This kid. Was he really considering a backdoor maneuver? Humph. Regardless of convenience, that was out of the question. Wang Hong and Guo Mei, sitting nearby, caught wind of this and shook their heads in unison. Indeed, sighing softly, both expressed their dismay simultaneously. The three remained silent, and after a few seconds, it seemed that Mu Ran gathered his courage to speak again. Uncle Chen, here's the thing. I want to contribute 60 billion to establish Shanhe University, but I currently only have 30 billion available. In the rustic courtyard, Mu Ran, resolute in his decision, quickly articulated his intentions. This meant that nearly all of his grandfather's legacy would be liquidated to fund the establishment of Shanhe University, yet if his grandfather were still alive, perhaps he would have been even more determined. For someone who had just graduated from high school, the audacity to pledge such a colossal sum was remarkable. Although his grandfather had designated its use, it did not imply that it could not serve his interests. This determination was indeed rare, and apart from Mu Ran, a research enthusiast devoid of ulterior motives, few could accomplish such a feat. It was worth noting that both Mu Ran and his sister were still relying on community welfare and monthly allowances from their parents' research institution to make ends meet. Due to Mu Ran's rapid speech, Chen Gang did not comprehend everything clearly. He only caught a few figures amidst his assumptions and imaginings. Little Mu, this is truly disheartening. Do you think you are honoring your grandfather? No matter how many points you achieve, facing the truth is essential. Scoring 300 points cannot be magically adjusted to 600, not even if you scored 599. Is it Xiaguo University you're referring to? Little Mu, you must either repeat the year or attend the college aligned with your score. With that, Chen Gang remained exceedingly irate, feeling indignant for the late Mu Shuilong. Upon hearing the silence on the other end, Chen Gang's anger flared once more. Knowing you're wrong and not correcting it. Does this child lack the courage to face his mistakes? His gaze grew cold, filled with disappointment, as he prepared to voice more admonishments. Suddenly, he noticed that Wang Hong and Guo Mei were both gaping at him, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had witnessed his anger before, but this reaction seemed exaggerated. As he opened his mouth to continue his lecture, the previously stunned duo sprang into action, seizing Chen Gang's phone. Wang Hong snatched the phone from Chen Gang's grasp, while Guo Mei stepped forward to cover his mouth. Shoo, old Chen. Did you really hear what that kid Mu Ran just said? In the quaint courtyard, still reeling from Chen Gang's scolding, Mu Ran remained speechless, staring blankly at the courtyard wall for a good 30 seconds. Once he confirmed that Minister Chen had ceased his tirade, he regained his composure. Mu Ran did not feel anger. He understood the priorities, enduring a scolding, expressing his desire to build Shanhe University. He knew what mattered most. Hello, Uncle Chen. Can you hear me? Is the signal poor? As he spoke, he strode towards the open space outside the courtyard. Ministry of Education, Capital City. First conference room. Hearing Mu Ran's voice through the receiver, Chen Gang, who had just finished his reprimand, felt his ire dissipate. The planning minister, Wang Hong, and finance minister, Guo Mei, nodded in agreement. Chen Gang's earlier unwarranted explosion would have compelled most to hurl the phone back at him. Once Chen Gang had calmed down, Wang Hong handed the phone back to him. Yes, the signal was poor earlier. Taking the phone, Chen Gang's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he might have misheard. However, he felt the need to confirm what was said. If it was not a backdoor deal, then apologizing to the younger generation was certainly acceptable. Now that the signal is strong, please proceed, little Mu. Chen Gang, in a much better mood, spoke kindly. Uncle Chen, I wish to build Shanhe University. This is also my grandfather's wish. I am willing to contribute 60 billion, and I currently have around 30 billion in cash available. The remaining 30 billion can be liquidated from domestic assets, approximately 15 billion, and another 15 billion from overseas assets. However, converting these will take some time. Yet it should be manageable before the end of summer vacation. All I need is for you to sign that document my grandfather left behind. Chapter 4. A change in circumstances. The press conference is postponed at the moment Mu Ran finished speaking. The first conference room in the Ministry of Education, located in the grand capital, was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the rapid heartbeat of the three ministers present. This time, Minister of Education Chen Gang finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His colleagues, Minister of Planning Wang Hong and Minister of Finance Guo Mei, also grasped the reality for the third time. During the second instance, both Wang and Guo had already messaged their secretaries to verify the authenticity of Elder Mu's assets. Although they had yet to receive a response, both Wang and Guo were convinced that Mu Ran on the other end of the line was not jesting. The three ministers, who now understood each word clearly, were collectively stunned, as if they had been petrified by the gaze of Medusa. As Mu Ran continued to articulate his vision for the construction of Shanhe University, their emotions surged and their blood pressure escalated. Particularly, Chen Gang, who had misunderstood Mu Ran on 2 previous occasions, was so astonished that his eyes nearly popped out and his jaw dropped to the floor. Meanwhile, Wang Hong's jaw hung open in disbelief, unable to close, while Guo Mei, the first female minister of finance in Xia country, who prided herself on her appearance, found her makeup ruined by tears of excitement, resulting in her resembling a panda. Mu Ran's voice continued to resonate through the receiver. Uncle Chen, the document entrusted to you by my grandfather is a complete equity transfer document. I currently possess the right to review all asset data. If I sign that document in your possession, I can gain complete control. One of my grandfather's greatest wishes was to establish a school so that students everywhere could receive a quality education. And now, I believe the time is ripe. The initial estimate for Shanhe University's first phase of construction is around 30 billion, with a subsequent phase also estimated at 30 billion, totaling 60 billion. Furthermore, I have decided to present the tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, a research achievement initiated during my grandfather's era, as one of the key scientific accomplishments at the school's inauguration ceremony in the square of Qingping Mountain. Mu Ran refrained from directly claiming credit for the tungsten steel high-pressure projectile. By invoking his grandfather's name, he believed no one would dare to usurp the achievement. If anyone did, Minister of Education Chen Gang would surely confront them fiercely. The true display of prowess would come when the project reached completion. After Mu Ran elaborated on his plans, nearly 2 minutes passed before Chen Gang's voice broke through the silence. Little Mu, what you said is true. In the first conference room of the Ministry of Education, the 3 ministers remained in a state of shock. Just half an hour ago, Chen Gang had been pounding the table in frustration, and now, an 18-year-old who had just completed his college entrance examination had presented a solution? Their expressions were a complex mix of disbelief as they reviewed the report on Elder Mu's assets that had just been relayed by the secretary. Their astonishment growing with each line. Their pupils widened in shock. Elder Mu's assets were comparable, if not superior, to those of the renowned Li Chaoran from Xiangdao, and all of them were beneficial to the nation and its people. Little Mu, please hold on for a moment. I'll have a brief meeting and get back to you within half an hour, Chen Gang said before hanging up and dialing Secretary Xiaoli. Xiaoli, issue a statement that the Shanhe University press conference originally scheduled for 1:30 p.m. today has been postponed to 3:00 p.m. How substantial are the assets? Chen Gang inquired as he turned to Wang Hong and Guo Mei, both still reeling from the revelations. Elder Mu's estimated assets, ensuring that existing industries and employee structures remain unchanged, amount to around 30 billion. This kid has some talent. We worked tirelessly for 3 days to estimate that Shanhe University would require about 33 billion based on your standards, and he managed to deduce it all by himself. Wang Hong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he placed a hand over his heart, exhaling deeply due to his earlier excitement. Indeed. Just look at whose child he is. At that moment, the announcement regarding the postponement of the Shanhe University press conference sparked a frenzy on social media. Various opinions flooded in, initially earnest comments devolving into a cacophony of insults. Hu Dazue v. Just as I predicted, the Ministry of Education is at a loss. If they openly admit their mistakes, we would still forgive them. Location: beautiful country, Sime v. I told you it would be postponed. Look, here we are. This signifies that the construction of Shanhe University will either be cancelled or delayed. Just wait and see. Location: capital city. Senior Zheng Gang has something to say VIP. To the two traitorous scoundrels above, what nonsense are you spouting? What mistakes has the Ministry of Education made? Who would he want to build if they had the funds? Location: capital city. Xiaguo University. Passerby A. That so-called senior above is just a 5-Mao party member. Who knows how much they've been paid? Don't be deceived. Location: Laowa. Passerby D. Exactly. They're just here to stir up trouble for views and can't stand anyone speaking the truth. As the saying goes, loyal words are harsh to the ear. That so-called senior only knows how to flatter. Location: Gukwo. Passerby C. Identification complete. A sycophant of the Ministry of Education. Location: Sakura Country. Passionate youth VIP. To those above, speak with some integrity. Can you discern truth from falsehood? Show us your college entrance examination certificates. Location: Baihe Province. Suddenly, the phone left by his grandfather rang. As Mu Ran perused the online comments, he answered the call. Hello, little Mu. Is it convenient for you today? Uncle Chen has arranged a private plane to bring you to the capital. Chen Gang's voice resonated through the receiver. Of course, Uncle Chen. I have been awaiting this moment. Excellent. Little Mu, the plane will arrive at your location in half an hour. Understood, Uncle Chen. After hanging up, Mu Ran's gaze hardened as he contemplated the online comments. One of his grandfather's aspirations, establishing a school, was finally coming to fruition after 8 years of dedicated funding. In that moment, Mu Ran recalled the words of Elder AI. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, while truth resides within the range of artillery. Ding dong. Dear host, the patriotic mode of the Xiaoran technology system has been successfully activated. Upon completing initial contacts with the 3 ministers, you will receive 100 points of patriotic value. The patriotic mode is now officially initiated, with the host generating 1 point of patriotic value each day. Chapter 5. The Transcendent Technology Workbench. After a moment of waiting, apart from the earlier notification regarding the patriotism value, no new prompts emerged in Mu Ran's mind. What, precisely, can the patriotism value accomplish? Aside from accelerating research, can it be utilized for purchasing items? Excuse me, could you elaborate on the patriotism value? Half a minute passed. Yet the realm of consciousness remained silent. How might one obtain patriotism value? What a flawed system. Must it only function passively? As Mu Ran pondered rapidly, his gaze fell upon the deep pit on the ground, his peripheral vision catching sight of the watch on his wrist. This was the sports watch that Lu Qingyu had entrusted to him before her departure 3 years ago. Although its design now seemed a touch outdated, Mu Ran had always cherished it dearly. The clarity of the glass surface was no different from 3 years prior. This year, Mu Ran graduated from high school. And if all goes well, Lu Qingyu is expected to return home this summer. It was currently 9:30 a.m. He had half an hour until the special plane sent by Minister Chen would arrive to pick him up. Time was of the essence. For someone like Mu Ran, who was immersed in research experiments daily, every fleeting moment was precious, especially at this critical juncture. This half hour was perfect for him to accomplish a portion of his plans. From the woodshed behind the small courtyard, Mu Ran retrieved a hoe. Upon returning to the deep pit where his recent experiment had failed, he felt a fleeting sense of unreality. However, he was acutely aware that the faint connection emanating from the pit was indeed real, as was the system in his mind. In just a few minutes, he would confirm the truth of it all. If everything proved genuine, then he could genuinely partake in the construction of Shanhe University. Rather than merely being a freshman capable of contributing financially, Mu Ran tightened his grip on the rusty hoe and stepped forward, leaping into the pit. Clang! Clang! 10 minutes later, through sheer determination, a small mound of earth had begun to form at the edge of the pit. Ding! A peculiar sound resonated within the pit. The intense recoil from the hoe striking a hard object sent a jolt of numbness through Mu Ran and Appo's arm. Contrary to his expectations, at the point of contact between the hoe and the ground lay a small, silver-gray metallic sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Bending down, Mu Ran examined the spot where the hoe had struck the sphere. The silver-gray or bore no marks from the impact. As he crouched closer, his mind began to race. Ding-dong. A notification chimed in his consciousness. Detection complete. Host is within the binding range of the Transcendent Technology Workbench. Binding commencing. Just as Mu Ran prepared to excavate the ping-pong-sized metallic sphere from the pit, it suddenly emitted a radiant silver-gray glow. The luminescence spread rapidly, filling the 3-meter-wide pit. Under the influence of the glow, Mu Ran and Appo's figure shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling a being of liquid metal. Yet, the glow was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Looking down, he noticed that the spot where the silver-gray sphere had been now contained only a small hole of the same size. "Where's the silver sphere?" Mu Ran murmured instinctively. After glancing around, his attention was drawn to his left wrist, causing him to freeze in place. The sports watch Lu Qingyu had given him, once a plain design with an engineering plastic casing, had completely transformed. In its place was a silver-gray device, neither wholly metallic nor entirely akin to nylon, possessing a texture and rigidity reminiscent of metal. At that moment, Mu Ran and Appo's wristwatch had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Ding-dong. Just as Mu Ran pondered this curious turn of events, another notification echoed in his mind. "Dear host, due to your current insufficient mental power, you are temporarily unable to communicate directly with the system. However, you may opt to spend 1,000 points of patriotism value to facilitate a neural communication system reconstruction through the watch. Would you like to proceed? If you wish to default to this option, please refrain from negative thoughts for the next 3 seconds. The system will automatically detect your neural electrical signal fluctuations. 3, 2, 1. The patriotism value has been deducted, and your personal data can now be accessed via the watch interface. Once your mental power is sufficiently robust, you will be able to communicate directly with the system in your mind." After waiting for another 30 seconds without further auditory prompts from the system, Mu Ran redirected his gaze to the watch on his left wrist. The device had undergone a complete transformation. Previously merely gleaming with metallic luster after incorporating the silver-gray sphere, it now displayed intricate neuronal-like patterns across its body and strap. As the impulse to touch the screen and explore the watch's functionalities arose, a holographic interface emerged above the watch, displaying Mu Ran's information in a concise data panel, consisting of only a single page. At the bottom of the panel, it read, Page 11. Host, Mu Ran, Full Body Image. JPG Brain Domain Development, 12. 3 Knowledge Level, Level 0. 78 Civilization Transcendent Technology Platform Level, Level 0, Level 1 upon use. Warehouse, Not Activated Appendix, System User Manual, in total. There were 6 data points, but Mu Ran's primary interest lay in the System User Manual. This was the pivotal distinction between researchers and the general populace. Manuals are the cherished resources for researchers, far surpassing the romance, martial arts, and mystery novels favored by the average individual. For Mu Ran, the user manual for the Transcendent Technology Platform was akin to a timely rain or a guiding lighthouse. Although he had gained knowledge of various levels of technological civilization upon binding to the patriotic system, this knowledge resembled a vast library. While he could recite it verbatim, applying it flexibly to devise practical applications still required a process of knowledge assimilation. Instinctively, Mu Ran set the hoe aside and retrieved the last 2 tungsten steel high-pressure rounds from his pocket, absent-mindedly rubbing them as he continued to peruse the detailed information projected by the watch regarding the System User Manual. System User Manual patriotism value is an emotion, a peculiar energy that arises from the love and attachment to one and amp. Appo's identity. Emotion is a formidable force, akin to the profound love that humanity harbors, capable of unleashing unprecedented strength, transcending limits, and unveiling latent potential. The Transcendent Technology Workbench. Nestled within the confines of a spatial capsule, a product of the system's 4th-level technological civilization, exists singularly. The dimensions of this space remain unexpandable, measuring a mere 60 by 60 by 60 meters. The Transcendent Technology Platform housed within the spatial capsule operates seamlessly. A notification resonated. Ding. An unfinished research item, military grade, has been detected in the host and Appo's possession, high-pressure tungsten steel ammunition. Would you like to utilize the Transcendent Technology Workbench for the subsequent research? Engaging the workbench would enhance the success rate. Another notification chimed. Ding. The host has yet to complete the Level 1 civilization test. To assist in the research, the host must expend 1 point of patriotism. Utilizing the Transcendent Technology Workbench for assistance can significantly improve the success rate. Will the host proceed with the research on the current item, which is below level 1 civilization and requires 1 point of patriotism? Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Mu-Ran promptly clicked yes in the dialog box on the luminous interface. A silvery glow emanated from the watch, enveloping Mu-Ran and Appo's body in the 2 high-pressure tungsten steel projectiles in his grasp. As the radiance dissipated, one of the experimental projectiles had vanished. Contemplating the lost tungsten steel projectile, Mu-Ran and Appo's watch displayed the luminous interface once more. The screen revealed an expansive 60 by 60 by 60 space, starkly vacant, save for a space-gray development platform equipped with 16 mechanical arms, far more agile than anything currently available on the market, swiftly and methodically maneuvering. All arms were directed toward the central work platform, where Mu-Ran's solitary tungsten steel projectile lay, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. Risk of experimental failure. 0 current research progress. 1. The rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors whirring at high speeds reached Mu-Ran's ears. He lifted his gaze to behold 2 camouflaged helicopters approaching directly towards the quaint farmhouse. Chapter 6. Flying the fighter jet, journey to the capital. How much longer until we arrive? Chen inquired. Minister, Comrade Mu-Ran is approximately 1.5 hours away, came the response. Then let us wait in the conference room for that duration. Chen nodded. Old Chen, waiting is fine, but should we not release some information online? Proposed Wang Hong. The planning minister. Absolutely not. Chen replied emphatically. Let us observe what those naysayers have to say. Li, have you notified the Security Bureau? Chen turned to his secretary. Director Zhang from the Security Bureau has already reached out. He is en route, Li responded, standing straight. All right, understood. You may proceed with your tasks, Chen said, but suddenly noticed Li's hesitant expression as he remained rooted in place. Is there something else? Speak freely. Minister. The pressure online is indeed considerable. Perhaps we should release some positive news? Li glanced at Wang Hong beside Chen Considerable? How considerable? What is the situation? Chen asked. It is expected that there would be rumors following the delay of 1.5 hours. Minister. After the announcement of the postponement of the Shanhe University press conference, it began with mere complaints, but just 10 minutes ago, it has turned into something else entirely. Numerous negative comments have surfaced, shifting the entire narrative. Upon hearing this, Chen raised his hand to halt Li's forthcoming words, his sharp gaze flickering momentarily. Humph. Those treacherous experts and professors, along with the online trolls, are they? Chen and Appo's piercing stare fell upon Li. Feeling the intensity of Chen and Appo's gaze, Li shivered involuntarily. Despite being the Minister of Education, commanding the nation's scholars, Chen had once been a seasoned war hero, having carved a path through the chaos of battle. What else has been said online? As his steadfast comrade remained silent, Wang Hong continued to inquire. Well, the online discourse is rife with insults directed at the Ministry of Education, accusing it of idleness while receiving state support, merely stalling. There are all sorts of comments. And even some say that Minister Wang's work ethic is questionable. Li hesitated before continuing. And some even mentioned that Minister Chen's leadership is flawed due to the presence of numerous goddaughters. Those audacious scoundrels. They truly do not know what they are inviting. Chen demeanor remained calm, as Wang Hong slammed his palm onto the solid wooden table, cracking it under the force. At this moment, Chen appeared unperturbed by the mention of goddaughters. Are there any other tales regarding them? He asked, patting Wang Hong on the shoulder. Not specifically. But there are certainly some sarcastic comments in the comments section. Li lowered his head, then cautiously raised it to meet his superior's gaze. That's of no consequence. By the way, has Xiao Wang returned? Tell him to fetch the materials on Mu-Ran's grandfather. They should be arriving soon, Chen remarked, seemingly unfazed by the mockery. After a moment of astonishment, Wang Hong's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him, accompanied by an enigmatic smile. I shall check. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Enter. Chen called out. A capable middle-aged man entered, carrying documents. It was Xiao Wang, Chen aide. Minister, here are the materials you requested. He extended the file bag with both hands. Chen received the somewhat worn file bag, examining it for a few seconds before tearing open the seal and extracting the contents. Wang Hong and Guomei, the finance minister, leaned in closer to study the thick stack of documents alongside Chen The first page bore the title Shareholder Change Agreement, comprising over 60 pages. Beyond the initial few pages of exposition, each subsequent page detailed the equity change agreements of relevant companies, ready for Mu Ran and Oppo's signature to enact. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers away. Upon boarding a helicopter at the Qingping Mountain farmhouse, Mu Ran was transported by military helicopter to the small military airport at Phoenix Mountain. Due to the considerable distance, he could not fly directly to the capital, but would transfer at the nearby military airport. At the Phoenix Mountain base, Mu Ran gazed at the array of aircraft before him, his heart ignited with ambition. Shanhe University must be established at the swiftest pace possible. These fighter jets represented the continued evolution of technology. The fifth-generation jets, in Mu Ran's view, offered only marginal improvements over their fourth-generation counterparts. Once Shanhe University was operational, he would focus on developing laboratories, and with his extensive reservoir of knowledge, true fifth-generation fighter jets would soon grace the world stage. Glancing at the vitriolic comments online disparaging the Ministry of Education, Mu Ran felt his fury intensify. Attacks on the current minister, manipulating narratives to tarnish the reputation of the Ministry of Education, undermining the strength of Xia country, detracting from the nation and Oppo's credibility. The audacity to claim that Xia country could not possibly establish Shanhe University, a super comprehensive university akin to a nation. His right hand clenched tightly around his phone, veins bulging with indignation. The true First Minister of Education was, after all, his late grandfather, Mu Shuilong. Mu Ran held a deep emotional connection to the Ministry of Education. Let these naysayers continue their uproar for now. Once Mu Ran arrived in the capital and signed the contracts left by his grandfather, none would escape accountability. Under the guidance of the base instructor, Mu Ran disembarked from the helicopter and approached a fighter jet, one he had never before seen in pictures. It was the latest fourth-generation variant from Xia country, the Zhu 18D. Standing beside the aircraft was a pilot, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique. As the instructor led Mu Ran forward, she stepped forward, snapping to attention with a crisp salute. "Report, instructor. I am prepared and ready for takeoff at your command." A clear, melodious voice reached Mu Ran's ears. Astonishingly, it was a woman's voice. Initially, clad in camouflage attire and burdened by the thickness of the flight suit while donning a helmet, Mu Ran was truly unable to discern that this was, in fact, a woman. Judging by her voice, she seemed rather youthful. "Please escort Comrade Mu Ran to the Ministry of Education in the capital, executing the plan as originally intended." Understood. The female pilot cast a glance at Mu Ran, gestured invitingly, and then turned to ascend the ladder into the primary cockpit. With the assistance of 2 soldiers and a maintenance engineer, Mu Ran, filled with exhilaration, settled into the secondary cockpit. This was the legendary Z-18D fighter jet, a tangible embodiment of the myths circulating across various forums. Today, not only had Mu Ran laid eyes on the actual aircraft, but she had also taken her place within it. Minister Chen of the Ministry of Education evidently wielded influence far beyond what had been anticipated. Remarkably, a combat aircraft from the war zone was directly escorting her to the capital. Seizing the opportunity during the aircraft's safety inspection, Mu Ran hastily retrieved her phone to peruse the latest news from major media outlets before sending a message to her reverse float team. Chapter 7. Unexpected Incursion. The appearance of the beautiful nation's fighter jets in the Ministry of Education's first conference room in the imperial capital. The clock on the wall had ticked past an hour and a half. How much longer until Mu Ran arrives? At this moment, the expression of Minister Chen shifted slightly. If Mu Ran encountered any mishap on the way, how could he explain it to the late elder leader, Mu Shuilong? Bang! The door to the conference room was suddenly thrust open by Secretary Xiaoli. "Minister, something in Oppo's gone terribly wrong." "What are you panicking about?" Chen replied. "Just now, the plane escorting Mu Ran encountered beautiful nation fighter jets conducting exercises along the coast, claiming they had mistakenly entered our airspace." And then, Chen, who had just moments ago been composed, now shot up from his chair, striding quickly toward Xiaoli. "Speak." "They engaged in combat. That is the latest news." The previously unflappable Chen opened his mouth in shock, his brows knitting together. Hearing Xiaoli's report, Wang Hong, seated nearby, did not react with anger as he typically would. Instead, he swiftly retrieved his phone to send a message to his old subordinates in the Southwest Military District. After all, there was often a delay in communication between the Ministry of Education and the Military District. Direct inquiries were more efficient. In less than a minute, Wang Hong received a reply. "All personnel on board are safe. The current combat situation has ended. Upon reading the response, Wang Hong let out a sigh of relief. However, after glancing at the subsequent content, his expression transformed into one of peculiar surprise. Noting Wang Hong and Oppo's sudden relaxation followed by an odd look, Chen Gang understood that the personnel aboard must be unharmed. Yet, Wang Hong and Oppo's cryptic expression was truly unsettling, prompting him to finally inquire, what on earth is going on? Indeed, everyone is fine, and the combat has concluded. However, the pilot escorting Murang is Sun Lin. Sun Lin? Who is that? Who else could it be? What? Is it really that girl? Upon hearing the name Sun Lin, Chen Gang and Oppo's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What a predicament! How could it be this young lady? Reflexively, he touched his chin, which had recently been shaved clean. It was a decision he had made himself. It turned out to be the granddaughter of Old Sunday previously. He had heard that Xiao Lin had settled down significantly and was working as a medic in the Southwest Military District. Could a medic also pilot a fighter jet? If she truly is Old Sun and Oppo's granddaughter, she must not encounter any mishaps. At this moment, his worries about Murang and Oppo's safety dissipated. Even if they faced Beautiful Nation and Oppo's fighter jets again, he felt reassured. Although Sun Lin was mischievous and proud, those who had watched her grow up knew she could be relied upon. If Old Sun was willing to place his precious granddaughter in the Air Force of the Southwest Military District, her military competence must be formidable. Moreover, it was evident that Sun Lin had not merely met expectations. She must have mastered Old Sun and Oppo's secret techniques. Otherwise, given her physique, she would be at a disadvantage in piloting a fighter jet compared to her male counterparts. It seemed that Old Sun had indeed discovered a method to make that elusive technique more accessible. The Southwest Military District might very well be preparing to contend for first place in this year and Oppo's military competition. Chen Gang pondered silently. Are you referring to General Sun from the Southwest Military District? His daughter Sun Lin can pilot a fighter jet? Minister Gua, beside him, was momentarily dumbstruck. It was known that even the Minister of Finance, Gua Mei, was aware of the founding elders. Wang Hong, the planning minister, and Chen Gang, the education minister, were among the younger generation of these founding figures. Yes, Sun Lin is indeed the granddaughter of General Sun Dak Wang from the Southwest Military District. Wang Hong confirmed with a nod. At this moment, 300 kilometers above the imperial capital, in the sky, humph, a sultry voice emanated from the first cockpit. The lapdogs of the Beautiful Nation certainly know how to flee quickly. Had it not been for today's escort mission, I would have certainly taken them down. Sun Lin, situated in the first cockpit, expressed her indignation, noting that had it not been for the temporary mission, she would have been armed with more missiles. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly downed that F-22 today. While others might hesitate, Sun Lin was genuinely fearless. The skirmish did not last long, with a chase of less than 10 minutes. Nonetheless, Murang in the second cockpit was grateful for his daily regimen of physical training, or else his body would surely have crumbled under the strain. Under Sun Lin's series of extreme maneuvers and acrobatics, even though Murang considered himself physically fit, he now felt dizzy and disoriented. The beautiful pilot was engaging the F-22, a fifth-generation fighter jet, with the ZH-18D, a pinnacle of fourth-generation aircraft. However, the gap between the fourth and fifth generation was indeed insurmountable. If the enemy wished to retreat, Sun Lin could not stop them with just the ZH-18D. Fortunately, this was the airspace of Xi'an Nation. The Beautiful Nation dared not overstep, and their unexpected encounter with Sun Lin had caught them off guard. Noticing Murang's silence, Sun Lin glanced at the second cockpit and continued, "You know, you're doing quite well. You haven't teeth thrown up." With a chuckle, she thought to herself, this kid is impressive. He managed to hold it together. Since you're only 18, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Lin. Murang, who desperately wished to respond, felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it. After a slight gulp, his complexion improved slightly. Hello, my name is Murang. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself earlier. I just graduated from high school and have just turned 18, he replied somewhat bashfully, his voice ringing clear. Once aboard the plane, Murang had no knowledge of the aircraft and Oppo's Wi-Fi and felt too embarrassed to inquire. Instead, he focused on how to effectively construct the Shanhe University. Although he had previously devised a plan, it was outdated. Once in the imperial capital to finalize signatures, he needed to meticulously reassess the implementation to maximize the utilization of available funds and existing assets to expedite the establishment of Shanhe University. Moreover, these plans did not incorporate the extraordinary technological platform that had unexpectedly activated today. Then you must call me sister. I'm 19 this year. Come on. Let me hear you call me that, Sun Lin teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed Murang's surprise at her age. Upon realizing he had misjudged her age, Sun Lin's smile bloomed like spring flowers, rendering the world around her pale in comparison, though her helmet concealed her radiant beauty. At the Phoenix Mountain Military Airport, Sun Lin had initially assumed Murang was in his 20s. To discover he was only 18 and a recent high school graduate was shocking. In Sun Lin's experience, it was unprecedented to escort a teenager of 18 with a fighter jet. The speed of a fighter jet far exceeded that of commercial airlines. To facilitate Murang's swift arrival in the imperial capital, military jets were the only viable option. Private planes were inconvenient to mobilize, and for the sake of confidentiality, utilizing military channels for the escort was the optimal choice. However, the ordeal he had just experienced was no small challenge. Yet to her surprise, he had not lost consciousness. Sun Lin secretly reflected that her temper had flared up earlier. This beautiful country was indeed restless. That bout of combat had caused the young man considerable suffering. She had entered the realm of chi perception 3 years ago, thanks to her grandfather, Sun Dakong, and Appo's teachings. Now, she had progressed to the late stage of Mingjin, and she believed that with diligent practice, she would soon reach the stage of Anjin, positioning herself at the threshold of mastery within the true martial arts world. In terms of offensive capabilities, she felt that aside from combat experience and defensive skills, she was not significantly inferior to her grandfather. Sister, Sunjia. Murin called out timidly. Don and Appos, call me Sunjia, call me Linjia, or you may refer to me as darling if you prefer. Sun Lin replied with a carefree tone as if feeling a sense of familiarity. Darling, I think I'll stick with Linjia, Muran responded. Since you've chosen to call me Linjia, I'll look after you from now on. If you have any issues, remember to message me, she said with a mischievous grin. Hold on tight, kid. We're about to enter supersonic cruise. We expect to reach the capital in about 10 minutes. After glancing at the navigation, Sun Lin's expression returned to normal. Boom. In the second cockpit, Muran found himself completely immobilized due to the sudden acceleration and thrust. He was pressed firmly against the seat, as if an invisible force were attempting to embed him into it. 1 Mach. 1. 5 Mach. 1. 8 Mach. At that moment, the ZHU 18D in the sky shimmered with a halo of white mist, vanishing instantaneously from sight. The only discernible sensation in the air was the deafening sonic booms generated by the ZHU 18D's relentless acceleration, along with the trails left by the sound barrier in the sky. Chapter 8. Have you ever parachuted? 10 minutes later, Muran was airborne above the capital, escorted by the ZH 18D piloted by Sun Lin. In the capital's control department, confusion reigned. What on earth is happening? How did that ZH-18D make its way into the capital? Are they unaware of the no-fly zone? What are they up to? Have we established contact with the pilot? Minister, we have made contact. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Education and Appo's first conference room, Wang Hong regarded the messages on his phone with exasperation. Sun Lin hadn't an amp. Appo's changed one bit. She was already causing trouble. It seemed that old Chen would bear the brunt of this fiasco, the situation looking grim. This girl had audaciously flown a fighter jet into the capital's restricted airspace. Was she out of her mind? Given the circumstances, did she intend to land in the newly established cultural park led by the ministry? There were no airports or runways for a jet to land on. Wang Hong shook his head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chen Gang, who sat nearby with an air of calmness. This was a significant predicament. On board the ZH-18D, Sun Lin focused intently, executing her maneuvers with fluidity. Have you ever parachuted before? She inquired, her gaze unwavering. Muran felt a shiver run down his spine. His instincts heightened. What did she mean? Parachuting? Had they detected an enemy threat? Was this particularly perilous? This was sovereign airspace. After all, were they so brazen? Just half an hour prior, Muran had endured an exhausting battle. Would they initiate another whirlwind assault? If they did, his body might not withstand it. His previously pale complexion, which had just regained a hint of color, drained once more. Though his body was honest, his mind was restless. As a fervent youth, he realized that the pilot in the front cockpit was merely a girl slightly older than himself. The passive skill, strong-willed, was activated. Of course, he stammered, his throat dry. I've undergone parachute training no less than 5 times. Jumping as well, it's just that. Wow, so you're quite impressive. Sun Lin replied. Glancing back at Mu Ran from the second cockpit, a playful smile gracing her lips. She chuckled inwardly, amused by his bravado, unconcerned about his bluster. 5 times, she noted the exact number, yet it mattered not. Whether he was seeking mercy or truly ignorant of the training required to parachute independently, she felt no regret. Today, as the youngest in the military, she relished the opportunity to be a big sister, to assert her dominance. If not now, when? Besides, it was he who had spoken. Should he misunderstand, it was his own fault for the ambiguity in his words. Half an hour later, with a still pale complexion, Mu Ran was guided by Secretary Xiao Li and Guard Xiao Wang into the Ministry of Education's first conference room. Mu Ran, here is the document entrusted to me by your grandfather, Chen said, smiling at the young man before him. Internally, he mused that despite Mu Ran's pallor, he seemed unharmed. That reckless girl was no ordinary troublemaker. Take your time, the lawyer will arrive in about 15 minutes, Chen added, offering Mu Ran a bottle of water with genuine concern. At that moment, Chen felt a sense of relief. No major issues had arisen, and advancements in technology had indeed improved the protection of pilots. After taking a sip of water, Mu Ran, unacquainted with the names of those present, merely smiled at them before turning his attention to his grandfather's share transfer agreement. The document was straightforward, aside from the introductory pages. The remaining 61 pages consisted of share transfer agreements for various enterprises. All Mu Ran needed to do was sign each one. However, since the lawyer had yet to arrive, he could not proceed. Given that his grandfather had passed, it was imperative to have legal oversight to ensure everything was in order before signing. Once Mu Ran finished reviewing the documents left by his grandfather, Chen asked, "Do you have any questions? If so, feel free to ask. The documents are in order. But I would like to discuss some matters concerning Shanhe University." "And who are these two?" Mu Ran withdrew his gaze from the document and lifted his head to regard Wang Hong and Guo, who were seated beside Chen. "This bearded gentleman is Wang Hong, the minister of the planning department." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Wang Hong and Appo's shoulder. He then turned his attention to Guo, who was sitting to Wang Hong's left, introducing her as the Minister of Finance. "If there are any issues, Xiaomu, feel free to speak directly. The three of us are empowered to make decisions." Chapter 9: The Backup of Grandfather Muxuelong. Minister Chen, Minister Wang, Minister Guo. "May I inquire about the specific plans for Shanhe University? There are currently rumors online suggesting that there are no plans at all." "Of course. I find that hard to believe. It is inconceivable that there are no plans. After all, my grandfather Muxuelong certainly has numerous plans in place. As the current Minister of Education, Chen must have a plan as well." Chen glanced at Wang Hong and Guo, noticing their silent nods before continuing, "Indeed, there are plans, but they will take at least 5 years to materialize, and it may not necessarily involve the complete reconstruction of a new school, especially considering the demographic matching involved. Then, what about the location? There are several proposals regarding the site's planning. However, we are pressed for time today, as a press conference is scheduled for this afternoon, so I may not have the opportunity to elaborate." "Understood, Minister Chen." After resting for nearly half an hour in the conference room, Muxu's complexion finally regained some color. "Please hand me the contract for the construction funding for Shanhe University. I am ready to sign." As he spoke, Muxu took out his phone, speaking without hesitation. Previously, he and his sister had been eating plain steamed buns due to the limitations of his grandfather and Appo's funding. If there had been no investment in educational infrastructure, it would have been tantamount to leaving their resources frozen. Consequently, Muxu almost couldn't afford meals for his sister, relying entirely on subsidies. However, the situation is markedly different now. I also have a draft plan for the construction of Shanhe University based on the current situation. Shall we establish a work group? The 3 ministers? Of course, no problem, Xiaomu. Chen retrieved his Mate 60 phone, selected the contacts, and set up the work group. "Xiao Li, are all the materials prepared?" After establishing the work group, Chen turned to his secretary, Xiao Li, who was waiting nearby. "Everything is ready. I've already sent someone to collect them." Xiao Li replied promptly. Chen nodded, contemplating for a moment before adding Xiao Li to the work group. "Muxu, the work group has been established. It includes you, me, Minister Wang from the Planning Department, Minister Guo from the Finance Department, and Xiao Li." Muxu nodded, opened the work group interface, and pressed the send button. Ding dong. The notification sound chimed from their phones. A document appeared on their screens titled Shanhe University Construction Overview. 1. Location: the joint high-tech industrial park located in the central region of the 4 provinces of Shanhe. 2. Construction timeline, completion within 1.5 months. With enrollment announcements possible today. 3. Enrollment plan. Students must achieve a score of over 600 in this year's unified admissions and participate in a patriotic subject test. 4. Faculty recruitment plan. We will recruit outstanding teachers from society, such as the notorious Zhang San to head the law school and Zhang Xiefeng as the director of admissions. A detailed list will follow. 5. School positioning, primarily focused on technology, yet also capable of accommodating a diverse demographic. 6. Student training program. Each student admitted to Shanhe University must undergo military training before enrollment and engage in social practice within 2 months of admission, with specific projects announced by the deans of each department. The content was straightforward yet revealed many underlying issues. Most importantly, every detail resonated with the hearts of the ministers present. Regarding the location of Shanhe University, there had indeed been plans initially. However, this matter involved the interests of 4 provinces, raising concerns of favoritism. Regardless of the decision made, situating Shanhe University within any of the 4 provinces, Fengshan, Qianshan, Lanhua, or Baihe, would be perceived as unjust to the others. While enrollment quotas could be equitable, the comprehensive university's potential for attracting talent and stimulating industry chains far exceeded the simple act of constructing a university. Thus, despite having plans, they were ultimately dismissed, leading to a compromise, upgrading existing universities and integrating faculty resources. However, this approach would yield results far inferior to those of establishing a new Shanhe University. Xiaomo, your idea is commendable. The location of the high-tech industrial park at the center of the 4 provinces is indeed remarkable. It is the optimal site. However, the challenge remains. Even though the high-tech industrial park has not yet been utilized, some land and buildings have already been reserved by enterprises. They cannot be requisitioned. Especially given your plan to commence enrollment this year, the timeline is exceedingly tight. Sighing inwardly, Chen gazed at Muxu, subtly shaking his head, thinking to himself that he was merely a high school graduate, an 18-year-old youth. Such complexities had long been considered. This young man still lacked life experience. Ministers. This is a revised decision I made after reviewing the equity transfer agreement left by my grandfather. Initially, my plans for constructing Shanhe University did not include this year and Appo's enrollment. However, now, Muxu gestured toward the equity transfer agreement left by Muxulong on the table, asserting that it was indeed feasible, with high confidence. What? Chen Gang was momentarily taken aback, while Finance Minister Guan Mei and Planning Minister Wang Hong exclaimed in unison, astonished. Are you speaking the truth, Xiaomu? This is no joking matter. While you have resolved the funding, I have made corresponding contingency plans for other processes and oversight. However, to complete construction in 1.5 months and have it operational within 2 months involves numerous complications. Finance Minister Guan Mei adjusted her glasses, regarding Muxu intently. Indeed. Xiaomu, this may not be as simple as you envision. The Shanhe High-Tech Industrial Park, collaboratively developed by the 4 provinces, has not yet formally announced its initiation. But that does not mean no enterprises have settled there. In fact, many companies have already established themselves, though the park's branches are still under construction. The processes are already underway, and I am acutely aware of this, Wang Hong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Muxu began to comprehend the minister's concerns. Indeed, if the government were to officially construct Shanhe University, it would introduce an array of obstacles. This was a disparity in understanding between both parties. However, by taking on the role of a third party and financing the construction, many of these considerations could be sidestepped. Although it was his grandfather who bequeathed the responsibilities to Muxu, the intended purpose was also articulated in the documents left for Minister Chen Gang. Feeling the gaze of the 3 ministers upon him, Muxu cleared his throat and straightened his posture, undeterred. After all, his grandfather, Muxulong, had once served as the Minister of Education and was a seasoned warrior who had faced countless life-and-death situations. His presence commanded greater authority than these 3 ministers combined. Within the equity transfer agreement left by my grandfather, there are numerous enterprises with which I am unaware. On the journey here, I learned that approximately half of the enterprises in the Shanhe High-Tech Industrial Park are connected to my grandfather. However, now, these affiliated enterprises represent around 90% within the high-tech park. What? 90%? Finance Minister Guo Mei gasped, feeling as though her heart might leap from her throat, utterly oblivious to the astonished expression she wore in that moment, completely taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Is it true that 90% of the enterprises established in the high-tech industrial park, constructed through the combined efforts of 4 provinces, are under your... Chen Gang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Mu Ren affirmed with unwavering conviction. Thus, I trust the 3 ministers now comprehend the situation. To their astonishment, they had not anticipated that the venerable Minister Mu Shuilong had retained such a masterstroke in reserve. The 3 ministers exchanged hurried breaths, grappling with the implications. Chapter 10. The press conference at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the tiered conference room of the Ministry of Education of Xia State. The stage was graced by the presence of Qin Gang, Wang Hong, and Guamei, with other deputy ministers and secretaries seated on either side of them. Esteemed journalists, I announced, I hereby declare that Shanhe University will commence its admissions this year. Due to the demanding preparations involved in establishing Shanhe University, I will only address 3 questions today. When I say this year, I refer to the present, following the announcement of the college entrance examination scores tomorrow. Shanhe University's admission number will be included among the institutions for application. The anticipated applause failed to materialize. Instead, several foreign reporters sat in stunned silence. Some frantically shut down their live broadcasts upon receiving instructions from their colleagues, adding to the chaos of the moment. The atmosphere in the conference room was marked by a mix of bewilderment among foreign reporters, while a few domestic journalists from Xia State wore long-awaited smiles. Even the local reporters initially felt a sense of confusion upon hearing the announcement. However, their political acumen and integrity soon led them to feel a sense of joy for the eager students from the 4 provinces of Shanhe. Clearing his throat to regain the attention of the room, Chen Gang continued, I will now select reporters to pose their questions. Reporters seated at SB 22, please proceed. Respected Minister of Education, greetings. I am Han Duanxiao, a renowned journalist from the Republic of the Peninsula. May I inquire whether your esteemed university can indeed be constructed in such a short time? Of course we can. And the standards will rival those of Xiaguo University and Xian University in the capital, I responded confidently. Could you elaborate further? Han Duanxiao pressed, not willing to relent. Your nation's industrial foundations seem inadequate for such standards, unless you are employing construction techniques pilfered from our country. His demeanor radiated pride, coupled with a condescending gaze directed at the podium, as if the Republic of the Peninsula were the bastion of infrastructure, while Xia State merely engaged in menial labor. Next question, reporter at SB 250, please. Minister of Education of Xia State, I am a prominent journalist from the beautiful empire. The press conference unfolded as scheduled, with Mu Ren absent, having been escorted by Xiaoli to a reception room on the top floor of the Ministry of Education under Minister Chen Gang's arrangement. Resting was not an option. With the arrival of the supernatural technology platform, Mu Ren was determined not to squander time. After all, he had much to delve into regarding patriotic values and the utilization of this cutting-edge platform. The first task at hand for Mu Ren, post-press conference, was to collaborate swiftly with the 3 ministers to finalize the construction plan for Shanhe University. The second task, equally desired by Minister Wang Hong of the Planning Department, was also on Mu Ren's agenda. The online influencers and the 1450 cohorts certainly needed to be addressed. However, Mu Ren felt it prudent to resolve the funding issues before taking action. Now, Director Zhang from the Security Bureau had arrived at the second conference room. Having previously transmitted an extensive list of names to the 3 ministers, over 100 pages documenting no fewer than 30 individuals per page, amounting to a minimum of 3,000 names. How to select individuals from this extensive list to serve as examples, while retaining some prominent figures to lure others into revealing their affiliations, required a deft approach. Fortunately, Mu Ren need not concern himself with this aspect. If all 3,000 were apprehended at once, the opposition would merely resort to more clandestine tactics, complicating subsequent efforts. By capturing only a portion, the ministers could project determination to cleanse the negative online discourse while simultaneously misleading the opposition into believing that their capabilities in managing online narratives were limited. The press conference continued, with Mu Ren diligently drafting plans in the reception room designated by Minister Chen Gang, contemplating the myriad challenges associated with the construction of Shanhe University. At that moment, however, Mu Ren paused in his writing as a series of urgent notifications flashed on his phone. Outrageous. The Sakura nation, disregarding vehement opposition from surrounding countries, resolutely discharges nuclear wastewater. The beautiful empire, thousands of miles away, supports the Sakura nation and Oppos's actions. The Republic of the Peninsula, Xia State, and other neighboring nations are at the forefront. Fishermen from various countries protest collectively. What is it? a moral decline, or a distortion of humanity. As Mu Ran absorbed the implications of this news, his expression hardened, fixating on the alarming headlines regarding the discharge of nuclear wastewater by the Sakura Nation. The distinction between nuclear-contaminated water and nuclear wastewater had already become a point of contention, with the 1450 cohort beginning to spin narratives in favor of the Sakura Nation. Although merely a high school graduate, Mu Ran had devoted all his leisure hours to studying the critical differences between these two classifications. He understood clearly that nuclear wastewater refers to the effluent generated during the normal operation of a nuclear power plant, such as cooling water from reactors, which does not directly contact the nuclear fuel or reaction materials and can be safely discharged after treatment. In stark contrast, nuclear-contaminated water arises from nuclear accidents when protective barriers fail, exposing cooling water to radioactive substances, rendering it highly radioactive and perilous to human health and the environment. The Sakura Nation had, in a bid to save costs and due to the negligence of its management, transformed a Level 3 nuclear incident into one akin to the catastrophic Chernobyl disaster. Was the water being discharged nuclear wastewater or nuclear-contaminated water? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the reality. Continuing to peruse the detailed reports, Mu Ran's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The Sakura Nation claimed that the water they were discharging was safe for direct consumption. As an island nation with limited water resources, the Sakura Nation indeed boasted advanced techniques for purifying seawater. If that were the case, why not directly supply the purified water to their municipal water plants? Mu Ran chuckled in disbelief, a cold smirk forming on his lips. However, now equipped with the supernatural technology platform and a comprehensive grasp of interstellar civilization knowledge, he began to formulate a plan. It appeared that life was too comfortable for the Sakura Nation. Chapter 11. Nuclear wastewater and nuclear-contaminated water. Even though Mu Ran currently possesses a comprehensive knowledge system of a first-level civilization, fully assimilating this information requires time. To address the issues of nuclear wastewater and nuclear contamination, Mu Ran still needs assistance. With this thought in mind, Mu Ran tapped on a sailboat icon on his phone. Before boarding the plane, he had already sent a message. Despite the time difference, it had been long enough for everyone to have seen it. "Boss, I'm on my way." Zhang Liang's words conveyed a hint of excitement. He did not ask further questions. As long as the boss had spoken, he knew he could trust him unconditionally. "Is there anything we need to do?" Xiaoliang, located in the capital of the North Bear Nation, Smoko, eagerly read the message. He did not know Mu Ran's real name, but the team known as Reverse Flow was anything but ordinary. Mu Ran's quest for the truth went beyond mere scholarly pursuits. He understood the necessity of leveraging technology in research. The group, composed of individuals with immense self-confidence, believed that with access to a supercomputer, they could establish themselves at the pinnacle of the hacking community. In Xiaoliang's eyes, Mu Ran's computer skills had proven unbeatable thus far. "Come back soon, but make sure all of you enroll in Shanhe University." I wasn't too certain when I sent the previous message, but now it's confirmed. Mu Ran smiled slightly at Xiaoliang's message in the group chat. "All right, boss. I'm in Oxy and will return in 3 days," Takagi replied. Okay, Wang also responded. The group, engrossed in their technological pursuits, remained unaware of the specifics regarding Shanhe University. Apart from Xiaoliang's few comments, the other 5 members did not speak further. This was a long-planned gathering, as all had received substantial help from Mu Ran, help that was far from ordinary. Otherwise, they might have been languishing in a prison in the beautiful country, lamenting their fate. Mu Ran put away his phone, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Plans often change, but having reliable allies is indispensable. Initially, he intended to complete the construction plan for Shanhe University before proceeding with the development of new weaponry. After all, the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile was merely a matter of time under the extraordinary technological platform. Half a day had already passed, leaving 4.5 days until the completion of the project. This projectile could be adapted for individual combat or scaled up to create artillery shells that generate high-frequency shockwaves to intimidate adversaries during long-range engagements, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the warriors of Xia country in direct confrontations. However, the sudden emergence of the nuclear contamination incident, while anticipated, was shocking in its implications. The fact that the Cherry Blossom Nation's officialdom would dare to pursue such actions was unforeseen. Mu Ran had also noted the quickly submerged news, which revealed the beautiful country's covert support. Even in a proxy war against Xia country, they were cautious. After all, the beautiful country had tirelessly instigated conflict between the Puppet Nation and the North Bear Nation, one of the 7 permanent members of the Blue Planet's Council. Opening another proxy battlefield in the East would not align with the beautiful country's economic interests, as simultaneously engaging two fronts from such a considerable distance would strain even their resources. Yet, they could not simply allow Xia country to develop peacefully. We, the beautiful country, shall not permit that. With no immediate capacity to engage militarily, they resorted to sowing discord. Thus, the discharge of nuclear wastewater was placed on the agenda under the beautiful country's clandestine support. Today, following Prime Minister Xiaguo and Appo's announcement, the world was left in shock. If not for the machinations of certain individuals, the press conference at Shanhe University would have been overshadowed by this news. At the Ministry of Education and Appo's press conference, 3 journalists had already posed their questions, and Chen cleared his throat. As we conclude this press conference, I would like to extend a warm invitation to all aspiring students to apply to Shanhe University. As the press conference wrapped up, another narrative began to emerge online. Is Shanhe University reliable? A netizen posted on a social media platform. I say it's not trustworthy. Perhaps students are being asked to fund its construction. Even if it were built, it would merely be a hollow shell. Who are they kidding? Aspiring to rival top-tier institutions? Just wait. Only naive or disillusioned individuals would consider enrolling. Indeed, truly intelligent people would steer clear. Who can guarantee the quality of education at this school? To construct something in such a short time, I think the Minister of Education is truly blinded by ambition. I was skeptical before, but now I believe it. What do you mean by blinded by ambition? You don't know? There were rumors about the minister's adopted daughters. All his energy is spent on them. The decision to invest in Shanhe University must have been a spur-of-the-moment idea. Just watch. This involves numerous aspects: faculty strength, post-graduation employment pathways. If they genuinely cared for the students, they would bear the criticism and pressure, resign if necessary. Forcing students into this makeshift university is reckless. Is that really you, Teacher Sima Lonren? Your analysis is indeed sound. Agreed. Teacher Sima is correct. I suggest the Minister of Education resign voluntarily to spare the students from further harm. Had it not been for Teacher Sima's insight, I would have thought the minister was just making a hasty decision. A renowned journalist from the beautiful country reached out. Teacher Sima, could we arrange an interview? Upon seeing the message from the well-known journalist, Sima Lonren was surprised to discover it was Ms. Shi, the journalist who had asked questions at the Shanhe University press conference. Ah, Ms. Shi. Of course, I would be delighted to discuss. I hope you can report on the ambitions of certain individuals who treat education as a mere game. The educational model of the beautiful country should be widely adopted. Absolutely. I share your sentiment. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are never too few for a friend. Let us meet at the Red Sun restaurant tonight. The clamor online contrasted starkly with the tranquility of the Ministry of Education and Appo's conference room. After the press conference concluded, Minister Chen promptly returned to the first conference room to continue discussions with Minister of Planning Wang Hong and Minister of Finance Guo Mei regarding the subsequent details. Instructing Shali to summon Mu Ran from the top floor for a meeting. Chapter 12. Shortcomings. Xiaomu, your ideas are commendable. However, the practical issues remain rather troublesome. Once the funding for the school's development is secured, we will face minimal challenges regarding hardware. With my presence, along with the planning minister and the construction minister, and the finance minister Guo Mei overseeing financial matters, there should be no significant obstacles. Yet, have you contemplated the software aspect? Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Mu Ran and Appo's mind. It has arrived, at long last, this prompt. Mu Ran intended to respond to the question posed by Minister Chen. But after a brief pause, he refrained from immediate speech, choosing instead to heed the message echoing in his mind. Due to your in-depth discussions with the 3 distinguished ministers, your patriotism value has increased by 9 points today, culminating in a total of 10 points, thereby earning the title of Patriot Tester. The title of Patriot Tester allows one to gain 1 point or more of patriotism value upon meeting any individual who possesses a genuine love for their country. Current remaining patriotism value, 1008. Xiaomu, speak your thoughts freely. The esteemed ministers are here to support you in this matter. Observing Mu Ran and Appo's momentary daze, Chen sighed. He actually intended to test Mu Ran's capabilities. After all, he is the grandson of his former superior, Mu Shuilong. Naturally, he held high expectations. However, it appeared that the challenges were still rather daunting for a recent high school graduate. Aside from commendable academic performance, he bore little distinction from ordinary students. It seems that truly gifted individuals are rather scarce. One does not encounter talent at every turn. Mu Ran withdrew from his contemplations. as he was indeed in a meeting with the three ministers. However, he finally grasped a semblance of clarity regarding the acquisition of patriotism value. His previous concerns about the inability to replenish patriotism value had now found resolution. Minister Chen, I do have some thoughts, Mu Ran said, glancing at Chen. Then at Planning Minister Wang Hong and Finance Minister Mei. At that moment, the three were all intently focused on him. He was all too familiar with that gaze. It was akin to the questioning look a teacher gives a student during class. The three ministers, pillars of the nation, could not possibly be unaware of the current shortcomings of Shanhe University in terms of software. Ministers, we indeed have numerous deficiencies in software. Mu Ran paused briefly before continuing. Even if Shanhe University were to be established, it would merely be a hollow shell compared to other universities. Am I correct, esteemed ministers? He lifted his gaze to meet theirs, and upon seeing them nod slightly, he pressed on. Currently, there are many detractors online beginning to criticize. Certain well-known influencers have also started to sway public opinion. Of course, these individuals are not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that their statements contain elements of truth. Regarding Shanhe University, although Uncle Chen publicly declared at the press conference that we aim to establish a first-tier institution on par with Xiaqing and Xiaobei, a first-tier university is not solely determined by the size of its campus or its facilities. The strength of the faculty is the fundamental criterion for assessing the caliber of an institution. And now, in such a short span, I trust that since Uncle Chen has made such a claim, there must be a plan in place. Were it not for the influence of these individuals online, perhaps we would not be facing such scrutiny. However, with the current situation, it has led to a critical examination of Shanhe University and Oppos as faculty, magnifying its deficiencies under the public eye. For those who are uninformed, this can lead to misconceptions. This is the first point. If the issue of faculty strength remains unresolved, it will inevitably impact enrollment and the quality of incoming students. This is the second point. Although Shanhe University is vast, it must also be fair. Having exerted so much effort, no one wishes to see it ultimately compromised by these seemingly righteous yet insidious comments. Furthermore, the third point, although not an immediate concern, is one that parents of prospective students cannot overlook: the value of a Shanhe University diploma. The first cohort of students graduating from this newly established university in 4 years will determine the institution's reputation. How will their employment prospects be? What are their future pathways? Thus, even if the hardware and software of Shanhe University are prepared, where lies its foundation? The university lacks a legacy without successful research endeavors. Numerous research stations and projects cannot be conjured into existence. Therefore, Shanhe University must possess this foundation. Upon hearing Mu Ran speak of Shanhe University's foundation, the eyes of Chen and the other ministers sparkled with renewed interest. It seems I underestimated this young man. His observations regarding faculty and student recruitment are indeed the paramount issues for any institution, especially a newly established one. However, he has not yet proposed solutions. Merely recognizing these two challenges is already a noteworthy feat, yet parents are often more forward-thinking for their children. This young man, as perspective, transcends his age, approaching the complexities of this issue with remarkable maturity. Just as Chen was about to praise Mu Ran, the latter continued without pause. However, a foundation cannot be established merely by desire. This is the most significant drawback. It is not a matter that can be resolved with wealth or connections. Wang Hong observed Mu Ran's fervent expression, his initial indifference evolving into a glimmer of acknowledgement. A hint of satisfaction crept onto Wang Hong's face. Xiaomu, do you have any thoughts on potential solutions? Do share. These 3 points are indeed challenging. Even the three of us, while capable of addressing them, would require considerable effort to resolve them promptly and effectively. At this, Wang Hong hesitated momentarily, but he could not allow himself to appear weak before this young boy. To effectively resolve these matters, we must exert significant effort. The thought of how difficult it would be for even the three of them to resolve these issues in a short time frame lingered unspoken, especially given the current circumstances. It would take at least 2 years to see initial results. In truth, even without voicing such doubts, Wang Hong believed that achieving noticeable outcomes within 2 years would be remarkably efficient, if they could indeed see preliminary results by the time the first cohort graduates. There would be no question regarding the value of a Shanhe University diploma. However, prior to that first graduation, attracting quality students could prove quite challenging. After all, while Shanhe University boasts a prestigious name, its internal software and foundation fall short, significantly diminishing its appeal compared to other higher education institutions for students with identical academic qualifications. Seeing Guo Mei remain silent, Chen Gang seized the opportunity to continue Wang Hong and Apo's line of thought, pondering internally, this old fellow certainly knows how to flatter himself. However, concerns were unwarranted. None of the three had particularly effective strategies. Could this young man truly possess a solution? Xiaomo, feel free to express your thoughts. There are no hierarchies here. This is an open discussion. Since you've identified these three challenges, do you have any ideas on how to address them? Chen Gang emphasized the phrase thoughts on solutions, ensuring Mu Ran did not feel overwhelmed by pressure. He merely needed to share his ideas, while the three seasoned ministers would still need to devise actionable methods. Chapter 13. This young man truly has ambitions. Upon hearing Minister Chen Gang and Apo's words, Mu Ran instinctively echoed them. This repetition was a subconscious action that typically occurred when he was engaged in rapid contemplation. Observing Mu Ran muttering the phrase twice, Chen Gang pondered that perhaps the issue at hand was indeed quite challenging. For Mu Ran, considering both the employment prospects for graduating students and the university's insufficient foundation was already a remarkable feat now. He not only had to grapple with profound questions pertinent to high school students, but also had to do so in the presence of three ministers. Before him stood three ministers, individuals who represented a small segment of the pinnacle of power in Xia country for ordinary citizens. To claim there was no pressure would be a fallacy. Although the trio had encouraged open dialogue, Mu Ran could not genuinely speak his mind. The ministers regarded Mu Ran, who was currently in deep thought, without urging him, allowing him ample space for contemplation. At that moment, he was verbally reiterating Minister Chen Gang and Apo's words. Yet his mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts unrelated to what the ministers were considering. Mu Ran delved into his mental landscape, searching within the recesses of his consciousness. Indeed, he realized that his spiritual capacity was lacking, and his cerebral domain was not sufficiently developed to actively discern the transcendent technological system residing within his mind. He sought to ascertain the specific applications of his patriotic value and other potential uses. But it was impossible to operate the watch on his wrist in front of the three ministers. Nonetheless, armed with the knowledge reserves of a level 1 civilization, Mu Ran remained confident. When Secretary Li summoned Mu Ran to the conference room, he glanced at the development progress of the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile on his watch. 5. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed since he initiated the research on the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile through the Transcendent Technology platform. The timeline suggested that the research was advancing at a rate of 1 per hour, implying that the complete version of the projectile would be ready in 4 days. This represented a tangible trump card. However, Mu Ran felt that this alone would not suffice. Given that he possessed knowledge of a level 1 technological civilization, it was imperative to utilize it effectively. With limited resources at hand, he needed to uncover more opportunities. Although his grandfather's funds were designated solely for the construction of Shanhe University, they had been entirely invested in its development. Mu Ran had never considered diverting them for other purposes. However, this connection facilitated the construction of Shanhe University, allowing him to navigate what had previously been the most challenging hurdle. Without this endeavor, a mere student like Mu Ran would find it utterly implausible to meet the three ministers. He swallowed hard, gazing earnestly at the ministers, his eyes ultimately resting on Minister Chen Gang. With a shy smile, he affectionately addressed him. Uncle Chen, may I propose a condition? Feel free to make a suggestion, provided it does not involve favoritism and benefits the construction of Shanhe University. Chen Gang replied with a smile, imposing certain limitations. After all, although he was the Minister of Education, he represented the entire nation of Xia, and any promises made could not be quantified in monetary terms. Were it not for the connection through his grandfather, Mu Ran would never have been able to stand so close to the three ministers, regardless of his commendable examination results. Uncle Chen, I must admit that my proposal is indeed related to the construction of Shanhe University, Mu Ran remarked, his gaze shifting slightly. The condition he intended to propose had ties to the university's development, albeit framed in a different manner. Nevertheless, the outcome would ultimately favor the construction of Shanhe University. Uncle Chen, along with the other two ministers, I aspire to become the president of Shanhe University. Upon hearing Mu Ran's declaration, the three ministers momentarily believed they had misheard. Just moments ago, they had been praising the young man, only to be taken aback by his audacious statement. Chen Gang found himself at a loss for words. He had just been contemplating the depth of Mu Ran and Apo's thinking. How could he regress so abruptly? The image Mu Ran had crafted in Chen Gang's mind collapsed in an instant. The appointment of a university president was a decision that rested with Chen Gang. Distinct from the responsibilities of Planning Minister Wang Hong and Finance Minister Guo Mei, Chen Gang regarded Mu Ran with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Letting out a soft sigh, "Child, this is not merely a question of feasibility. As you just mentioned, Shanhe University lacks a solid foundation and considerable credentials. Even if it were a well-established institution with a long-standing reputation, and even if you were to donate 600 billion, you might still not become its president. Do you grasp the level of authority associated with the presidency of a school, especially among the elite universities like Xiaqing and Xiabe? This is no child's play. It is not simply a matter of funding. You lack the qualifications. You are but a fresh graduate. This is not solely within Uncle Chen and Appo's purview. The appointment of a university president necessitates qualifications and nominations from others. Once Shanhe University is established, regardless of its future trajectory, the position of president will be highly coveted, especially since the Ministry of Education's focus will undoubtedly include supporting Shanhe University. Many individuals will aspire to claim that title. You, a mere novice and recent graduate, may have performed admirably in your exams, but if malicious rumors spread online, how would the public react to the notion that the president of Shanhe University is a high school graduate with no university diploma? Mu Ran was about to respond, but Wang Hong, observing the situation, thought that while youthful impulsiveness was not unusual, Mu Ran was still more composed than many of his peers. However, it would be prudent to prevent him from continuing, lest he ruin the favorable impression he had just made in Wang Hong and Appo's eyes. Once he had caught Wang Hong and Appo's attention, Wang Hong, known for his protective nature, interrupted Mu Ran. Little Mu, although I am not directly involved in education, leading an institution requires more than mere passion and funding. It demands the ability to command respect. I have faith in you, but there remains a long road ahead. I believe you should strive for the position of Student Council President, Wang Hong advised earnestly. Finance Minister Guo Mei remained silent. The impression of Mu Ran, which had already begun to falter, was restored in her eyes following Wang Hong's heartfelt counsel. After all, it was evident that this young man had indeed caught Wang Hong's attention. Although Mu Ran was wholly devoted to research and understood that both Chen Gang and Wang Hong were acting in his best interests, as well as for the benefit of Shanhe University in the future of education in Xia, he nonetheless held the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile in his possession, which would be completed in 4 days and would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the Xia military. Moreover, with the end of June approaching, there were still 2 full months before the official start of the academic year in September. 2 months would provide Mu Ran ample time to master the technological knowledge from the Level 1 civilization stored in his mind for the tasks ahead. It is also sufficiently transcendent for the technological platform to elevate Mu Ran's other research projects. Chapter 14, My Aspiration to Become the President of Shanhe University, Part 1. Of course, I intend to apply to Shanhe University and strive for the position of Student Union President. I have no reason not to pursue this role. Naturally, being the president of Shanhe University would earn me a measure of patriotic value. And what about the Student Union President? After all, these are 2 distinct identities, each yielding different forms of recognition, much like playing a game with alternate accounts. Whenever the opportunity arises, I, Muran, will exert every effort to obtain any formal position that can be conferred by my fellow students. This is the correct approach. The path to becoming the president is still a long one for you. However, if you dedicate yourself to this direction, Uncle Chen believes that in the near future, you will surely walk this path. Upon hearing Muran's resolute ambition to become Student Union President, Chen Gang felt a sense of relief. It seemed this child understood the situation. However, Uncle Chen, along with Uncle Wang and Aunt Guo, I still wish to become the president of Shanhe University. As soon as Chen Gang finished speaking, Muran quickly reiterated his unwavering desire to hold the position of university president, fearing that if the conversation drifted away from this topic, he would lose the chance to address it again. Muran was aware that he indeed faced challenges, but it was not due to a lack of capability. Rather, it was merely a matter of time. In 2 months, Muran believed that with the 2-month summer vacation, he could contribute significantly to the foundation of Shanhe University. Thus, without waiting for the 3 to respond, he continued, perhaps I could first hold the title of honorary president, with a probationary period of 3 years. If I meet the expected contributions during that time, then I shall be formally appointed as president. After articulating his thoughts in one breath, Muran scrutinized the expressions of the 3 ministers. Upon hearing Muron's added stipulation, their expressions appeared somewhat more favorable. However, their regard for Muron had diminished slightly. Wang Hong's demeanor turned somewhat frosty, his eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. Guomei maintained a completely neutral expression. At that moment, Chen Gang observed the silence of the two and subtly shook his head before speaking slowly. Muron, an honorary president must also demonstrate genuine ability. Moreover, an honorary president is expected to join with a sense of honor. For esteemed institutions of higher learning, an honorary president, though lacking administrative duties, wields considerable influence, particularly in top-tier dual first-class universities. It is not sufficient to merely donate money, my child, Chen Gang reiterated earnestly. Today, Chen Gang was determined to dissuade Muron from his presidential ambitions. An honorary president can indeed be appointed in exchange for a donation. Furthermore, one must initially invest a substantial sum, like 60 billion xiaobei. In other institutions, Chen Gang might have been more lenient. After all, financial contributions signify a kind of honor, a sincere patriotic spirit contributing to education. However, Shanhe University is not so straightforward. Shanhe University has already been placed under the spotlight. Even the slightest flaw will be magnified by those with ulterior motives, misleading the public. Objectively speaking, Muron is merely an 18-year-old high school graduate who has donated some money. This aspect will undoubtedly become a target for public criticism, with the construction, enrollment, and opening of Shanhe University fast approaching. Any mishap in the next 2 months could jeopardize its establishment. Even with support from other departments, proximity to Xia's top 2 universities, Xiaqing and Xiaobei, would be futile. After all, if enrollment is missed, another year must be waited for. If the first year of enrollment for Shanhe University encounters issues, it would create a tremendous laughingstock and tarnish the educational atmosphere of the entire Xi'an nation, rendering it an international embarrassment. Thus, even as an honorary president, Chen Gang could not relent. Wang Hong and Guomei, being experienced individuals, naturally understood this rationale. However, to be fair, they viewed Muron with increasing objectivity. Although they had some expectations for Muron as he entered the Ministry of Education conference room, such expectations were limited. Muron's repeated insistence on his desire to become president had diminished their fondness for him considerably, even with his selfless donation of 60 billion for the university's establishment. The presence of personal ambition and a desire for recognition led them to see him as just another ordinary 18-year-old. Even if he achieved commendable grades, what difference would it make? Such youths are not uncommon, even in an ordinary high school. Across the 38 provinces of Xia, there are about 900 high schools. The aspiration to become president, based solely on examination results, is far from sufficient. Even the top student from a province or the national champion would face insurmountable challenges. In essence, at best, he is merely a high school graduate. This is entirely impractical. Observing the attitudes of the three, Muron comprehended the situation fully. If he lacked genuine capability, even a 60 billion xiaobei donation would be insufficient. In a typical university, such a donation would likely secure him the title of honorary president, but at Shanhe University, even that is rendered ineffective. This predicament is exacerbated by the criticisms of online influencers and detractors, who, in their myopia, are hindering not only his aspirations but also the advancement of technology in Xia. While Muron may not be able to lead Xia's technological progress, he firmly believes he can contribute meaningfully. After all, there are few geniuses in Xia. Muron possesses a clear self-awareness. Even with the extraordinary technological platform and system he has now, he does not consider himself overly significant. It is essential to act discreetly, to bide one and Oppo's time, and to reveal one and Oppo's true capabilities only when the moment is opportune. Presently, Muron wishes to avoid prematurely exposing his uniqueness, especially the talents perceived by others. Hence, there are certain things he cannot disclose to the 3 ministers before him. After all, in terms of academic prowess, the 3 are primarily scholars, while Muron requires individuals of formidable strength and influence, capable of providing protection during the initial stages. This explains why Muron has chosen to develop military-grade technological weapons. Otherwise, he fears he might perish before even embarking on his journey. Regarding the plight of researchers in Xia, numerous leading figures, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence, have faced grave fates. This year, Yang He, a promising young leader in the field, tragically lost his life in a work-related car accident. Yet, many accidents have occurred in recent years. with a statistical analysis revealing that 95% of the casualties among leading researchers in advanced fields have been due to car accidents. Is this mere coincidence? Consequently, Miron is reluctant to draw attention to himself until he possesses adequate self-defense capabilities. The ministers have misjudged Miron's intentions, believing he seeks to be in the limelight. To them, the idea of a president of a prestigious university being a mere 18-year-old is inconceivable. How can they expect a child, still in his youth, to command the respect of deans and professors? Understanding this reality, Miron realizes he is caught in a dilemma. Originally, I believed that a generous donation of 6 billion to establish Shanhe University would suffice to secure the title of president. However, it has become evident that such an amount pales in comparison. Mu Ran's desire to ascend to the position of president stems solely from the pursuit of patriotic merit. The Superin technology platform necessitates this patriotic value for its research endeavors. Furthermore, the title of patriotic challenger, once acquired, endows Mu Ran with the ability to gain recognition from individuals who share a fervent love for their country upon their first encounter, thus earning one or more points of patriotic value. As president, Mu Ran would undoubtedly garner the approval of the majority of students. Yet, as merely a freshman, the challenge becomes formidable. Just how much patriotic value would be required? The potential for research is boundless. Contemplating this, Mu Ran resolved to strive for the opportunity. He offered a slight bow to the 3 ministers and spoke. Esteemed ministers. Chapter 15. My aspiration to become the president of Shanhe University, Part 2. The 3 ministers sat before Mu Ran, who, this time, refrained from attempting to ingratiate himself. Instead, he regarded them with utmost seriousness, slightly bowing before declaring, "The role of student council president is one I should earnestly strive to attain as a student. Although I am deeply engrossed in research, I assure you that I will also endeavor to fulfill the responsibilities of the student council president. Should I emerge from among the many outstanding students and be elected to this position, I shall lead by example and serve as a distinctive president." However, just as Mu Ran was about to elaborate further, he was abruptly interrupted by Wang Hong, who was exasperated by his lack of restraint. Upon hearing the word, however, Wang Hong quickly interjected, knowing that if Mu Ran continued, Guomei nearby would surely become incensed. This young man had already made a grand donation of 60 billion. Yet he was leaving a less than favorable impression on Guomei. Despite her well-maintained appearance, which belied her age, Guomei was not to be underestimated. In fact, she was known for her fiery temperament and swift decisiveness when it came to work. Her previous politeness towards Mu Ran had stemmed from the reputations of Mu Shuilong and Chen Gang, as well as Mu Ran and Appo's generous donation without expectation of return. However, if he continued to speak in such a manner, his altruism would appear somewhat ludicrous. Young Mu, please be cautious with your words. To say you are deeply engrossed in research at your age is somewhat excessive. Wang Hong understood the essence of Mu Ran's intention, yet he reminded him that research demands a high standard of talent, funding, and environment. While Mu Ran may have performed well academically, it was not sufficient to embellish his accomplishments with such grandiose claims. Although Wang Hong had cut off Mu Ran's remarks in time, Guomei's temper was already flaring. With a father who was a deputy chief engineer involved in the construction of the Xia Country Space Station, Guomei took all matters of research with the utmost seriousness. Mu Ran, research is not a realm that a high school student can navigate. You may claim to be passionate about it, but mere words will not earn my endorsement, let alone my approval for you to become president. Perhaps you believe yourself to be exceptional, but in the field of research, you must choose your words with care. There are many who surpass you. Guomei's demeanor was far from the affable impression she had previously conveyed, as her words were delivered with sternness. Meanwhile, Chen Gang remained silent, observing Mu Ran intently. Strictly speaking, he had once held this young man as a child. Yet the adage child prodigies do not always become great rang true. Such instances were plentiful. As the Minister of Education, Chen Gang was indeed aware of the top students from various provinces and municipalities, but these were exceptionally distinguished individuals. Until today, had it not been for Mu Ran's initiative to reach out, Chen Gang, preoccupied with his duties, would have never recalled him. Mu Ran was not within Chen Gang and Appo's purview of concern. Even being the grandson of the esteemed Mu Shuilong did not afford him any special attention. Everything adhered to the established protocols. The results of the college entrance examinations had been released, but were still undergoing final compilation. With the official announcement set for tomorrow at 9 o'clock, prior to the press conference, Chen Gang had already tasked Xiao Li with retrieving Mu Ran and Appo's examination scores and information regarding his academic life at school. After Guo Mei finished speaking, Mu Ran attempted to interject once more, but Chen Gang raised his hand, signaling him to cease. Young Mu, I sincerely appreciate your support for the construction of Shanhe University and your plans for its development. However, my dear child, the position of president requires qualifications, and your credentials are quite limited, practically a blank slate. However, your remarkable character and the willingness to donate 60 billion certainly earn your respect. At that moment, Chen Gang and Oppo's phone vibrated slightly. Glancing down, he saw a message from his secretary Xiaoli containing detailed information about Mu Ran and Oppo's academic life. The opening line read 682, followed by a concise summary. Chen Gang understood immediately. This was a first-tier score, a truly commendable achievement. Such a score placed a student on the cusp of entering the top 300, those who had surpassed the 700 mark. This was indeed a testament to Mu Shuilong's legacy, as the young man had not brought shame upon his grandfather. Chen Gang picked up his phone and promptly forwarded the information to Guo Mei and Wang Hong. After all, the young man's earlier aspirations to become president might provoke adverse judgments from them, considering he was the grandson of the esteemed Mu Shuilong. As the Minister of Education, Chen Gang was well aware of the psychological nuances of students and prided himself on being an adept psychological counselor. Thus, he believed he could comprehend the motivations behind this young man's fervor, an earnest desire to contribute to the betterment of Shanhe University, devoid of ulterior motives often found in the societal limelight. Nevertheless, Wang Hong and Guo Mei frequently interacted with individuals from such circles, making it plausible that they might misconstrue the young man's intentions. By sharing the information with them, Chen Gang aimed to clarify his stance while reminding them that Mu Ran, being merely a recent graduate, was a blank slate in the eyes of society, untainted by its complexities. Observing the three ministers engrossed in their phones, Mu Ran's mind began to race. Given Chen Gang's apparent stance, even the honorary presidency seemed unattainable. He needed to explore alternative avenues. With 1,008 points of patriotic value at his disposal, he wondered if there were additional applications beyond research. Logically, patriotic value should not be limited to a singular function. As he glanced at the three ministers still preoccupied with their devices, he swiftly accessed the system interface, searching for hints regarding the utilization of patriotic value. The conversation had reached a critical juncture. If he did not seize the opportunity now, it would be challenging to broach such an important topic again. Suddenly, the meeting room door was kicked open. You truly cannot enter. The ministers are in session, came the voice of Chen Gang's secretary, Xiaoli, as she burst through the door. The ministers, who had been examining Mu Ran's information, were taken aback and turned their angry gazes toward the entrance. But then a melodious female voice rang out, one that Mu Ran recognized all too well from a recent encounter. Chapter 16. Sun Lin arrives. Uncle Chen would never disallow my entrance. You, as the secretary, claim to be concerned about disturbing us, yet I distinctly saw you just messaging Uncle Chen. The three individuals seated at the conference table were momentarily stunned. Equally astonished was Mu Ran, though his shock stemmed not from Sun Lin's abrupt entrance, but from her very presence. The pilot who had come to deliver a message was astonishingly beautiful. It was impossible to discern her rigorous training from her appearance, previously concealed by her helmet. She now revealed a fair complexion, subtly flushed with a rosy hue, almost delicate to the touch. Her slender figure, while not as robust as that of a male pilot, exuded an undeniable strength, a commanding presence. Her exquisite visage, framed by willow-like brows, radiated an aura of heroism. In the presence of such beauty, anyone lacking confidence might feel a twinge of inadequacy upon their first gaze, and should she be nominated as the school beauty, there would be no contest. However, to underestimate her as a mere pretty face would be a grave miscalculation. Mu Ran had first-hand experience battling alongside Sun Lin in the Zhuzhou 18D against the formidable F-22 fighters from the United States. The maneuvers, acceleration, stall, spins, and extreme stretches were executed with a fluidity that belied the need for exceptional physical prowess. Engaging in combat with a top-tier fourth-generation aircraft against a fifth-generation adversary was no small feat. Anyone deceived by her beauty, mistaking her for a fragile maiden to be coddled, would be in for a rude awakening. The thought sent a shiver down Mu Ran's spine. Nevertheless, Sun Lin's intrusion inadvertently granted Mu Ran precious time. If she could disrupt the meeting for 4 days, allowing the high-pressure tungsten steel bullet to be successfully developed on the Torrent technology platform, it would be a boon. However, such an outcome seemed implausible. Noticing that Sun Lin had captured the attention of the three ministers, Mu Ran quickly diverted his gaze from her. His current capacity to communicate directly with the system was insufficient. He could only hope that the watch modified by the system might offer some useful assistance. As Sun Lin entered the conference room, both Chen Gang and Wang Hong exchanged dry smiles. Guo Mei, who had been on the verge of losing her temper, halted her impending reprimand upon witnessing their expressions. This was the Ministry of Education. If the minister himself, Chen Gang, remained silent, displaying such demeanor, it would not be appropriate for Guo Mei to overstep her bounds. Moreover, Sun Lin was clad in a pilot's combat uniform, prompting Guo Mei to recall the earlier mention of a girl by Wang Hong and Chen Gang. "Little Lin, what brings you here in such a hurry?" "We are in a meeting," Chen Gang remarked, his gaze softening as it fell upon Sun Lin's delicate, fair hands. Unconsciously, he rubbed his clean-shaven chin. The notion of scolding Sun Lin for potentially leaking information was utterly futile. She was immune to such admonishments. Just hours earlier, she had engaged in aerial combat with foreign aircraft, and with her grandfather being the esteemed Sun Daquang of the Southwest Theater Command, her loyalty, resolve, and patriotism were beyond reproach. To accuse her of misconduct would be tantamount to slapping the face of her grandfather and the many soldiers who had sacrificed for their country. Thus, the most that could be said was a mild critique of her impatience, suggesting she should have waited for such trivial matters. Sun Lin, however, did not exhibit any arrogance. Instead, she wore a radiant smile, illuminating the entire conference room. "Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, and this lady here," she began, her eyes glinting as she recalled Mu Ren's self-introduction on the Zhuzhou 18D. "You must be Enkwa. I'm not anxious. I came to deliver this quickly," she continued. "I even sent the second cockpit seat along with it. I'm sure I'll receive a lecture upon my return. Uncle Chen, can you reimburse me for the expenses of this flight?" Sun Lin inquired with a beaming smile directed at Chen Gang. Wang Hong, who had intended to greet Sun Lin and inquire about his old superior, suddenly fell silent, realizing the precariousness of the situation. If it came to reimbursement, what would he do? The danger was palpable. The girl was becoming increasingly astute, while she had once displayed some sense of responsibility. If the cost of aircraft materials were covered by the three of them, she would bear no accountability for the ejection seat. Who would be responsible for the repair costs would be the one to answer for it. Chen Gang remained silent, finding it difficult to respond. Noticing his reticence, Wang Hong also chose to remain quiet, prompting a subtle smirk from Sun Lin. She thought to herself that she had skillfully navigated the conversation. Otherwise, if she had let slip her true intentions before the meeting, it would have rendered her visit pointless. The reason for her visit was her curiosity about Mu Ran, who was half a year her junior and had been informally designated as her junior partner. After all, a high school graduate escorted by a fighter jet must possess some remarkable capabilities. Thus, upon landing the Zhuzhou 18D at the Air Force Base, Sun Lin hastened to the Ministry of Education. However, the distance between the base and the ministry was considerable, consuming much of her time, leading to her delayed arrival. Observing the three ministers at the conference table in silence, Sun Lin promptly produced the confidentiality agreement she had prepared at the Air Force Base. She understood the importance of decorum and could not intrude upon another's meeting without cause. Such actions would tarnish her grandfather's reputation, even if these trivial matters seemed harmless. It was precisely in such details that one must remain vigilant, for a 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an ant's nest. "Uncle Chen, it is as follows. I trust you have received notifications regarding today's events. The combat I engaged in while piloting the fighter jet was witnessed by this young man. So a confidentiality agreement must be signed. That is why I rushed over," she explained, her demeanor slightly bashful as she extended the somewhat crumpled confidentiality document to Chen Gang. As Chen Gang examined the document in his hands and glanced at the young girl before him, he felt a sense of gratification. Despite the fact that the three ministers could easily discern her ulterior motives, her haste was clearly not merely for formality. She had nonetheless executed her approach with meticulous care. The rationale was sound and justifiable. This young lady was likely curious about Mu Ran, eager to ascertain what made him worthy of military escort to the Ministry of Education. In comparison to him, she was undoubtedly far more accomplished. It was worth noting that the age difference between the two was scarcely a year. Chen Gang cast a glance at Mu Ran, who was now fiddling with his watch, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Without comparison, there could be no sense of loss. After glancing at the confidentiality agreement in his hand, Chen Gang returned it to Sun Lin and kindly said, "Xiao Lin, please hand this directly to Mu Ran, so he can review the contents and sign it." Chapter 17. Successful development of tungsten steel high-pressure projectile. Sun Lin accepted the confidentiality agreement handed back by Education Minister Chen and walked over to Mu Ran's side. Observing Mu Ran, who was fiddling with his watch, Sun Lin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her younger brother certainly had his quirks. The moment Sun Lin entered, Mu Ran glanced at her. Sun Lin was aware of her own attractiveness, and she chuckled inwardly, pondering whether Mu Ran was using the pretense of adjusting his watch to conceal his embarrassment from her presence. He was so absorbed in his task that he seemed oblivious to her approach, his head bent low, perhaps out of fear that she might catch a glimpse of his flushed face. Indeed, his ears were quite red, and Sun Lin couldn't suppress her silent laughter. At that moment, Mu Ran, engrossed in his watch, was nearly in a state of frantic desperation. He was acutely aware of someone standing beside him and, without needing to guess, knew it was Sun Lin. The subtle fragrance she exuded, a blend of floral and fresh notes typical of her femininity, enveloped him, confirming her presence. Yet, he had no time to lift his gaze. His diligence bore fruit. Within the transcendent technology system linked to his watch, he actually discovered a solution to his predicament. Nevertheless, he cursed the system internally for its mercilessness. Regular overtime yielded merely double pay, and even on holidays, it was capped at triple. Yet this system had the audacity to demand tenfold compensation. Having already expended some patriotic value for an upgrade, Mu Ran now found himself needing an additional 10, equating to 10 points of patriotic value, to complete the research on the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile. The system exhibited no sympathy for his fervent patriotic sentiments. Clearly, it was devoid of any emotional nuance. Moreover, there was an additional complication. Although the transcendent technology platform indeed had the potential to accelerate research and development, Mu Ran and Appo's current level of technological civilization knowledge was insufficient, standing at a mere 0.78. He needed to pass a test to elevate this to level 1 before the platform could enhance its capabilities. Currently, he lacked the necessary permissions, and the platform at 0.78 did not possess such functionality. However, the upgrade option did indicate that he could forcibly elevate the platform to the next level using patriotic value, a leap from 0.5 to 1.0 required a substantial 1,000 points. Mu Ran glanced at his data panel, feeling a sense of conflict. Host, Mu Ran patriotic value, 1008 brain development, 12. 3 knowledge level, 0.78 civilization transcendent technology platform level, 0.78, 1. 0 potential after use. Warehouse, not activated appendix, system user manual, with only 1,008 points of patriotic value. Mu Ran's ears turned red with urgency. The forced upgrade to the transcendent technology platform would consume 1,000 points, and to expedite the development of the high-pressure tungsten steel projectile, an additional 10 points were necessary. Where could he possibly find those 2 extra points? In a frenzy, he scrolled through the system manual, searching for any other hints. Sun Lin observed Mu Ran, who was entirely absorbed in his watch, his fingers moving with remarkable speed. This kid is overdoing it, she thought. Even if he were reading messages, there was no need for such rapid gestures. However, her innate curiosity compelled her to lean in closer. She held a degree of admiration for her younger brother, at least he was shy. Noticing his flushed ears, she found his demeanor rather endearing. Ding! A system notification echoed in Mu Ran and Appo's ears. He had received initial recognition, earning the title of Patriot Trial, and his patriotic value increased by 2 points. Current patriotic value, 1,010. The moment he registered the 1,010 points, it sounded like heavenly music to him. He swiftly returned to the data panel and clicked on the upgrade option for the Transcendent Technology platform. Ding! The host has chosen to upgrade the Transcendent Technology system. Please confirm the upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Ran clicked to confirm. Ding! A progress bar appeared on his mobile screen. Current upgrade progress, 99. Upgrade complete. Mu Ran felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. The efficiency of this transaction, measured in patriotic value, was astonishing. The upgrade was completed in less than a second. With the progress bar barely taking half a second to fill, it was evident that spending money, no patriotic value, yielded swift results. Were it not for the system's lack of sentience, Mu Ran would have relished the opportunity to debate it. Yet, he was still subject to the system's demands. Switching to the operation interface of the Transcendent Technology platform, the option to expedite development was now available. Without hesitation, Mu Ran dragged the speed progress bar to the maximum, eagerly anticipating the word immediate. The corresponding cost and patriotic value adjusted dynamically alongside the progress bar. When it reached 10, he halted it, and the speed progress bar indicated immediate. With a determined press of the acceleration button, another notification chimed in Muran's mind. High-pressure tungsten steel projectile V1. 0 has completed development. Elated, Muran exclaimed without restraint. In his exuberance, he instinctively opened his arms to embrace Sun Lin, who had unwittingly contributed the 2 points of patriotic value he so desperately needed. Even though Sun Lin was well-trained and experienced, she was caught off guard and could not evade the embrace. With arms instinctively crossing in front of her chest, she found herself enveloped by Muran. At that moment, the 3 ministers nearby, though not particularly gossipy, found the scene amusing. They were not concerned for Sun Lin's safety. These 2 youngsters were entertaining. They braced themselves for some light-hearted observation. However, as soon as a sharp reprimand followed, their curiosity was swiftly quelled. "Get away from me." With that, Sun Lin exerted force through her arms, breaking free from Muran and Oppo's hold. Taking a half-step back to create distance, she swiftly raised her long left leg, delivering a kick to Muran's abdomen. He was sent flying 3 meters to the other side of the conference table. Fortunately, Sun Lin moderated her strength, using the flat of her foot rather than her toes. Otherwise, Muran would have certainly been unable to rise. "Do you think you can take advantage of me, big brother?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Sun Lin's face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple. That detestable fellow must be seeking revenge for being ejected from the cabin. It must be deliberate, perhaps even an attempt to embarrass himself before the 3 ministers. Sun Lin, since her early years, has never been embraced by any man aside from her father and grandfather. At this moment, the 3 ministers stood in silence, anticipating the unfolding drama. The elder and younger among them had completely relegated themselves to the role of spectators. No, thank you," murmured Muran, rubbing his abdomen as he gradually rose to his feet. "I apologize. I was overly excited just now," he stammered. Sun Lin, remaining still, gazed intently into Muran and Oppo's clear eyes. Did this young man truly harbor no distractions? Having trained under her grandfather, Sun Dekong, and recently crossing the threshold into mastery, Sun Lin found it relatively effortless to perceive someone's essence within a few meters. She reminded herself to trust her intuition, though she was puzzled by Muran's unusual excitement upon seeing her. In Muran's hand rested a miniature tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, no larger than a thumb, which he held quietly. As he stood, he instinctively placed his left hand into his pocket. This Liner, was indeed a savior to him. Although Muran had been kicked away by Sun Lin, he had not sustained significant injury. He silently acknowledged the fortune of her timely arrival, which had granted him the patriotic value essential for his research. Without Sun Lin and Oppo's intervention, the successful development of this miniature tungsten steel projectile would have remained a distant hope. Chapter 18. The micro-tungsten steel high-pressure bullet. Moreover, it was a predicament of his own making. The reaction of any man who suddenly embraces a woman, especially a beautiful one, is simply a natural instinct. He had been overwhelmed with excitement moments ago, unable to contain himself, and impulsively embraced her. Akin to an athlete who has endured countless hardships only to finally achieve victory with the very person who supported him right before his eyes. It was indeed a subconscious action, a dramatic shift from despair to the exhilaration of sudden fortune. However, Muran's actions had been rather abrupt. Once Muran straightened up and composed himself, his gaze clear, he looked at Sun Lin with a hint of apology and said, No, I'm terribly sorry. Sister Lin, I was just too excited just now." "Excited?" Sun Lin echoed, emphasizing the word as she turned to glance at the 3 ministers who were still standing by as mere background figures. Although the spectacle was quite entertaining, seeing Sun Lin momentarily forget to approach, and being the Minister of Education in her own domain, Chen Gang could no longer remain silent. Yet, he too felt perplexed and held a continued observational stance regarding Muran's character. Donating to build Shanhe University was undoubtedly commendable, but this lad Muran, did he possess any peculiarities? After all, Sun Lin was the beloved granddaughter of Sun Dakong, without exception. "Little Lin, the Shanhe University will be funded by Little Mu." Chen Gang addressed Sun Lin's inquiry. Both individuals were connected to him. One was his former leader's grandson, and the other, his old class monitor's granddaughter. Conflict between them must be avoided. "What?" Sun Lin exclaimed. She had seen the news conference on her way and was aware that Chen Gang was addressing the matter of Shanhe University. Yet, she never imagined that this audacious young man who had just embraced her could actually have the means to fund the university's construction. Uncle Chen? Him? Sun Lin instinctively responded. Though she was involved in the military and had taken the college entrance examination this year with intentions of attending a military academy, it was a choice made out of necessity. However, if Shanhe University truly arose from such a background and was constructed by her little brother, it would be remiss of her not to support him. Reflecting on this, Sun Lin stole another glance at Mu Ran, who stood silently beside her. At that moment, her perception of him shifted. He appeared somewhat charming. This lad had a certain appeal she had previously overlooked. Without waiting for Chen Gang's response, Sun Lin understood that he would not jest about such significant matters. Thus, it seemed that Mu Ran genuinely had the funds to build Shanhe University. This also clarified why Chen Gang had arranged for military assistance to escort him to the Ministry of Education in the capital. Chen Gang nodded in acknowledgement of Sun Lin's realization. However, this still did not elucidate the reason for his earlier embrace. At this point, Sun Lin had entirely dismissed any unusual feelings, finding Mu Ran rather intriguing. She recalled how he had fiddled with his watch earlier, though she had not seen clearly. She sensed he was engaged in something significant. Did he perhaps receive some good news? Sun Lin, though puzzled, was always forthright with those around her. She glanced at her phone to check trending news, but found nothing noteworthy. So she turned back to Mu Ran and said, You seem to have quite a bit of money. Do you aspire to be the principal? Is that why you just took advantage of me?" At this, a faint blush crept across Sun Lin's cheeks. After all, he was the first boy to embrace her, and he did possess a certain charm. Meanwhile, Mu Ran and Appo's mind was racing, calculating the next steps and deducing Sun Lin and Appo's identity. Although he had limited information, he began to piece together the puzzle. Sun Lin had entered without facing any severe reprimand, a notable feat given that this was the Ministry of Education in the capital. As he recalled the journey to the capital and their interactions on the plane, the reason for his insistence on calling her sister Lin became clearer. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he understood more about her significance. With Sun Lin's gaze fixed on him, Mu Ran took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and glanced at the three ministers, noting their silence. It seemed his calling her sister Lin was indeed not in vain. She was genuinely a great help to him. When Sun Lin inquired about his intentions, the three ministers remained silent, tacitly allowing Mu Ran to respond. Regardless of Sun Lin's identity, her demeanor indicated her importance in the eyes of the ministers. "Sister Lin, it is like this," Mu Ran began after a brief pause. Looking clearly at Sun Lin, "I wish to become the principal of Shanhe University, but the three ministers believe I lack the qualifications." Before he could finish, Sun Lin and Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. Mu Ran had braced himself for ridicule, yet to his astonishment, she exhibited no hint of mockery. Instead, she nodded slightly, her brows raised in curiosity, encouraging him to continue. The ministers, too, remained silent, intrigued by his assertion. Could it be that in that fleeting moment, he believed he was qualified to be the principal of Shanhe University? Even Chen Gang and Wang Hong, who had harbored some hope for Mu Ran, found it hard to believe. After all, he was merely a recent high school graduate. Although the information from Secretary Xiaoli had revealed he possessed some abilities, his exam score of 682 was commendable. It was still a modest achievement in the eyes of many. "Sister Lin, being from the military, you should be able to contact some high-ranking officials, right?" Mu Ran ventured cautiously. The ministers remained silent, pondering what this young man was truly after. His background was known. His grandfather was Mu Shuilong, and his parents were researchers in renewable energy who had mysteriously disappeared, evoking sympathy. However, none of this had any direct connection to the military. Sun Lin, well acquainted with high-ranking military officials, particularly one who was a close associate and often sparred with her, did not respond directly to Mu Ran, but instead softly urged him to continue. Upon hearing her encouragement, Mu Ran understood that she likely had a way to assist him, but it was contingent on whether what he was about to reveal was worth her time. Slowly, he withdrew his left hand from his pocket and approached Sun Lin. "This is my research, a prototype of the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure bullet." What? The crisp tone of Sun Lin's voice mingled with the more seasoned voices of the ministers, all expressing astonishment in unison. Upon hearing about the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure bullet, Sun Lin's thoughts momentarily stalled before her breath quickened. This was something her grandfather, Sun Dakong, had been discussing for quite some time. Crash! The sound of a chair toppling over echoed in the room. The three ministers nearby, especially Wang Hong and Chen Gang, were utterly astonished. The two sprang to their feet in shock, their chairs clattering to the ground as a result of their abrupt movements. If this young man was not jesting, then the implications were simply unimaginable. They now fixated intently on Mu Ran's slowly raised palm. With their extensive military experience, they understood the gravity of the situation if it were indeed true. At that moment, a thumb-sized, matte silver-gray metallic sphere, adorned with intricate grooves and resembling a bullet, lay quietly in Mu Ran's hand. Meanwhile, Sun Lin had swiftly dashed 3 meters to Mu Ran and Amp, Oppo's, side. It is important to note that a tungsten steel high-pressure projectile is far more than just a mere bullet. If this were genuine, the combat capabilities of the entire army of Xia would experience a significant enhancement. If this young man was indeed speaking the truth, he would have independently refined tungsten steel and mastered the sophisticated art of polishing it. This was a challenge that even Zhang Lao, a top scientist and a recipient of the honorary medal of the Defenders of Xia, was currently striving to overcome. Such matters were still under investigation by national treasure-level experts. Chapter 19. Astonishing. The Southwest Theater's bigwig nearly needed a respirator. Young man, are you certain that what you have is tungsten steel and not merely ordinary tungsten alloy? Chen Gang inquired with palpable urgency. Since the establishment of the nation, apart from the day Chen Gang wed, Wang Hong had never witnessed such fervor in him. At that moment, Chen Gang had shed his demeanor as Minister of Education and resembled an impassioned soldier instead. Sun Lin, who had intended to speak, halted her thoughts upon hearing Chen Gang's question. She observed in silence the metallic projectile resting in Mu Ran's palm, now tantalizingly close. May I hold it for a moment? Sun Lin softly asked. Of course. Upon witnessing the reactions of those around him, Mu Ran felt reassured that he was indeed on the right path. As a scientist and munitions expert, he realized he could rely on himself for support. This is truly tungsten steel, and not just any kind. I have refined it using the latest formula, achieving a Rockwell hardness of 123 HRC. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Mu Ran refrained from elaborating further, understanding that expertise is often specialized. As Sun Lin held the miniature tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, her breath quickened. After taking a few deep breaths, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello? The excitement in her voice caused it to tremble slightly. Hello, dear granddaughter, what is the matter? Upon hearing the slight quiver in Sun Lin's voice, General Sun Dakong of the Southwest Theater felt a surge of anger. Did someone bully you? Just because I had to fly over the capital for official duties? If someone is troubling you, tell your grandfather, and I shall deal with them. No, it's not that, Sun Lin exclaimed, raising her voice in frustration. Then what? Don't be afraid. Tell your grandfather who it is. Sun Dakong's gruff voice boomed through the phone, and those nearby, Wang Hong, Chen Gang, and Guamei, could hear him clearly. Grandfather, please let me finish. A now steadied Sun Lin shouted back, exasperated. Her grandfather, while well-meaning, was overly protective, which, while a virtue, sometimes became a hindrance. This is excellent news. If there exists a tungsten steel projectile of even higher strength and hardness, I believe I have one right here. What? Sun Dakong leaped up from his seat. His aide rushed to his side, ready for any commands. Dear granddaughter, repeat that. The signal seems poor, and I did not catch it all. Although he trusted Sun Lin, this matter was of utmost importance and not to be taken lightly. Sun Lin, feeling the weight of the moment, replied, Grandfather, you heard me correctly. I don't know all the specific parameters, but the researchers stated that the material for this new tungsten steel projectile, she glanced at Mu Ran, who gestured to emphasize, has achieved a Rockwell hardness of 123 HRC. Sun Lin was oblivious to the incredibility of this figure. Even Chen Gang and Wang Hong, though clad in military attire, were not well versed in the specifics of material properties. What? The astonishment in Sun Dakong's voice nearly caused Sun Lin's phone to slip from her grasp. Had she not cultivated her martial prowess, the shock might have rendered her faint. In the office of the Southwest Theater's general, aide Xiao Wang rushed to retrieve a quick-acting heart pill. Despite his physical prowess, age had begun to take its toll on Sun Dakong. Today, he had experienced a series of emotional upheavals. As Sun Dakong sat on the couch, catching his breath, Xiao Wang remained vigilant, prepared to administer aid at the first sign of trouble. After a few deep breaths, Sun Dakong slowly opened his eyes, their intensity reflecting a commanding presence. He waved off Xiao Wang's concern, signaling he was all right. Yet, his heart raced with excitement. As a general, he frequently participated in various assessments and inspections. While he may not have first-hand experience in developing new materials, he had absorbed countless reports regarding weapon specifications. If memory served, the latest tungsten steel was rated at a mere 81 HRC. Did my granddaughter just say 123 HRC? Sun Dakong could hardly fathom the implications. Dear granddaughter, are you all right? Sun Lin and Appo's concern resurfaced as she noticed the silence on the line. I'm fine, dear. Where are you right now? Where did you discover this? I'm at the Education Ministry in the capital with Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang from the Planning Department, and Aunt Guo from the Finance Ministry. Good, good. Put it on speaker. After activating the speakerphone, Sun Lin addressed the group. Grandfather, I have done so. Excellent. Wang Hong, Chen Gang, you are both present, correct? Yes, sir. Wang Hong responded, sounding almost like a new recruit. Here, sir, Chen Gang added promptly. Sun Lin, I am Guo Mei. There are no outsiders in the office. Please instruct us. First and foremost, this matter is now classified as top secret. Upon hearing the term top secret, Chen Gang and Wang Hong felt a sense of relief. It seemed their leader was ready to endorse the findings. If Mu Ran's claims about the miniature tungsten steel high-pressure projectile were indeed accurate, it heralded a significant breakthrough. Wang Hong and Chen Gang, one the Minister of Education and the other the Minister of Planning, indeed face a daunting task ahead. Meanwhile, Guo Mei, standing beside them, is utterly astounded. Born into a family of scientists, she is acutely aware of the significance of research data classified as top secret. With a subconscious glance at the young Mu Ran before her, she hopes fervently that his earlier insistence on becoming the principal was not mere folly. The fact that a distinguished leader from the combat zone has issued such directives indicates that the data this young man spoke of is of extraordinary importance. Indeed, when Sun Lin revealed the parameters of tungsten steel hardness, the astonishment on Commander Sun N's face must have signified the data's remarkable nature. Guo Mei can only hope that he is not merely jesting. Yet, if he is not, it seems he has grasped something profound, as her gaze fixed on Mu Ran is now filled with awe. Chapter 20. Guo Mei's shock. If it weren't for the chaos, this young lad before me stands merely an 18-year-old high school graduate. 18. Chaos. Is it not chaos? A project being scrutinized by national treasure-level experts. Yet this youth has achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, the material parameters of that tiny steel ball have been designated as classified by the military leaders. Although previous events had led Guo Mei to regard this youthful boy with a sense of detachment, dismissing him as merely an ordinary lad with a patriotic heart aiming to make a name for himself through the investment in the construction of Mountain River University. However, now, if this young man is indeed not merely causing a ruckus, what might that imply? As the finance minister of Xi'an Nation, Guo Mei, who typically conducts herself with a stoic demeanor, now finds her heart racing uncontrollably. This young boy, if he truly accomplished this feat, coming from a family with a scholarly background in research, Guo Mei comprehends fully what this signifies. Although she did not pursue a career in research, her exposure to it has made her generous in her praise of genius. Her gaze shifted. Guo Mei stared blankly at Mu Ran, a mere 3 meters away. Despite her lingering doubts, at this moment, she fervently wished for the authenticity of it all. If this youth has genuinely achieved this, then perhaps she had misjudged him. Not only does he possess the potential to become a president of a top-tier university, but it also depends on his willingness. Guo Mei's rational thinking, akin to that of an ordinary person, fervently resisted this notion, yet as the finance minister of Xi'an Nation, everything felt surreal, as if it were a dream. Everything was exceedingly peculiar. While others were overwhelmed with the troubles of Mountain River University, this child had delivered a staggering sum of 60 billion. Furthermore, regarding the presidential position of Mountain River University, this child had, with a mere palm, proffered a tiny metal projectile that had shaken the bigwigs, leading them to classify it as top secret on the spot. Everything unfolded abruptly, with peaks and troughs, to the extent that Guo Mei had yet to fully digest the news before her. Beneath her fervent patriotic heart, she secretly hoped that everything was indeed true. 18 years old, and he has surmounted the bottleneck that even the esteemed expert Zhang is grappling with alongside his team. This is not merely a simple micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile. It represents a significant advancement in materials science. Guo Mei, feeling her heart racing, took 2 deep breaths, pressing her right hand against her chest, forcing herself to regain composure. The only thought in her mind was, is this real? At this moment, with her heart somewhat settled, Guo Mei and Appo's peripheral vision swept over the Minister of Planning, Wang Hong, and the Minister of Education, Chen Gang. Her pupils constricted suddenly. Had she underestimated the advancements in materials? At this moment, both Wang Hong and Chen Gang had their right hands firmly pressed against their chests, trying to suppress their racing hearts. It had been a long time since they had heard such a bold command directly emanating from the war zone. Moreover, it was a top-secret order right from the outset. Guomei may not have realized, but Chen Gang and Wang Hong, both seasoned in military attire, understood the gravity of this matter. They were aware of tungsten steel, understood its improvements, yet did not need to ponder the specifics of the material data any further. Their emotions surged, and had they not been pressing down on their hearts, it felt as though, in their rapid breathing, their hearts might truly leap out. The decisive order was given without the slightest hesitation. Every significant decision made by Sun Dakong had never been delivered so swiftly as today. What does this indicate? It signifies that if the material parameters are genuine, then the combat capabilities of Xia Nation, once equipped, will be enhanced. This is undoubtedly a matter benefiting the entire military. After taking a deep breath, Chen Gang and Wang Hong shifted their gazes from the telephone on the table to Mu Ran. Their pupils glimmered like wheat spikes, their eyes ablaze with intensity as they focused on Mu Ran. On the other end of Sun Lin's call, Sun Dakong's voice reverberated, momentarily stabilizing the emotions of the three state officials. To present such a metal projectile in this office, unless this child intends to deceive them for amusement, the likelihood of that was almost non-existent. Sun Lin had already carefully examined the metal projectile. Furthermore, Mu Ran is the grandson of the former Minister of Education, Mu Shuilong. They had experienced too much to be consumed by persistent doubts. The fact that this child could produce it at this moment signified that everything was credible. It was merely a matter of verifying the specific material parameters he claimed, but that too would not take long. I have already contacted the Xia Academy of Sciences, as well as the nearest military division in the capital. After a brief pause, perhaps confirming the timing with the guard, Sun Dakong continued, they will arrive in 5 minutes. At this moment, holding the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, Sun Lin could unequivocally affirm that it was indeed tungsten steel. As a soldier and the granddaughter of Sun Dakong, Sun Lin had been dealing with weaponry since childhood. Naturally, she was well acquainted with tungsten steel. Moreover, this tungsten steel appeared to be denser and more substantial than any she had previously encountered, yet its weight seemed relatively unchanged. Thus, in her astonishment, Sun Lin confirmed that it must be a more advanced form of tungsten steel and promptly dialed her grandfather Sun Dakong. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of the escort team to take them to the Academy of Sciences for material testing. Sun Lin carefully retrieved a delicate silk scarf from her pocket, wrapping the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile securely before tucking it away. Young lad, such a precious item. And you keep it in your pocket like this. Having safely stowed the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, Sun Lin now wore a stern expression as she admonished Mu Ran, though her tone remained somewhat affectionate. This. Mu Ran awkwardly scratched his head. Fine, I won't hold it against you this time. Do you have any other treasures? Sun Lin suddenly leaned closer to Mu Ran, softly whispering in his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Sun Lin felt no discomfort nor the hesitance that enveloped the three ministers. Having personally examined the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile and entered a master-level state of perception, she was confident that Mu Ran was not lying. The absence of deceit implied that Mu Ran, the young man before her, was indeed a valuable asset. Had Mu Ran been a girl, Sun Lin would surely have taken her hand and playfully inquired if she possessed any other treasures. With Sun Lin and Appo's, as closeness. A warm breath and fragrance lingered in Mu Ran's ear, causing not just his ears, but his entire neck to flush crimson. They're S also. Mu Ran instinctively replied. Sigh, even if they're ISNT, this single achievement is astounding for someone your age. After all, you are merely. Sun Lin had initially inquired casually, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly sensed the three beside her breathing rapidly again. You mean, there is more? Chapter 21. Elder Zhang and Elder Nye, in utter astonishment, took to their feet. Meanwhile, at the Materials Research Institute of the Summer Science Academy, located 60 kilometers from the Ministry of Education, the two chief scientists, Elder Zhang and Elder Nye, had set aside their tasks. Typically, a mere stomp of their feet would send ripples through the realm of materials science in the Summer Nation. Yet now, they were agitated, anxiously pacing back and forth in the laboratory. Elder Nye, shall we take a stroll? Zhang Wenqin, his hair as white as snow, glanced at the young researchers in the lab. Although they were engrossed in their experiments, the pace of their work seemed to have slowed as the two elderly men continued their restless wandering. Upon noticing Zhang Wenqin's gaze, Nye Changwen surveyed the spacious laboratory and immediately grasped his colleague and Appo's intent. Together, they stepped outside. As soon as the door closed behind them, the doctoral students, whom Zhang Wenxin had referred to as young rabbits, erupted into discussion. Someone has truly made a breakthrough. It's astounding. While we made progress, we're still far from mass production. Zhang Heng remarked, your hearing is sharp. Did you catch that? The sound was faint. I only disowned A and amp, oppos, 3, and amp, oppos, which must be Rockwell 83 HRC. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. Doesn't amp, oppos, T that align with our current progress? We simply can amp, oppos, T mass produce it. Are you certain you heard a 3 and not something else? Of course. But you raise a valid point. If the new tungsten steel's hardness is indeed Rockwell 83 HRC, it matches ours, and Elder Zhang and Elder Nie shouldn't be this excited. Zhang Heng mused thoughtfully. Could it be Rockwell 93 HRC? Interjected the newcomer, Xiao Ming. Rockwell 93 HRC? Huh. Given the conditions in our country, there's no way we could produce that. I'd be shocked. Scoffed Tian Aimei, who had just returned from the beautiful nation and was one of the most capable individuals in the lab, aside from the esteemed elders. I don't appreciate that comment. Why can't we? Just because you spent a few years abroad doesn't mean you should be so smug. Lu Li retorted, defending Xiao Ming, who was once his junior. Have you ever been involved in the development of materials achieving Rockwell 85 HRC hardness? If not, kindly keep quiet. Tian Aimei shot Lu Li a disdainful look. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Li found himself at a loss for words. The previously lively discussion in the lab came to a halt as Lu Li fell silent. He watched as Tian Aimei turned away, smugly leaving the scene. This individual, who often looked down on others, even the revered elders, had a reputation for belittling them in private, suggesting they should relinquish their academic titles after dedicating their lives to the nation's scientific advancements, having developed countless new materials for aerospace and military applications, all while being awarded national honors. Yet, Lu Li conceded that Tian Aimei was indeed formidable in talent. Unbeknownst to him, Tian Aimei's demeanor today was not one of pride, but rather one of disillusionment. We shall soon find out. Even if it is Rockwell 83 HRC, it must be mass-producible. Otherwise, Elder Zhang and Elder Nie wouldn't be this agitated. Outside the laboratory, Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen, though both silver-haired, appeared quite spirited as they walked toward the entrance of the research institute. The two titans of materials research in the Summer Nation walked at a leisurely pace, but their hearts raced fervently within them, pounding with excitement at the prospect of their discoveries. Could it truly be 123 HRC? They murmured, seemingly entranced by the thought. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Materials Research Institute, they were taken aback by the lengthy convoy before them. While they had anticipated some level of grandeur, the sight was indeed beyond their expectations. A procession of military vehicles, accompanied by 3 armored cars, was before them. This is excessive, isn't it? Zhang Wenxin remarked. However, whether it was excessive or not was of little concern to them. Such matters paled in comparison to the significance of their scientific pursuits. The door of the 3rd armored vehicle swung open. Under the eager gazes of Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen, 5 figures emerged. Minister of Education Chen Gang, Minister of Planning Wang Hong, Guomei, a seemingly youthful high school student, and a striking female pilot holding the young student's arm. Their eyes darted to the armored vehicle's door, which closed with a resounding thud. Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen exchanged puzzled looks. They naturally recognized the 3 ministers. Young Chen, where is the expert? Did he not accompany you? Zhang Wenxin and Appo's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. He thought to himself that even if the situation did not match the lofty claims made by Sun Dakong from the Southwest Theater, there should still be some substantial advancements. After all, the current academic environment was fraught with skepticism. However, with Sun Dakong as a reliable source, it couldn't be all fabricated. The absence of the expert raised serious doubts. Have you brought the materials? Nie Changwen, ever impatient, inquired eagerly. Despite his silver hair, his youthful enthusiasm remained unbridled. At that moment, Mu Ran stood before the awaiting crowd, contemplating the 2 esteemed figures of materials science. If her grandfather were still alive, he would be of a similar age to them. Tears glistened in her eyes. This was the very direction she had poured her heart and soul into pursuing. Though only a high school student, Mu Ran was well aware of the significance of the 2 men. She discreetly wriggled free from the grasp of Sun Lin, who had been anxiously holding onto her arm, and took a few steps forward. Pausing 2 meters away from Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen, she bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "Hello, Professor Zhang and Professor Nie." Noticing the politeness of this young individual, the 2 men, despite their urgency, nodded appreciatively. "Well done, young man. You are quite courteous. They regarded him as merely a student accompanying the three ministers. However, even if this young man were the top scholar in the nation, Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen had no time for idle chatter and extended their hands toward the approaching Chen Gang. Please, don't rush. I'll present it to you now. We would appreciate your evaluation, as we may have donned military uniforms for half our lives. But we are utterly ignorant of the specific parameters pertaining to materials, Chen Gang promptly replied. To ascertain our recent advancements, we must rely on you and Elder Nye. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness, which is far better than those professors under your jurisdiction who seek fame without substance. Zhang Wenxin's words left Chen Gang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen Gang's gaze shifted towards Sun Lin, who was now stepping forward. Having retrieved the meticulously wrapped micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, ready to present it to the two venerable scientists who had devoted their lives to the advancement of science in the Summer Nation. Nie Changwen was just about to reach a conclusion when unexpectedly, Zhang Wenxin snatched it away. What are you doing, Lao Zhang? I clearly saw it first. What do you mean you saw it first? Whoever gets it first gets to see it. With that, Zhang Wenxin disregarded Chen Gang and Mu Ran, who were still at the door, and swiftly made his way towards the first laboratory alongside Nie Changwen, observing the two men who had become engrossed in their own world. Chen Gang turned to Wang Hong and Guo Mei, exclaiming in bemusement, should we follow them? With their obliviousness, they might just lock us out of the laboratory. Guo Mei nodded in agreement. I know, my father often behaves this way. Let's hurry and catch up. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly all turned to watch the two elderly gentlemen depart. The two men, both in their 70s, let out a gasp of excitement and, as if they had discovered a treasure, began to dash towards the laboratory, seemingly unwilling to waste even a second. Chapter 22. I have a solution for EUV inside the laboratory. The peculiar atmosphere lightened considerably with the return of Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen. Luli, Zhang Wenxin's proud disciple, was about to inquire about the situation when Zhang Wenxin briskly pulled him aside. Without hesitation, Zhang Wenxin approached the testing operation platform, carefully placing the miniature high-pressure tungsten steel projectile onto the strength testing apparatus. The first step was to conduct a materials analysis. Xiaolu, initiate the materials analysis, he instructed. After confirming everything was in order, he handed the operation over to his esteemed doctoral student, Luli. All right, teacher. Luli promptly began monitoring the instruments, his fingers dancing swiftly across the control panel, inputting commands with remarkable speed. Within 5 minutes, all experimental and analytical instructions were entered. Teacher, the analysis has commenced. Results will be available in 10 minutes, he reported. Zhang Wenxin nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian Aimei, who had just returned from the United States, quietly edged closer to the operation platform, her gaze fixed on the thumb-sized tungsten steel projectile, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. Due to the hurried pace of the two older men, Chen Gang, Mu Ran, and others who followed could only observe from a distance, separated by several researchers. However, their inability to comprehend the intricate operations and data rendered their proximity irrelevant. Thus, they stood at the periphery. Yet, Mu Ran was capable of understanding. At this juncture, aside from Sun Lin, Chen Gang and the others had little faith in Mu Ran's ability to conduct research. Although they had been astonished during the meeting at the Ministry of Education, upon reflection, it was clear that it was implausible for a high school student to achieve such feats. After arriving at the Materials Research Institute and interacting with the venerable Zhang Wenxin and Nie Changwen, their skepticism began to wane. Perhaps the materials were indeed genuine, and this young man might possess the formula. However, to assert that he had independently conducted the research was a stretch. They felt it would be more credible to believe Mu Ran claimed to be Qin Shi Huang and sought AV-50. Standing beside Mu Ran, Sun Lin scrutinized him intently. From the outset, she had maintained an open channel of perceptive energy. Ever since being taken aback by Mu Ran in the Ministry of Education's conference room, she had not ceased observing him, keenly sensing his every subtle movement, expression, and even heartbeat. Although this was an exhausting endeavor, yielding no tangible results, Sun Lin experienced a profound sense of elation, akin to possessing the entire world. While the three ministers were oblivious to Mu Ran's additional claims, Sun Lin was acutely aware. Under her persistent urging, Mu Ran had boldly declared that he possessed a mature EUV solution. Despite being a fighter pilot, Sun Lin had a foundational understanding of all equipment that could enhance fighter jet performance, except for overly specific areas like materials science. Upon hearing Mu Ran mention a mature EUV solution, her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. If not for her mindset of treating this young man as an elder brother, she might have been compelled to express her admiration with a bow. My goodness! EUV, doesn't that refer to the latest and most advanced lithography technology from ASM? This young man had stumbled upon something monumental. A domestically produced solution would revolutionize the chip technology in all fighter jets. This represented a complete domestic independence. Currently, only the United States could be considered capable of indirectly producing lithography machines autonomously. All other nations lagged far behind. If this young man was not merely indulging in self-delusion and had genuinely devised this solution, even if it was still in the conceptual phase, it was indeed a significant event. This indicated that Xia country could independently break free from the technological blockade imposed by the United States and the Western Alliance, achieving self-sufficiency in chip production. Thus, Sun Lin clutched Mu Ran tightly, disregarding any semblance of decorum or traditional views on gender propriety. In that moment, this young man, her newly appointed junior, had unwittingly unveiled a tremendous treasure, a colossal boon. If Mu Ran had been a mere elementary school student, Sun Lin would have undoubtedly showered him with affection. Suddenly, Mu Ran shivered slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Sun Lin, sensing no malice from her. He simply felt that this sister of his appeared to harbor some intentions towards him, yet they were benign. Gazing at her delicate features, her large bright eyes, and the anticipation in her gaze, Mu Ran concluded he might be overthinking it, perhaps merely a youthful boy and Appo's reaction to beauty. A fleeting thought of Lu Qingyu crossed his mind. She would soon return as well. With that thought, Mu Ran felt a renewed clarity. No longer entranced by Sun Lin and Appo's allure. Although she remained a striking figure, even in her flight suit, his perspective had sharpened. Observing this change, Sun Lin could not help but exclaim quietly, noting that Mu Ran's gaze upon her had transformed, becoming not only clearer but distinctly more perceptive. Is my charm waning? Or has my complexion suffered? She pondered, pulling out her phone to check her reflection. Meanwhile, Mu Ran sensed an enhancement in his mental acuity and cognitive capacity. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Host and AMP, Appo's brain domain development increased by 0.2 data updated. Startled, Mu Ran quickly accessed his physical status on his smartwatch. Host, Mu Ran patriotic value, 1008 brain domain development, 12. 5 knowledge level, class 0. 78 civilization transcendent technology platform level, 1. 0. Potential for upgrade after usage, warehouse, not activated appendix, system user manual. To his astonishment, the progress of his brain domain development had inexplicably surged. Mu Ran raced to reflect on the experiences that had transpired along this journey, wondering what had led to such an increase of 0.2. Surely, it could not be merely the thought of Lu Qingyu. As he recalled her, a mix of fear and longing washed over him. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by Lu Li's exclamation from the laboratory. Teacher, the data panel on the analysis instrument displayed the following. Chapter 23, Data Fabrication? Correct? Huh. Lu Li, this is rather unamusing. Your parameter settings are merely an attempt to amuse the professor. Tian Aimei, a distinguished researcher from the United States, laughed upon seeing the data displayed on the instrument, mockingly ridiculing Lu Li. Despite addressing him as an Appo's teacher and Appo's, her gaze towards the two elderly gentlemen was devoid of any respect. In the distance, Mu Ran sensed the tension, and his expression turned slightly frosty. Sun Lin, standing beside him, was taken aback as she noticed Mu Ran exhibiting unusual behavior twice since entering the laboratory. Aware of Sun Lin's scrutiny, Mu Ran smiled faintly in her direction. Humph. This lad seems to harbor other secrets. Sun Lin mused, her attention shifting to the experimental platform. Rockwell 99 HRC? How audacious of you, Lu Li, she thought. Everyone is well aware of the technological limitations in our country. Our laboratory has only managed to develop Rockwell 83 HRC, which is not yet ready for mass production. Surely, there must be an error in your data. You must not have anticipated this blunder. Were it not for the invitation from Elder Nye and Elder Zhang, I would never wish to associate with someone of your caliber. Elder Nye, kindly expel Lu Li from our research team. The recent slowdown in our development progress cannot be unrelated to him. I suggest a thorough investigation. Humph. After making her grand statement, Tian Aimei scoffed at Lu Li, her eyes glinting with a sense of superiority. She had long sought to eliminate Lu Li, her greatest rival and an obstacle to her ambitions in the Materials Research Institute. With Zhang Wenxin and Nye Chanwen set to retire soon, the leadership would likely emerge from the likes of Lu Li, Tian Aimei, and a select few others. Yet, The others posed no significant threat to her, as only Lu Li could rival her in research prowess. However, he had remained in the country, missing opportunities abroad to enhance his credentials. Tian Aimei was elated to finally see an opportunity to undermine Lu Li, observing the attitudes of Elder Zhang and Elder Nye. It was evident that the experimental results held paramount importance. Astonishingly, Lu Li had faltered in such a critical matter, regardless of whether he had committed fraud. Fate clearly favored her. This time, Lu Li would surely be ousted. Tian Aimei reveled in her good fortune. Even if the machine were malfunctioning, she could find a way to pin the blame on Lu Li. With the support of the American consulate, she felt invincible. In the face of Tian Aimei and Appo's scorn, Lu Li refrained from lengthy rebuttals. He merely bowed his head towards Zhang Wenqin and Nye Changwen, uttering an apology before diligently inspecting the equipment. Indeed, the data presented by the instrument was utterly outrageous. If the hardness displayed were Rockwell 93 HRC, there might be a semblance of credibility. However, Rockwell 99 HRC represented the uppermost measurable value on the experimental platform. If not due to erroneous measurement methods or incorrect input commands, it could only imply a malfunction of the instrument. Yet, Elder Zhang had just verified everything before allowing him to proceed. Thus, Lu Li could only conclude that the fault lay with him. If he failed to swiftly identify the issue, it would spell disaster. As for the modest metallic ball, the notion that its material hardness exceeded the maximum measurable value of Rockwell 99 HRC was something Lu Li could scarcely believe. He would sooner accept the fantastical notion of being the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang than concede that this metal ball had a hardness surpassing Rockwell 99 HRC. Meanwhile, Xiaoming, a newcomer to the research institute, observed Lu Li's flustered demeanor and recognized that Tian Aimei's derision had thrown him off balance. "Senior, don't be anxious. It's likely just an accidental mistake. Please remain calm. I believe in you," she softly reassured him. Lu Li had always looked after Xiaoming during their school days, and she had witnessed his character firsthand. Therefore, she felt compelled to comfort him. "Ah, I didn't expect you to have an accomplice. Are you both from the same school? Surely your thesis was fabricated as well," Tian Aimei sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. Zhang Wenqin felt her remarks were excessive, considering Xiaoming had been interviewed by Nye Changwen for her position in the institute. He was familiar with his disciple and knew the situation was not as dire as portrayed. Before Zhang Wenqin could respond, Tian Aimei interjected, "Elder Zhang, Elder Nye. I believe the reason for our slowed progress lies significantly with these two. I recommend a rigorous investigation. Elder Zhang, do not be lenient. Some individuals exploit familiarity. Who knows what mischief they may be perpetrating under your disciple's name. Moreover, in foreign lands, no one would indulge such sentiments. I initially returned to my homeland to assist you both out of patriotism, for I truly cherish this land." Her words left Zhang Wenqin speechless. He could no longer interject on Lu Li's behalf. By dawn, rumors regarding Lu Li's experimental failures and data fabrication would undoubtedly circulate throughout the Materials Research Institute. Although aged, Zhang Wenqin was not oblivious to the situation. Tian Aimei was indeed ruthless in her pursuit of advancement. Yet, regardless of whether Lu Li was his disciple or not, he had to resolve the issue swiftly. Should the matter remain unresolved by dinner time, even Zhang Wenqin would be powerless to salvage Lu Li's reputation. Observing the research data intently, Mu Ran maneuvered past Chen Gang and others, reaching the forefront of the operational platform. "The data is accurate," Mu Ran asserted with conviction. "Ha ha, ha ha." Tian Aimei burst into laughter at Mu Ran and Appo's proclamation. "Who is this child? Lu Li, do you lack discipline? This child is evidently your recruit. Young one, do not aid in wrongdoing. Are you aware that data fabrication is a serious offense?" She scoffed, casting a glance at Mu Ran. "Elder Zhang, Elder Nye. Perhaps it would be best for unrelated individuals to step outside. You see, this child cannot possibly be involved in Lu Li's machinations. If you're going to find an actor, at least choose someone more fitting. This little brat hasn't even graduated high school. Has he even heard of Rockwell hardness? He knows nothing and is merely making a ruckus." Tian Aimei failed to notice the three ministers standing at the back, mistakenly believing Mu Ran to be a relative of some researcher in the institute, deceived by Lu Li into playing a role. She assumed this individual was her greatest rival, only to find his methods shockingly juvenile, employing even a high school student. She felt utterly disillusioned. "I have stated, the data is correct," Mu Ran reiterated firmly to Tian Aimei. He then turned to bow slightly to Elder Zhang and Elder Nye, continuing his discourse. Chapter 24, The impossible manufacturing of the summer nation teachers Zhang and Ye. The data is indeed accurate. The hardness of this material exceeds the Rockwell 99 HRC. As Mu Ran's words fell, a derisive laughter erupted from Tian Aimei. Child, if you're going to lie, at least prepare a draft. Do you understand what Rockwell 99 HRC signifies? The hardest publicly available material on Earth is only Rockwell 81 HRC tungsten steel. What has Luli promised you to aid in deceiving your teachers? Though you are young, if you continue down this path, you will surely become a parasite to our nation. I worry for the future of our great homeland with such a mindset at your age. Tian Aimei continued her moralizing, intending to provoke Mu Ran into revealing his dealings with Lu Li or, in a moment of impulsiveness, utter something that could be exploited. To her surprise, Mu Ran remained remarkably composed, not responding but instead closing his eyes. In truth, Mu Ran wished to speak. However, at that moment, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Successful completion of the engagement with the 3 ministers, adding 100 points of patriotic value. Current available patriotic value, 1002111. It turned out that the earlier task of engaging with the 3 ministers had just reached its conclusion. Had the system not alerted him, he might have forgotten about this default mission. If only more tasks of this nature would appear. Yet, since this was the novice mode, it was expected that the initial phase would serve to familiarize him with the system and provide certain benefits. Nevertheless, it was a pleasant surprise. With these 100 points of patriotic value, Mu Ran would not have to worry about his upcoming endeavors. This was akin to quenching a near-dying thirst. Moreover, Mu Ran felt a newfound confidence in his words. After all, with reserves at his disposal, he could forge ahead. 100 points previously only sufficed for the development of micro-high-pressure tungsten steel projectiles. Next, upon returning to Qishan Town, he could invest the projects already underway into the superlative technology platform for further development, potentially augmenting his hidden cards in the foundational projects of Shanhe University. He pondered whether the Gundam he had crafted could be directly integrated. Seeing that Mu Ran, dressed as a student, ignored her and instead sat calmly with his eyes closed. Tian Aimei perceived this as a provocation and an affront to her dignity. Fury welled up within her. Even Lu Li, who brought you here, must submit to my authority. Yet you, this insolent boy, refuse to cooperate. Get out. You are disrupting the progress of the experiment. Where did this spy come from? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of your parents, you impudent brat. Were you not raised properly? With that, she raised her right hand, intending to slap Mu Ran. However, her hand halted mid-air, firmly grasped by a delicate yet unyielding hand. Oh, there's assistance. Where did this girl come from? After sizing up Sun Lin, Tian Aimei swallowed hard, unable to overlook the girl's striking figure, even in her uniform. To her astonishment, such a daughter existed within the research institute. A thought crossed her mind to seek introductions through the consulate of the beautiful nation. Otherwise, her throat tightened at the prospect. Coughing lightly, she attempted to break free from Sun Lin and Appo's grasp, only to find that her efforts were in vain. I was merely trying to scare this child, she stammered. Sun Lin, assessing Tian Aimei and Appo's name tag, scrutinized her closely and abruptly released her grip. It was not out of belief in Tian Aimei and Appo's explanation, but rather Sun Lin clearly sensed that this bespectacled researcher was nothing more than a lecherous, hypocritical individual, hollowed out by his own desires. Though he had taken supplements, the slight swelling of his eye bags and the force she had felt from his hand, combined with her intuitive sense, all confirmed her suspicions. Damn it. How unfortunate to encounter such a person, she silently cursed, wiping her hand on her clothing. If it weren't for the awkwardness of leaving, she would have sought a place to wash her hands immediately. Though Sun Lin had released her, Mu Ran's gaze toward Tian Aimei was icy. A child raised without manners? Mu Ran repeated softly, the words striking a painful chord within him. His relentless efforts thus far stemmed from a desire to find his parents. Yet this woman had the audacity to insinuate that he was uncultured. Mu Ran and Appo's parents were also researchers who had gone missing while conducting scientific investigations. The thought of being disparaged by a colleague incited a fierce anger, and his fists clenched tightly. As a mere high school graduate, he understood the importance of restraint with the 3 ministers present. Continuously guiding his thoughts, he took 3 deep breaths, allowing the coldness in his eyes to subside as he spoke. If you do not believe me, you may conduct the experiment yourself. Why resort to such words? Humph, boy. I see you're obstinate. Is it necessary to conduct the experiment personally? I have no desire to waste time on your trivial games. Tian Aimei retorted dismissively. Regardless, within the borders of the Summer Nation, it is impossible to manufacture such materials. Why not ask your two teachers beside you for their opinion? Even they are merely working with Rockwell 83 HRC materials. Do you truly believe you can claim 99 HRC? You should return from whence you came. If you do not leave, I shall call security and ensure you receive a mark against your name. This is a research unit of ministerial rank. Trespassing will leave a stain on your record. I have the right to enter the laboratory, as I provided the information, Mu Ran replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Yet at that moment, teachers Zhang and Nie remained silent, seemingly watching the unfolding drama with interest. You provided it? Tian Aimei regarded the silent Zhang and Nie, her mind racing. Just moments ago, she recalled this high school student and the girl in a pilot costume entering together. A sense of realization washed over her. If this youth truly had provided the information, then there might indeed be some truth to his claims. However, she still could not fathom that such manufacturing capabilities existed within the Summer Nation. Chapter 25 Youngster, did you pilfer this tungsten steel from the experts of the Berry Nation? Or could it possibly be from the beautiful country? Yet, throughout the process, no one from the beautiful country had ever informed him. If it isn't from the beautiful country, then Tian Aimei truly has a significant opportunity here. This presents yet another chance to demonstrate loyalty and achieve merit. If he secures this, Tian Aimei will undoubtedly receive a substantial reward, along with the favor of beautiful women. The young lady before him would naturally be assisted by the consulate of the Berry Nation. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. It seems he truly must conduct a personal test to ascertain the specific performance. With this in mind, Tian Aimei promptly changed his tone, saying, very well, since you insist. I shall take your word for it. After all, as a researcher of the great Xi'an nation, I possess a degree of magnanimity. He then approached the operating station, feigning about a Zhang Wenqin and Nie Changwen, and continued, teachers, allow me to conduct the experiment this time. However, the parameters must be reset. For if it indeed surpasses the Rockwell 99 HRC, it would be undetectable. The newly arrived machinery in the laboratory is theoretically capable of detecting hardness up to 1.5 times that of Rockwell 99 HRC, meaning unless it exceeds Rockwell 145 HRC, it can be accurately tested. Zhang and Nie exchanged glances with the other researchers, who suddenly appeared enlightened and nodded in agreement. In their view, as long as one is patriotic, a minor flaw in temperament is acceptable. At least in this contest between Tian Aimei and Lu Li, the latter is at a clear disadvantage, although Lu Li is Zhang Wenqin's capable disciple. Becoming a leader in the Materials Research Institute requires more than merely conducting experiments. One must possess intellect, the ability to protect oneself, and the means to confront adversaries. Merely being an experimenter suffices for a researcher. As a leader, one must shoulder responsibilities that researchers do not bear. Leading a group entails not only the capability to conduct experiments and engage in scientific research, but also sufficient self-preservation awareness to preemptively guard against potential dangers, alongside strategies for countering adversaries. From this perspective, while Lu Li's research acumen may be more refined, even occasionally surpassing Tian Aimei, when it comes to interpersonal relations and cunning, Tian Aimei appears better suited for management. Thus, in the eyes of the two elders, today's performance suggests that entrusting the task to Tian Aimei would not be unwise. As Tian Aimei stood at the operating station, his fingers moved with dazzling speed, indeed rivaling Lu Li's prowess. Youngster, I have set everything up. As long as your sample does not exceed Rockwell 150 HRC in hardness, it can be tested. He pressed the red start button, and the pressure test on the micro-tungsten steel projectile commenced once again. 15 minutes later, the testing data illuminated the screen. Rockwell 123 HRC. In the previously bustling Materials Research Institute's Laboratory No. 1, an eerie silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of collective gasps. Breaths quickened, yet no one dared utter a word. Apart from Mu Ran and Sun Lin, even the three ministers, along with Zhang and Nie, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the data before them. The ministers had just learned the hardness from the researchers in the lab, and even they suspected the instruments might be malfunctioning. Even if it could surpass Rockwell 99 HRC, their expectations only extended to slightly over Rockwell 100 HRC, perhaps just touching 100 HRC. Zhang and Nie's breaths grew increasingly rapid, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats. The medical personnel assigned to them were already at the ready with emergency medications. The two titans of materials science understood the significance of this breakthrough. This was tungsten steel that could achieve a hardness of Rockwell 81 HRC, now elevated directly to Rockwell 123 HRC, a staggering enhancement of 50. Suddenly, Zhang lost his breath. His eyes fluttering closed as he fainted. Medical staff rushed forward, administering emergency medication and placing an oxygen mask on him. After a few moments of pressure, Zhang's breathing finally stabilized. "Old Zhang, your health is far too fragile. This has frightened you," Nie Chongwen remarked, his tension easing upon witnessing Zhang regain consciousness. Yet he couldn't resist teasing his long-time experimental partner. Nevertheless, his trembling betrayed his own excitement. The medical staff, observing this, hurriedly placed an oxygen mask on Nie as well. Just moments after he had mocked Zhang and Appo's frailty, it was clear to the two seasoned researchers that this was not merely a laboratory material. Having delved deep into materials research for years, they recognized that this could potentially be mass-produced. If it were to enable an upgrade in domestic military capabilities, it would be unprecedented. Moreover, when the young girl in the pilot's uniform had entrusted the sample to them, she had mentioned its name. This was no longer a simple material. Its stability suggested it was already mature. The most astonished of all was Tian Aimei, who had personally input the testing parameters and pressed the start button. At this moment, his pupils dilated in disbelief, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Tian Aimei's reaction, Sun Lin instinctively took a step back, finding him utterly repulsive. Tian Aimei stared at the testing data in shock. Despite the young man and Appo's earlier claim of Rockwell 99 HRC, Tian Aimei had not truly taken it to heart. Regardless of the data, he had already managed to undermine Luli today and was quite content with his gains. For the chief of the Materials Research Institute, he had taken a significant step forward. In Tian Aimei's mind, there was no way other laboratories in Xi'an Nation could produce materials surpassing the hardness standards of the Materials Research Institute. Achieving parity with the current data from Laboratory No. 1 would be remarkable enough. If something truly exceeded that, it surely could not be mass-produced. Perhaps it was a rare find from Xi'an Nation and Appo's vast resources. Tian Aimei stepped forward, grasping the micro-tungsten steel projectile from the experimental platform. He had considered the possibility that Xi'an Nation might possess materials exceeding Rockwell 83 HRC, but he had never dared to imagine that a material surpassing Rockwell 99 HRC could be tested in a Xia laboratory. He understood the implications clearly. This was a material with a hardness of Rockwell 123 HRC. Even in the Berry Nation, laboratories could only achieve Rockwell 89 HRC, with mass production capped at Rockwell 85 HRC. Youngster, where on earth did you acquire this? It couldn't possibly have been stolen from the experts of the Berry Nation, could it? I heard that their experts were recently visiting and got stuck in the capital due to lost items. Do not engage in such foolish acts. This could spark international disputes. Tian Aimei glared at the young man, who was still in his adolescence, and sternly questioned him. Chapter 26. Tian Aimei was infuriated, questioning what this situation entailed. However, upon reflection, Mu Ran chose silence, instead observing Tian Aimei while fiddling with his wristwatch. With the extraordinary technology system Patriotic Mode embedded within him, Mu Ran suddenly pondered. If it were possible to extract patriotic values from certain individuals, could he also gauge their level of patriotism? Noticing Mu Ran's silence, Tian Aimei, although unable to provoke him into admitting guilt regarding theft, became increasingly convinced that something was amiss with this young man. The origin of the tungsten steel he possessed seemed dubious. Otherwise, he would not have bowed his head in response to her stern reprimand. Such behavior was typically exhibited only by primary school students when they aired an unmistakable sign. Tian Aimei slipped her hand into her pocket, activating the modified phone and Appo's S1 button video call function. At the Embassy of the United States in Xia Country, within the information monitoring room, a voice crackled through the speakers. Sver, how is the intelligence gathering in Xia Country going? Not much progress yet. A series of beeps indicated that Sver had connected with the third special envoy. Hey kid, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best to be honest. This has escalated into an international dispute. The tungsten steel you possess, with a hardness exceeding 99 HRC, reaching 123 HRC, you should confess that you stole it from the experts sent from the United States. Otherwise, it will surely incite a major international incident. Even in the land of freedom and equality, such an act of theft will stir considerable unrest. Having deduced that Mu Ran's possession was indeed of dubious origins, Tian Aimei seized the opportunity to gently coax him into a confession. Meanwhile, Zhang Lao and Ye Lao, witnessing Tian Aimei and Appo's assertions, exchanged worried glances. Xia country was not afraid of formidable adversaries, but if this was the approach being taken, the two elderly gentlemen silently acknowledged that it was indeed a viable option. Though unspoken, they both understood the implications. The high school student might endure some hardship, yet the eventual compensation for Mu Ran would be substantial. You must step forward and take responsibility if you truly did steal it, they interjected, their concern for the nation evident in their words. This admonition served as a form of protection for Mu Ran. Without such a statement, he might face extradition. However, should Mu Ran confess under the guidance of the two elders, they could keep him within the country, ensuring he would not be handed over to foreign authorities. Teachers, please refrain from conversing with him any further. I suspect this boy is indeed problematic. He could be a spy dispatched by another nation or a compromised individual. Tian Aimei urged, having discerned the elder's thoughts. Even if he had not been coerced, his mindset was undoubtedly flawed. At that moment, Tian Aimei was determined to extricate Mu Ran from this predicament, not only to reclaim the tungsten steel with its remarkable hardness, but to take Mu Ran himself. Enough. Comrade Tian Aimei, we understand the situation. Let the security take him away for now, Nielao concluded, gesturing to the guard stationed at the door. This is a laboratory, a place for experimentation, not a venue for disputes. As for the tungsten steel ammunition in your possession, hand it over to us. We have means to resolve this. If it truly belongs to the Americans, we will return it, as there is no need for unnecessary confrontation over something that may yield unfavorable outcomes. While this is an international matter, we have better strategies to navigate it. Upon hearing the elders demand the tungsten steel, Tian Aimei became alarmed. Did they truly intend to claim it for themselves? In the gaze of others, she had no justification for retaining the tungsten steel that had achieved a hardness of 123 HRC. Anxiety gripped her heart as she awaited a call from the American consulate. Time was of the essence. If the call did not come soon, she would have no choice but to relinquish the item to the two elder gentlemen. Handing over the tungsten steel to them would also mean sacrificing her potential rewards and the prospect of an alluring future. However, as long as she retained possession, her fortunes could drastically shift. Even if she were to depart Xia country, as a researcher, her constraints would be minimal. Suddenly, just as Tian Aimei prepared to hand over the tungsten steel, an urgent ringing pierced the air, the bright red phone in the office. A direct line indicative of significant matters at hand began to ring. This was no ordinary call. It suggested that a high-ranking official was involved. Before the guard could approach, he was intercepted by 3 ministers who had accompanied Mu Ran and Sun Lin. These ministers had been observing the scenario unfold and recognized that this senior researcher, Tian Aimei, appeared to be somewhat suspicious. However, they were fully aware of Mu Ran and Appos' arrival in the capital. The miniature tungsten steel high-pressure ammunition had been extracted from Mu Ran himself. It was not stolen. Yet, if the visiting American scholars had indeed lost something, could it be that Mu Ran had unwittingly come into possession of it? However, that scenario was implausible, given that Mu Ran had traveled here via military transport arranged by Minister Chen Gang of the Education Department, piloted by Sun Lin, directly from Qingping Mountain. They had even engaged in a skirmish with the American F-22 fighter jets en route to the capital. Had Mu Ran arrived differently, the ministers would have harbored doubts. Thus, knowing the full context of Mu Ran's situation, their suspicions fell not on him, but rather on the researcher who was persistently stirring conflict and undermining him. Having listened to the previous statements, the ministers began to form a clearer picture of Tian Aimei. His past achievements and contributions to materials research were commendable, positioning him as a front-runner among competitors. Yet, what was his true intention in unjustly accusing a high school student? Chapter 27, Patriotism Assessment. Hello, this is the Materials Research Institute of Xiaguo Academy. Elder Zhang pressed the speakerphone button directly. Good day, Elder Zhang. This is the Foreign Affairs Center. The embassy from the United States has reported that their scholars have lost a significant new type of material. It is the most advanced tungsten steel, which was misplaced outside the Materials Research Institute. We kindly ask for your cooperation in searching within the institute. Elder Zhang, upon hearing the call disconnect, felt somewhat speechless. He turned his gaze back to Elder Nia, who nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Mu Ran finally lifted his head. This had cost him a full 50 points of patriotism value, activating the perception plugin of the patriotism mode, allowing him to sense the patriotism level of individuals within a 10-meter radius. However, if the mental strength or knowledge level of the individual exceeded his own, he would not be able to gauge their patriotism, even if they were in close proximity. Would you like to assess the patriotism score of the individual? Yes, assessing. Assessment successful, -5, patriotism, standard reference value. 60. Mu Ran was taken aback upon seeing the score. Could this be an error? How could it possibly be negative? Would you like to assess the patriotism value of the individual? This time, Mu Ran chose the person behind him, Sun Lin. Assessing. Assessment successful, 120, patriotism standard reference value. 60, goodness. One is -5, and the other is 120. However, this should not be incorrect. With the power of the 18D combat aircraft and the formidable F-22 from the United States, I wonder if this 120 is indeed too low. Mu Ran looked oddly at the researcher with gold-rimmed glasses, who was still speaking incessantly. Young man, did you hear that? It would be best if you were honest about where you found this. If you do, I could use my connections to speak on your behalf and help you avoid imprisonment. What do you think? Otherwise, if you fabricate a story, you won and Oppos, T have another chance. Be clear about where you found it. In the restroom, Mu Ran replied with a peculiar smile. Which restroom? Tian Aimei asked, somewhat impatiently. It was when I was using the restroom at the West Railway Station in the imperial capital, Mu Ran answered. At this moment, Tian Aimei and Amp, Oppos, S phone continued to collect sounds from the outside world. Embassy of the United States, Information Center. Dear Sweer, you have indeed accomplished a great feat. The White Palace has responded, instructing us to acquire this new type of material at all costs. This directive comes directly from the Supreme Leader. Really? Sweer was overjoyed upon hearing this response. After assigning the task, he retrieved a bottle of long-preserved champagne in the first laboratory of the Materials Research Institute. Tian Aimei observed the high school student, Mu Ran, whose gaze was peculiar, indicating that something was amiss. However, she paid it no mind. Such high school students were everywhere, and she would not be intimidated by his expression. For Tian Aimei, this high school student was merely a sword in her hand to deal with her obstacles, akin to Du Fu's blade. At this moment, Mu Ran was also extremely shocked. How could this individual have a negative score? Initially, he suspected his system was malfunctioning. But with Sun Lin's score of 120, it indicated that the system was functioning correctly. The only explanation for this discrepancy lay with the individual who had been detected as having a negative patriotism score. Without a doubt, the standard reference value for patriotism was 60, and this individual not only fell below that but was indeed negative. However, Mu Ran decided not to test others further, as each assessment consumed a point of patriotism value. He had already expended 50 points. And with the additional 2 points, one for Sun Lin and one for the researcher, he had consumed a total of 52 points. Consequently, Mu Ran and Oppos' patriotism value had dwindled to 48. With 48 points remaining, he would need to enhance his mental energy to unlock certain items available for purchase, all of which required patriotism value. What could he acquire with just 48 points? Mu Ran was uncertain, yet he understood that the greatest challenge lay ahead. He wished for the University of Shanhe to finalize matters swiftly. However, were these individuals not merely complicating matters for him? If he were truly detained, every passing moment would be a burden on the time of his entire nation. Thus, Mu Ran would not allow events to unfold unchecked. Nor would he let the opinions of the two esteemed scientists dictate his fate. Elder Zhang and Elder Nie were undoubtedly aiming to protect him. Should he be imprisoned by his own country, a punishment would ensue, and other nations could not intercede on any grounds, thus safeguarding him. Even if they were absorbed in their research, Mu Ran could still grasp this logic. At least he could now. After all, Mu Ran had yet to present a tangible product that could convince others, and he carried no halo of prestige. Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to Tian Aimei, who could assert whatever she pleased. Yet, Mu Ran was unable to explain the origins of the material. Claiming it as his own invention would be problematic, especially if something else were revealed in the laboratory. Until he returned to the small courtyard in Qingping Mountain and made the necessary preparations, he was unwilling to assert that this was his creation. There were too many aspects he could not explain. Should Elder Zhang and Elder Nie pose inquiries regarding the materials used in the experiment, he would find himself in a precarious position. The micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile had undergone processing and upgrading via the Transcendent Technology platform. Upon receiving it, Mu Ran recognized that it closely resembled his original design, yet it had been modified during the upgrading process. Had it not been for Mu Ran's knowledge of 1.0 civilization technology, he might not have discerned the alterations. Now that he could see the differences, he refrained from claiming it as his own invention. If he did, others would surely uncover inconsistencies during their assessments. If questioned, he would be ensnared in a dilemma. Thus, he could not remain in the laboratory. As for the researcher named Tian Aimei, Mu Ran wished for him to leave the Materials Research Institute. This individual harbored ulterior motives. Should Mu Ran expose him, he might be bitten back. He would not fall for his deceit. Initially, he had his suspicions. But when the individual approached him claiming to have his best interests at heart, Mu Ran would have been misled had he not known about the negative patriotism score. Chapter 28. Is Mu Ran a thief of Mei country's experts? Just as Mu Ran was contemplating how to speak, a group of individuals entered the Materials Research Institute, heading directly to the door of Laboratory Number 1 and knocking. An assistant from the lab rushed to open the door. To his surprise, he found a gathering of foreigners. Instantly recognizing them as the individuals mentioned by Elder Zhang during his recent phone call. Naturally, the lab assistant harbored doubts about whether these individuals could have produced such materials. After all, the hardness of this substance reached an astonishing 123 HRC on the Rockwell scale. However, if it weren't developed by them, how could they prove it was their own creation? They, too, were incapable of fabricating a material with such hardness, especially given that the tungsten steel had already achieved the current limits of testable hardness, a feat that had never even been imagined before, hardness surpassing 100 HRC. The researchers in the lab might have contemplated it, but in reality, they would never have expected to witness such a scene unfold before them. Yet today, this extraordinary spectacle materialized right in front of all the researchers in Laboratory Number 1, with the hardness exceeding their wildest expectations. Hello. Did you happen to find our latest tungsten steel material? If so, please return it to us as soon as possible, declared the foreigners, rudely shoving aside Shaoli, Elder Zhang's assistant, who stood at the lab's entrance. They forcefully approached the operational platform in the lab. Upon seeing the hardness values displayed on the screen, even with some prior mental preparation and having heard descriptions from the information center, the Mei country experts were utterly astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. While their actions were somewhat exaggerated, they were nonetheless prepared for this moment. This is our developed material. By what right do you conduct tests on it? Are you unaware that only we in Mei country possess the capability to develop such materials? Why didn't you submit it to us beforehand? I will file a complaint to the Grand Alliance. Your actions constitute illegal research on our technological achievements. Please return this material to us immediately, or you will face legal consequences. The Mei country experts exchanged glances with Tian Aimei, who promptly handed over the miniature tungsten steel high-pressure bullet to them. The initial favor Zhang and Lai felt towards Tian Aimei evaporated instantly. They had thought of her as a savvy individual capable of handling delicate situations. But now they found themselves in stark disagreement with her actions. No matter how clever or diplomatic a person might be, could she really not grasp that this item should not be handed over? At this moment, the material had merely undergone a basic test in Laboratory Number 1. They had not yet analyzed any useful data from it. Yet, it was carelessly surrendered to the Mei country experts by Tian Aimei. Even a novice researcher would not behave in such a manner. It was as if a duck ready for the feast had inexplicably flown away. Furthermore, these Mei country experts were merely asserting their claims verbally. They lacked any evidence to substantiate that it was genuinely their creation, unless they provided the parameters of development. Without those, the tungsten steel should have remained in their possession until they could furnish the necessary data. Now that the material was in their hands, the situation had worsened for the Xiaguo country side, as they had relinquished control over it. The Mei country could easily accuse them of theft, claiming that the material had been illicitly acquired, since it was now in their possession. Elder Zhang and Elder Lai, being researchers, naturally preferred to resolve matters through normal channels. Yet those avenues had been completely blocked, leaving them feeling exceedingly passive. Their only recourse was to protect the high school student who had provided the tungsten steel. Since the material had already been returned, they could not allow the Mei country to target their promising student any further. As the two elders pondered how to defuse the situation, Tian Aimei interjected, "Esteemed experts, you should truly be grateful to this high school student from our nation. He discovered your lost tungsten steel material." As she spoke, she winked at the Mei country experts. The Mei country experts suddenly grasped the implication. Do you expect us to believe that? Do you know how tightly we guard this material? Had it not been for our urgency that day, we would never have allowed only 2 individuals to carry such groundbreaking research achievements. Yet, we did not anticipate that a high school student from Xiaguo country could be so audacious as to steal our latest material. We are genuinely concerned about the education in your country. Such young individuals beginning their forays into thievery is alarming. At that moment, Mu Ran observed the researcher named Tian Aimei performing before him. He felt assured that he would not face any repercussions today. After all, 3 ministers were present. and he had never before visited the imperial capital. How could he possibly steal new materials from the Mei country experts? Moreover, the innovative material was indeed his creation. How could it be associated with these American experts? Their audacity was astounding. Mu Ran had witnessed their astonished expressions upon seeing the parameters of the new material, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. He had not anticipated that they would interpret such expressions as outrage over material theft. The occurrence of this situation was utterly unfathomable. He also believed that they could not possibly detain him, especially since Sun Bin was the granddaughter of a military district magnate. He had informed Sun Ning that he only possessed tungsten steel and had other research endeavors, which were of greater interest to Sun Lin than the tungsten steel itself. If the claims were true, they would undoubtedly be reported to the higher-ups in the Southwest Military District. Mu Ran was indeed curious to see how furious the military leaders would be if he were taken away by these individuals. Chapter 29. The 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine proposal. Upon encountering the three self-proclaimed experts from the United States, Sun Lin merely observed silently from the sidelines. With 3 ministers present, there was no need for her to intervene, and as a mere pilot, her involvement would be of little consequence. The 3 American experts were quite aggressive, showing no regard for the esteemed Zhang and Ye. Sun Lin quietly stepped aside and relayed the details of the EUV lithography machine discussed by Mu Ran to her grandfather. Sun Dakong. In the office of the Southwest Military Region, Sun Dakong perused the message sent by his granddaughter, Sun Lin, and was momentarily taken aback. Could this be a fabrication? Yet, he had just confirmed that the opposing side could manufacture tungsten steel with a hardness rating of 123, and verification was currently underway at the Research Institute. As he contemplated whether his granddaughter had been deceived, his phone buzzed with an image sent by Sun Lin. The photo depicted the first laboratory of the Materials Research Institute at Xiaguo Academy, showcasing the recently tested hardness of the tungsten steel. Upon seeing the image, Sun Dakong felt a rush of adrenaline course through him, his heart racing. Could it truly be real? Was the hardness genuinely rated at 123? This was not mere exaggeration. This young man indeed created it, or at the very least, he represented it. Regardless of the young man's role, Sun Dakong resolved that he must be brought under his control. The Southwest Military Region was preparing for a red-blue confrontation, and although his forces might not match the formidable strength of the Northeast Military Region, they were known as the steel soul of the land. He could not afford to lose face. If the tungsten steel could be swiftly manufactured into armor for tanks, armored vehicles, and other highly mobile equipment, it would significantly enhance the comprehensive strength of Sun Dakong's military region. He had been preparing for this red-blue confrontation against the Northeast Military Region for a full 2 years. With only 2 months remaining until the confrontation commenced, this event was not merely for internal assessment, it was also a message to the United States, Japan, and other nations. Thus, the more intense the engagement, the better. However, if the armor could provide adequate protection, the likelihood of casualties would be greatly reduced. Ding dong. Sun Dakong received a video from his granddaughter, Sun Ling. What the hell? He exclaimed in frustration, watching the video halfway through. The 3 individuals claiming to be American experts incited his wrath. How dare they assert that the tungsten steel was their invention, or that it was carelessly lost by them, or even that it was stolen by the young man in the video. Throughout the entire process, the young man named Mu Ran was seen holding a document in hand. Sun Dakong immediately commanded his aide, Xiaoli, fetch me the profiles of these 3 experts. They dare to bully me, thinking they can escape unscathed. After issuing that order, Sun Dakong's gaze turned icy as he added, and get the details of the researcher who handed over the tungsten steel to those American experts. Yes, sir. Xiaoli responded with a salute before hastily exiting the office. In the capital, at Xiaguo Academy's first laboratory of the Materials Research Institute, the 3 foreign experts declared, "You people from Xia country are truly despicable and shameless. You should be aware of how much we have invested in this research and the resources expended to develop it. To claim that such a young boy could accomplish this is utterly disgraceful. We demand that the boy be taken with us. Do not attempt to obstruct us. We will seek arbitration and appeal to the International Court." Observing the unwavering stance of the foreign experts, Tian Aimei realized that her assessment was indeed correct. Even if she were to step down as the chief scientist of the Materials Research Institute, it would still be worthwhile. If she could depart, a tide of wealth, fame, and status would surely follow. Meanwhile, Mu Ran, standing nearby, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he held a piece of heart-shaped tungsten steel in his hand. Having expended 10 points of patriotic value on the super technology platform to produce a piece with a hardness rating of 149 HRC. In the face of such adversity, Mu Ran felt it necessary to completely win over Sun Lin. Doing so would establish a connection with the military region, and he was confident that the Southwest military region would stand by him. Currently, Mu Ran's patriotic value had dwindled to just 30 points. Having recently used 10 points to upgrade his watch, the modified watch now allowed for direct brain-machine interaction, not through implanted chips, but via a subtle electric current that communicated with his brainwaves, enabling him to comprehend and manipulate the data panel intuitively. With the watch on, he could operate its functions mentally without needing to look at it. However, the allure of using patriotic value was becoming addictive. Mu Ran realized that his attempts to conserve points for future use were futile. If he continued down this path, he risked delaying the progress of establishing Shanhe University. Should he be taken away or encounter unforeseen circumstances, the prospect of founding the university would become increasingly distant, jeopardizing his ambition of becoming its president. With 30 points of patriotic value remaining, Mu Ran resolved to use another 10 points to pursue research on the EUV lithography machine proposal. This proposal was not limited to a single 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine but encompassed a series of interconnected plans. After utilizing 10 points, he now possessed 4 sets of technological proposals, 2 of which were for the EUV lithography machine, while the other 2 were for the SXV lithography machine. Having spent 30 points of patriotic value, Mu Ran was left with only 20 points. Nevertheless, he had acquired 3 valuable items: 1 piece of tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC, his upgraded watch capable of brain-machine interaction, and 4 solutions for the EUV lithography machine. Without hesitation, he transmitted the 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine proposal to Sun Lin. Chapter 30. The fury of Mu Ran. After passing the information to Sun Lin, Mu Ran did not engage in extensive communication with Sun Ling. Instead, he timidly addressed the 3 experts from Meghua, saying, "I truly wonder if discussing this can lead to a peaceful resolution. Is it possible that I want to be punished?" The 3 Meghua experts, along with Tian Ai Mei standing nearby, were immediately puzzled. Could it be that this young man possesses something of significance? Tian Ai Mei, who had a deeper understanding of Chinese culture, exchanged a knowing glance with the 3 experts who had entered the number 1 laboratory. The 3 Meghua experts quickly grasped the implication. Good student. Acknowledging one and oppose, as mistakes can lead to improvement. If you have any items that we have lost, revealing them will prompt us to adopt a more magnanimous approach. However, you must accompany us. It is merely a matter of returning for documentation and investigation. There are no other issues, and afterwards, you may return home. The 3 Meghua experts conversed with Mu Ran in turn. At that moment, Sun Lin's eyes nearly bulged in shock. Her previously fair complexion, tinged with a hint of crimson, now appeared flushed with excitement, and her breathing became heavy and rapid. Yet, no one noticed Sun Lin, as all attention was focused on the interaction between the 3 Meghua experts and Mu Ran. Sun Lin was engrossed in a message on her phone that had been forcefully sent via Bluetooth. The notification popped up on her screen, declaring, "Solution for the 1-nanometer lithography machine. Sender, Mu Ran." Upon reading the title, Sun Lin opened the document and discovered it to be an extensive PDF, approximately 700 pages long. Although she lacked the expertise to develop chips, this did not hinder her from perusing the material, as she had some familiarity with the relevant fields. If this document were fabricated, she could discern its authenticity or recognize it as mere deception. As she rapidly flipped through the pages, her heart raced with astonishment and fervor, nearly leaping from her chest. Stealing a glance at Mu Ran, who was still absorbing the lecture from the 3 Meghua experts, she pondered. Is this guy genuinely naive or merely pretending? Does he think he is about to be captured, thus sending me this solution for the nanolithography machine? However, considering his youth, it was understandable. He was merely a high school student from a simple family, likely unaccustomed to such predicaments. This was no longer a matter for a small household or a teenager to manage. Other relevant authorities would soon intervene. As Sun Lin observed the 3 Meghua experts continuing their lecture, she felt an icy resolve growing within her. Tian Ai Mei seemed to be courting disaster with her persistent glare. After composing a piece of text, Sun Lin opted to send the lithography machine solution from Mu Ran, along with a message of her own, to Sun Durun. She then stepped aside, intrigued to see how the Meghua experts would navigate this situation on foreign soil. She had her suspicions about the researcher, sensing something amiss. Yet, she understood that mere suspicion required solid evidence, making it imprudent for her to intervene directly, lest she alert them prematurely. As the Meghua experts continued their lengthy dialogue, Mu Ran remained reticent, still absorbing their admonitions. Tian Aime grew increasingly anxious, realizing that some points were lost on the Megwood experts. However, from Mu Ran's demeanor, she sensed he still possessed crucial information. If he refused to disclose it now, retrieving it after being taken would prove exceedingly challenging. Now it was imperative to compel this Navi high school student to surrender whatever he had in his possession. Only by securing all the evidence could they bring these materials back to Megwa. Observing Mu Ran's hesitant demeanor, Tian Aime stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Listen, young man. If you possess anything, you should disclose it. What you have is rightfully that of the Megwood experts. If you continue to conceal or mislead us, we may have to escalate this to an international tribunal, and the consequences could follow you everywhere. What will become of your future career? What of your life? Do you still hope to travel abroad? Tian Aime sensed the tremor in Mu Ran's shoulder, realizing her words had made an impact. Indeed, Mu Ran shuddered, but it was not due to her threats of an international tribunal. Rather, it stemmed from a profound anger. He had just spent 3 points of his patriotic value to assess the 3 Megwood experts before him. The results of his assessment revealed startling information, currently assessing foreigners. Patriotic values categorized as follows. Expert A. Megwa patriotic value 85, Xiaguo patriotic value -15. Expert B. Megwa patriotic value 89, Xiaguo patriotic value -17. Expert C. Megwa patriotic value 95, Xiaguo patriotic value -25. Upon receiving these results, Mu Ran's pupils dilated with fury. This was the Xia Academy, the pinnacle of research in Xiaguo, a coveted institution for all researchers. Yet here, within the hallowed halls of the top research facility, stood a traitorous researcher, masquerading as a dedicated scholar. It appeared that this individual was gaining the upper hand in a power struggle, seemingly aiming for the position of chief scientist at the Materials Research Institute. Should this individual ascend to that esteemed role, the extent of their authority would be monumental. Most of the institute's data, barring the most confidential records, would be accessible. The implications were dire. If this individual succeeded in becoming the chief scientist, the field of materials research in Xiaguo would suffer immensely. The thought sent a chill down Mu Ran's spine, igniting a torrent of anger within him. Unbeknownst to Tian Aime, she misinterpreted his reaction as that of a frightened high school student. Chapter 31. The experts from Berry Country begin to feel uneasy. The very thought that such individuals could infiltrate the Shack Institute was utterly terrifying. Mu Ran was seething with anger. However, he understood that discerning a person and Oppo's loyalty was not merely a matter of instinct. It required tangible evidence. Observing Tian Aime closely, Mu Ran decided to play along. Yes, Teacher Tian, I have one more. Could you take a look and see if this is something that the Berry Country expert dropped? With that, Mu Ran produced a piece of tungsten steel, boasting a hardness of 149 HRC on the Rockwell scale. Tian Aime wasted no time. This was her opportunity to shine and showcase her capabilities. Her phone, tucked away in her pocket, was still transmitting everything happening here in real time to the embassy of Berry Country in the capital. The more Tian Aime accomplished, the greater the rewards Berry Country would bestow upon her. You're quite perceptive. I'll make sure to speak highly of you to the experts from Berry Country, she said, her gaze fixed on Mu Ran as she scrutinized his micro-expressions, perhaps searching for any sign that he possessed more. Yet, Tian Aime suspected that Mu Ran had exhausted his supply of tungsten steel. Still, she hoped he might produce something else. She wondered where he had unearthed such treasures, effortlessly acquiring 2 pieces. As a materials science expert, Tian Aime felt a pang of underestimation. Should she conduct a test? If the results were inferior to the previous one, she could claim that Mu Ran had hidden the original piece and take him away. If superior, it would bring her further accolades, and the rewards from Berry Country would surely not be negligible. Although Mu Ran wished to enhance his contributions further, he recognized the value of his patriotic points was dwindling. At this moment, he had only 20 points left, and wasting them on this scoundrel, this traitor, seemed unwise. He then produced a simple outline from his pocket. However, this time, the outline concerning the production solution for a 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine did not cost him any patriotic points. Perhaps it was too simple, merely an outline. Under Tian Aime's intense gaze, Mu Ran's eyes darted around nervously as he trembled and retrieved a small stack of folded manuscript paper. Yet again, Tian Aime repeated her earlier action, snatching the manuscript from Mu Ran and Oppo's hands. Simultaneously, Sun Lin, feeling exasperated, received a new Bluetooth transmission. Yes, it was yet another forced transfer from Mu Ran. 1 nanometer EUV lithography machine production solution, Part 1. Transmitter, Mu Ran. Just as she was about to rush to Mu Ran's side to reclaim the manuscript from Tian Aimei, Sun Lin hesitated, her curiosity piqued. If it weren't for her vague understanding of Mu Ran's intentions at that moment, she would have dragged him away. Even though Sun Lin had entered the realm of mastery, she found it difficult to control her heartbeat. Had she not been in Laboratory 1? She would have likely demonstrated to the 3 ministers and 2 national heroes what it meant to be a fierce little sorceress. As the speed of Mu Ran's transmitted document regarding the 0.1 nanometer EUV lithography machine increased, so did the frantic beating of Sun Lin's heart. Taking a deep breath, she finally confirmed it. This audacious boy was not just bold, he was a genius. Were it not for her own exceptional combat prowess and the fact that he was somewhat handsome, she would have believed she might have fallen for him. After reviewing the 0.1 nanometer EUV lithography machine solution, Part 1, Sun Lin quickly summarized the current situation and sent it along with the document to her grandfather, Sun Dako. At the same time, she initiated a video call, stuffing her phone into her jacket pocket with the camera peeking through a buttonhole. At that moment, Tian Aimei unfolded the small stack of manuscript paper Mu Ran had presented. She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was the solution for the domestication of the 1 nanometer EUV lithography machine. Although her expertise lay primarily in materials science as a researcher, she was acutely aware of the potential advancements this could bring to the field of chip research. Flipping through the pages, she was astonished. This seemed genuinely authentic, not fabricated or a mere jest. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Behind Mu Ran, Zhang Lao and Nie Lao also caught sight of the title on the stack of papers, Solution for the 1 nanometer EUV domestic lithography machine. The 2 elderly gentlemen were equally stunned. Observing Tian Aimei and Amp, Oppo's rapidly flipping pages, they found it increasingly hard to believe. What was this high school student truly capable of? Suddenly, they recalled that when the 3 ministers arrived, they had expected to meet the researcher responsible for developing a new type of tungsten steel with a hardness exceeding 100 HRC. Yet, upon arrival, they were greeted only by the 3 ministers, a female pilot in a combat suit, and a mere high school student. A high school student? The 2 exchanged incredulous glances. Throughout the entire encounter, the ministers, including the pilot, had never mentioned any information about this high school student. They had simply imagined him, failing to pay attention to his every action. Was he truly just a high school student? The current scene made it clear that it was no longer appropriate to inquire about the student's background with the ministers. Zhang Lao and Nie Lao were overwhelmed with astonishment, their hands trembling. If their suspicions were correct, it was beyond imagination. They were so close to a genuine prodigy, not just a genius, but a true great talent. Would their actions today be remembered with resentment? They glanced at the 3 ministers, hoping they might intervene. However, upon seeing the ministers' expressions, they were even more astonished and perplexed. The ministers' reactions were far more exaggerated than theirs. As if they had turned to stone, their jaws dropping in shock. Their minds buzzed with disbelief. No amount of self-justification could alleviate the powerlessness they felt in this moment. Once could be seen as mere coincidence, but repeated occurrences suggested otherwise. Previously, regarding the micro-tungsten steel high-pressure projectile, even Chen Gang, who would not question its authenticity, had expressed doubts about its origins. After all, as a former theater commander, Mu Shuilong frequently mentioned it before assuming the role of education minister. Thus, Chen Gang had ample grounds to believe Mu Ran was merely embellishing his achievements. However, now, the 3 ministers were no fools. The look in Tian Aimei's eyes as she examined the manuscript spoke volumes. At this moment, the 3 ministers, particularly Guimei from the petrochemical sector, were utterly astounded. The events that transpired in the Education Ministry's first conference room were still fresh in their minds, where Mu Ran had audaciously proclaimed his ambition to become the president of Shanhe University, or at the very least, its honorary president. The trio had unequivocally rejected Mu Ran, citing his lack of qualifications. Guimei, in particular, held Mu Ran in disdain, convinced that had it not been for his donation of 6 billion to establish Shanhe University, he would never have had the audacity to even associate himself with her. Despite their initial refusal, Mu Ran had managed to catch them off guard. Had it not been for Sun Lin and Amp, Oppo's timely intervention, their tentative rejection might have escalated into a firm denial. Guimei and Amp, Oppo's breathing grew increasingly rapid. This young man, considering his earlier declarations about wanting to lead Shanhe University, it was evident that he possessed genuine talent. He had the potential to elevate the university and Oppo's research capabilities. He indeed held the means to enhance both Shanhe University's credentials and his own stature. A sharp sound suddenly pierced through the collective breaths and heartbeats of those present, echoing throughout the first laboratory of the Materials Research Institute. A resounding slap, just as everyone was still reeling from the shock. Tian Aimei had delivered a forceful blow to Mu Ran's face. In truth, Mu Ran could have evaded it. Yet he did not even attempt to dodge as he observed Tian Aimei's raised arm. Tian Aimei had merely intended to intimidate this fortunate high school student, hoping to elicit something of value from him. She had mistakenly treated Mu Ran as if he were a character from a cartoon. Unknowingly, she had unleashed her hand upon him with considerable force. However, after all, he was merely a high school student. What significance did it hold? Tian Aimei was currently one of the most sought-after researchers at the Xia Science Academy's Materials Research Institute, and by the end of the evening, she would be recognized as the sole leading figure. She had made significant contributions to alleviating the tensions between Mei country and Xia country, effectively rescuing a high school student with a penchant for mischief from the clutches of Mei country's experts and their pressures. This high school student, this mere child, ought to express gratitude for her intervention. As Mu Ran stood there, bewildered and incredulous, staring at Tian Aimei, she felt a sense of pride welling up within her. This was akin to selling someone out, and yet having them thank you for it. It was immensely gratifying. What are you staring at, kid? Hurry up and admit your mistake. That slap was a rescue. With a single slap, she shattered the sturdy icewood coffee table in front of Shaoli. In the office of the general at the Southwest Military District Headquarters, Sun Dakong was fuming as he watched the live footage on his phone. What on earth? He exclaimed, surveying the stack of documents regarding the 3 foreign experts, including Tian Aimei, who had struck Mu Ran. How did the Security Bureau approve their entry? This is outrageous. Didn't you just say you were their superior? Shaoli timidly interjected. Shut it. You should forget that. Don't you dare remember it. Sun Dakong retorted, his fury unabated. These 3 experts have nothing to do with the materials. When did laundry detergent researchers become materials experts? At this moment, Mu Ran raised his head, appearing somewhat timid, as if on the verge of tears. However, he discreetly glanced towards Sun Lin's direction. His brain's development had reached 12.5. And although he could not yet perceive those around him with the finesse of Sun Lin, he was acutely aware of the urgency and anger emanating from her, intermingled with a hint of concern. A mischievous little devil stirred within him, causing the corners of his mouth to curl slightly. He would remember this slap. He would not let it slide so easily. Don't embarrass us, Xia country. Is there anything else you haven't revealed? Hand it over, and I might negotiate for leniency on your behalf. Tian Aimei proclaimed with a facade of righteousness, as if she were advocating for the future of Xia country's youth. Really nothing left? Mu Ran stammered. Nothing at all. Tian Aimei's demeanor shifted as she discreetly scanned Mu Ran's empty pockets, realizing he had left her astonished with his previous revelations. He must have become addicted to the thrill of surprising her. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She could not let him slip away so easily. With an intense gaze, Tian Aimei fixed her eyes on Mu Ran. You nearly deceived me, young man, she asserted, turning to the 3 foreign experts. I hope you won't mind. This boy lacks proper upbringing. He has completely altered your photolithography machine proposal, even changing the names. He may not comprehend how absurd it is to refer to it as entirely domestically produced. As she spoke, she handed over the document detailing the 1 nanometer EUV photolithography machine's domestic solution to the 3 experts. Although they could not decipher Chinese, the most loyal among them, with a loyalty rating of 95, opened it and was taken aback. The document was bilingual, and they quickly grasped its content. Consequently, the trio, who had been feigning interest, were now left aghast, their jaws agape like fish gasping for air, unable to close their mouths. Given that this child had altered their report, it seemed pertinent to evaluate the tungsten steel-like material he would present next to ascertain whether it was indeed theirs, without soliciting the opinions of any laboratory personnel. Tian Aimei placed the tungsten steel, recently produced by Mu Ran with a patriotic value of 10 points, exhibiting a hardness of 149 HRC, onto the experimental platform. She pressed the red button, commencing the test. 15 minutes later, a collective gasp filled the laboratory. Everyone stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Then came a cataclysmic shattering sound. The material reduced to mere debris. The display read a glaring 149 HRC. The 3 foreign experts, upon seeing this figure, instantly sensed calamity. It was already shameless enough to claim 123 HRC as their invention. This 149 HRC seemed capable of effortlessly withstanding a nuclear explosion. No nation would casually share such high-strength material with another unless their judgment was severely impaired. Chapter 32. I understand several experts from the United States felt that enough was enough this time. The tungsten steel, with a hardness of 149 HRC, could not be rushed. They could find a way to obtain it later. One cannot expect to achieve great success all at once. The three American experts looked at Tian Aimei with expressions filled with rejection and pleading, hoping that he would refrain from further actions. At this moment, Tian Aimei, seeing the tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC, was somewhat dazed, completely astonished. This was a result of his own testing. The instrument had been calibrated by him personally, so there was no possibility of error. Tian Aimei had this confidence, especially since he had just successfully tested the previous tungsten steel to a hardness of 123 HRC, which had been declared the latest research by the American experts. If he was not mistaken, it meant that the tungsten steel placed on the testing platform now had a hardness of 149 HRC. This was simply extraordinary. This was not the solution derived from the recently acquired 1-nanometer EUV lithography machine, a subject beyond his comprehension. This was Tian Aimei's domain. He understood all too well what achieving a hardness of 149 HRC in tungsten steel signified. It could withstand even a nuclear explosion. Bringing this back to the American benefactors would yield unimaginable rewards. At this moment, Tian Aimei did not consider the grave consequences that might ensue. In his mind, the might of the United States was boundless. What could possibly be beyond the capabilities of the American authorities? Thus, he never contemplated the possibility of failing to contain the situation. Tian Aimei sensed the eager gazes of the three American experts fixed upon him. He responded with a knowing look, signaling them to remain calm. He would find a way to retrieve this. However, the three experts, feeling slightly reassured, could never have imagined the true implications concealed beneath Tian Aimei's knowing gaze. Had they known of his intentions, they might have fled in panic. Yet, the method of retrieval posed a challenge for Tian Aimei. Naturally, he could still attribute all advancements to the American experts. But having just declared 123 HRC as the latest achievement, how could he now present this tungsten steel to the American experts? Observing Tian Aimei deep in thought, the three American experts began to trust him somewhat. While he had previously shown a lackadaisical approach to his work, he now appeared to be reliable. The display showed 149 HRC, prominently featured on the large screen. Everyone in the laboratory was struggling to breathe, unable to fathom that this was indeed reality. A collective gasp filled the room, but the recent revelation of the tungsten steel reaching 123 HRC had somewhat prepared them for this news. They were slightly more immune to the astonishing hardness of 149 HRC. However, after the initial shock, all eyes shifted from the screen displaying the 149 HRC hardness to the timid high school student whom Tian Aimei had just reprimanded. In this vast laboratory, aside from the whispers of concern, no one sought anything from him. Thus, others could see more clearly that these miraculous materials seemed to be the products of this chastised student. At this moment, Zhang and Nie had concluded that if this occurrence could be deemed an accident once, it could not be so for the second or third time. This high school student was likely the scientist referred to by the bigwigs in the Southwest War Zone, who had developed materials with a hardness of 123 HRC. Consequently, the two seasoned scientists, titans in the field of materials science, were left in shock. They were astonished that they had so easily identified a successor to carry on their legacy. Moreover, they were in disbelief at the brilliance of this young man, who had produced materials that surpassed those of his American counterparts. This was nothing short of a miraculous feat, especially in the realm of materials science. The two elders were still grappling with the fact that their own team had only managed to research tungsten steel hardness up to 83 HRC over the span of 6 years. If this young man could mass-produce 123 HRC, regardless of whether he could achieve 149 HRC, it would still place him far ahead of other nations. In stark contrast to the composure of the two elders, the three ministers were visibly alarmed. They had accompanied Mu Ran throughout this journey, and thus they were acutely aware of the authenticity of these findings. However, the results obtained in the first laboratory of the Material Research Institute next month had far exceeded everyone's expectations. It was no longer a matter of mere exceeding expectations. It had transcended the realm of common understanding. So what should they do now? The three ministers were genuinely unsettled. But their anxiety was not merely about the American experts demanding materials from the Institute. Chen, feeling a mix of guilt for misunderstanding Mu Ran and overwhelming shock, realized that they had wronged the boy by continuously interrupting him and not allowing him to finish his statements. Had they known it would come to this, they would not have interrupted him. He possessed a wealth of groundbreaking materials, whether it was the tungsten steel with a hardness of 123 HRC, the domestically produced solution for the 1 nanometer EUV lithography machine, or now the astonishing tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC. Any one of these would have guaranteed him honors at Shanhe University, and even the principal of a school would have acknowledged him. Yet, just moments ago, despite their belief in Mu Ran, they had not allowed him to complete a single sentence, cutting him off repeatedly. The continuous emergence of advanced technologies and materials indicated that Mu Ran was not merely relying on the legacy left by his grandfather, Mu Shuilong. This child possessed extraordinary intelligence. The three ministers realized they had been foolish in their approach. After this incident, they truly needed to reflect on their actions. Why did they not wait? If only they had allowed him to finish speaking, they could have avoided the current predicament at the Material Research Institute and the potential leak of such crucial material parameters, which were technologies that could be mastered by Xia country. Chapter 33. Teacher Tian, I know you mean well at this moment. Sun Lin and Appo's foremost desire was to deliver a sound thrashing to Mu Ran. However, before acting on this impulse, Sun Lin was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Previously, Mu Ran had not disclosed that he possessed a new type of tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC. Now, he suddenly revealed the existence of this formidable tungsten steel, which had been developed in India and similarly boasted a hardness of 149 HRC. Sun Lin believed that his grandfather must be beside himself, perhaps even losing his hair in frustration, as he envisioned the chaos that would ensue. Yet, there was no need for Sun Lin to inform his grandfather. His phone was currently streaming live video. The entire scene from the laboratory was being transmitted in real time to the eyes of General Sun Dakong, stationed in the Southwestern Theater of Operations. In the headquarters office of the Southwestern Theater, General Sun Dakong was fuming. This kid is utterly reckless. Why didn't he mention earlier that he had tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC? If I had known sooner, I would have dispatched a team to retrieve it. With such hardness, it could withstand even nuclear blasts. What was he thinking? With a forceful slap, he brought his palm down upon the coffee table, shattering it into countless pieces. Xiaoli, connect me to Commander Wang immediately. I want him here within 30 seconds. Yes, sir. 28 seconds later. A breathless Commander Wang of the Special Reconnaissance Regiment stood before General Sun Dakong, snapping to attention and saluting. Reporting, sir. Commander Wang has arrived at the office within the stipulated time. I order you to dispatch your best special forces to the capital. I've identified a potential spy. Bring him back without delay. Forget about anything else. Sir, but that is the capital. We are from the Southwestern Theater. Are we really going to proceed with this? Commander Wang queried, his voice laced with uncertainty. The capital fell outside their jurisdiction, and he wondered if the higher-ups there were aware of this decision. Given General Sun Dakong's temperament, it seemed likely that the commanders in the capital were completely oblivious to the situation. Noticing the doubts in Wang's expression, General Sun Dakong tilted his head slightly, his gaze exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yes, sir, I understand what to do. Wang felt a cold sweat break out as he answered, quickly exiting General Sun Dakong's office. Once Wang had departed, General Sun Dakong turned to Xiaoli. You must head to the capital immediately. Do you comprehend my orders? Xiaoli, without hesitation, replied softly, Sir, we and Appo's recapturing him alive, right? Spare me the chatter and go. Yes, sir. With that, Xiaoli dashed out of the office, heading in the opposite direction from Wang, toward the area designated for fighter jets. Remember, bring him back in one piece. If any issues arise, just follow my instructions. Your sole purpose is to retrieve him. I will handle everything else. The booming voice of General Sun Dakong resonated through the office, reaching Xiaoli's ears. Motivated by the general's ire, Xiaoli hastened his pace. Fully aware that the three foreign individuals and the suspected spy had provoked General Sun Dakong's wrath. Each theater commander was not to cross into another's territory lightly. Such actions were reminiscent of ancient times when certain individuals were barred from entering specific regions. In contemporary circumstances, however, the crossing of boundaries by a theater commander signified that something significant was afoot, potentially inciting unwarranted speculation among the populace. With the current state of the internet being rife with misinformation and various trolls, Xiaoli detested such disruptions. Yet he felt powerless to rectify the situation in a timely manner. The sensitive issues at hand were not merely matters of public opinion. They were lines that, once crossed, could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the airport, Xiaoli swiftly boarded a ZH-18D aircraft. In the capital, at the Summer Institute, Materials Research Institute, within the first laboratory. Tian Aimei was basking in self-satisfaction as he contemplated how to present the newly acquired tungsten steel with a hardness of 149 HRC to his American benefactors. Kid, I never anticipated you would stumble upon this. This tungsten steel, developed by American experts, is cutting-edge, and even other specialists are not yet privy to it. They merely hinted to me during our communications that the current limits of testing have been reached with this steel. I can hardly believe you actually found it. Return it to its rightful owners, and I will vouch for you. You won't amp. Oppose. Face any repercussions. They might even offer you a position in their research institute, securing your future employment. However, you must accompany us to the American Experts Research Facility here in the capital. They have some necessary inquiries regarding this matter, as it is of utmost importance. Tian Aimei was now entirely absorbed in the triumph of possessing this tungsten steel. Everything was falling into place. Only one final step remained for success. It was merely a matter of time before he would hand this tungsten steel over to his American allies. Despite the 3 American experts nearby signaling Tian Aimei with urgency, he remained oblivious to their impatience, responding with gestures to assure them that he was proceeding methodically. The American experts were not naive. They quickly grasped that Tian Aimei had completely misinterpreted their intentions. They had hoped to persuade him further before he would consent to their request. To their surprise, Mu Ran promptly agreed. All right, Teacher Tian, I trust your intentions are benevolent. I shall accompany you immediately. As Mu Ran spoke, he discreetly glanced at Sun Lin and the 3 ministers, wondering what they were up to. Although he had his own strategies for the forthcoming interactions, he was eager to witness their responses. After all, the more patriotic individuals he could rally around him, the greater the patriotic value he would gain. Chapter 34. He is the honorary president of Mountain River University, Part 1. Dingling, the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Battle Zone. Old Huang, things are rather unsettled on your end. General Huang Ren of the Imperial Capital Battle Zone answered the phone. A familiar teasing voice emanated from the receiver. With the red-blue confrontation in 6 months, you seem quite confident, old son? Indeed. I must possess some confidence, don't you think? Regardless, I must ensure that Mu Ran serves as a security advisor for the Southwest Battle Zone. Sun Dakong felt a surge of excitement at the mere thought. Although nothing was set in stone yet, his beloved granddaughter was there. Surely, this young man could not escape her grasp. The Southwest Battle Zone was the elite army. Although the Imperial Capital Battle Zone would not engage in battle, it would lend some generals to the Northeast Battle Zone. Such a maneuver would significantly alter the strength of the Northeast Battle Zone. Even though it involved only a minor contingent, these individuals, whether as staff or commanders, were connected directly to the decision-making level and could wield considerable influence. Though he had dispatched Xiaoli and Wang Zhe, the general of the Southwest Battle Zone felt it was still insufficiently secure. Therefore, he directly called the general of the Imperial Capital. He was determined to safeguard Mu Ran. Yet he remained uncertain about the adversaries, particularly regarding Megwa and Oppose, as potential countermeasures. However, one thing was certain. After assessing the qualifications and background of the researcher named Tian, Sun Dakong had already reached a conclusion. No deeper investigation was necessary. Old Huang, could you possibly assign a company for my use? That's quite a surprise. The Southwest Battle Zone is a world away from my Imperial Capital Battle Zone. Even if I wanted to lend you one, you wouldn't be able to utilize it. It's precisely in your Imperial Capital Battle Zone that I borrowed my bodyguard Xiaoli and the Special Operations Regiment's Wang Zhe. Upon hearing that Sun Dakong had sent his personal bodyguard Xiao Li and the Ace Regiment, the Special Operations Regiment's Wang Zhe, to the Imperial Capital, Huang Ren became cautious. You're not planning anything peculiar, are you? Remember, this is my Imperial Capital Battle Zone. Don't blame me for turning hostile. Calm down, calm down. I'm not here to stir up trouble in your Imperial Capital, nor am I harboring any ulterior motives. It's just that your Imperial Capital Battle Zone has encountered some issues. This matter could be of great significance. After years of camaraderie, Huang Ren still placed his trust in Sun Dakong. Sun Dakong would not come to the Imperial Capital without reason. Yet, he acknowledged that Sun had indeed sent his bodyguard Xiao Li and the commander of the Special Operations Regiment, Wang Zhe, to the Imperial Capital. What exactly do you mean? I can lend you a company, but you must explain the reason behind this. In the Southwest Battle Zone office, Sun Dakong covered the mouthpiece of the phone. Damn it. They're all old foxes. They want to ask me the reason. No way. I'm telling you, There's a genius in your imperial capital. Otherwise, how could he possibly return? And there is no way I and Oppos am revealing any details. After a bout of frustrated venting, Sun Dakong released the receiver. Hey, old son, speak up. Huang Ren, in the office of the Imperial Capital Battle Zone, grew anxious upon hearing the prolonged silence from Sun Dakong. After all, if old son was not joking, it meant something significant had occurred within the Imperial Capital Battle Zone. Just say it. Do you believe me? I'm only borrowing a company. What major event could that possibly cause? I'm merely assisting my people in a task that indeed pertains to matters occurring in the imperial capital. Yet I cannot disclose the specifics right now. You understand. With a smirk, Sun Dakong concluded. The phrase you understand was perfectly apt here. Huang Ren, who often prided himself on his intelligence, could hardly claim ignorance. Sometimes, it's better not to doubt those you employ, especially when they are your comrades. Both men could entrust their backs to one another. Though Huang Ren's curiosity was piqued, he restrained his questions. After all, it was merely a matter of borrowing a company, about 100 personnel. Moreover, as long as Sun Dakong didn't forbid them from reporting to Huang Ren, he would be aware of the company's movements at all times. Yet, Huang Ren remained curious about Sun Dakong's true intentions. In the imperial capital, at the Megwa consulate, Sweer was brimming with excitement. He had just spoken with the White Palace, and they had agreed to his request. A special operations team would be dispatched to abduct Muran. After all, Muran was merely an ordinary high school student at the moment. From a national perspective, without proof of Muran's true value, the disappearance of a high school student was just that, a disappearance. Even if one were to expend extensive resources to search for him, it would not escalate to a matter of war between nations. Thus, the party that acted first would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Sweer, at this moment, found it utterly foolish that others remained unaware of the high school student's importance. Of course, it was not that those in the Materials Research Institute were ignorant of his significance. Rather, the remarks from Tian Aimei had led many to form preconceived notions, believing these matters to be related to Megwa. Naturally, regarding the origins of these items, neither Zhang nor Nye from the Materials Research Institute ever considered that the core issue lay with Muran himself. For both Megwa experts and the consulate, they were fully aware that these matters had no connection to them whatsoever. They were merely attempting to gain prestige at the expense of others. So, from where did these items truly originate? Ultimately, whoever produced these items was responsible for their existence. Upon receiving orders, the special forces stationed in Bangzi country, with the assistance of certain individuals, quietly entered Xia country under the guise of a business inspection team, heading straight for the imperial capital. Simultaneously, the Sun Never Sets nation also dispatched its own special forces, disguised as inspectors, making their way to the imperial capital at the same time. These undercurrents were imperceptible to those in the laboratory. No one anticipated that beneath the calm surface of the outside world, such turbulent waters were swirling. At this moment, however, they felt somewhat helpless. Did they truly have to surrender first? That was not the issue. Rather, would they really receive no acknowledgement in return? The three ministers, Chen, Wang Hong, and Guo Mei, exchanged glances, seemingly coming to a decision. If Muran were merely a high school student, there would be no way forward. Chapter 35. He is the honorary president of Shanhe University, Part 2. If Muran were to acquire a new identity, the circumstances would undeniably shift. However, directly assigning him the title of president of Shanhe University at this juncture would be utterly impractical and would undoubtedly draw skepticism from American experts, leading to an untenable situation. Should Muran lack a significant identity, it would be feasible for these experts to whisk him away. Rest assured, I will accompany you, and there will be no issues. Tian Aimei said, smiling as she patted Muran and Oppos' shoulder. As she spoke, she removed her lab coat worn in the laboratory and followed the three American experts outside. Yet, despite his earlier trust in Tian Aimei, Muran remained motionless, waiting for a result to validate his thoughts. Wait, you have no right to take him away, declared Minister of Education Chen, stepping forward. Who are you? Mind your own business. Just as the situation seemed to be resolved, a roadblock emerged. Tian Aimei glared at Chen, Guo Mei, and Wang Hong, clearly displeased. After all, it was evident from their attire that they were not part of the laboratory team. And even Zhang Lao and Nye Lao had remained silent, leaving no room for these three to interject. I advise you not to meddle, or you will not bear the consequences. Listening to Tian Aimei, Minister of Finance Guo Mei became visibly irritated. She glanced at Zhang Lao and Nye Lao beside her. The only individuals qualified to reprimand her, aside from Qin Gang and Wang Hong, were those two. You need not concern yourself with my identity. But you cannot casually take a Chinese citizen to the American consulate. A woman scorned, she continued. What do you know about what I'm doing? Do you comprehend the gravity of his situation? You just blabber on. Go home and tend to your children. Tian Aimei replied impatiently. After glancing at Guomei and noting her moderate beauty, she mischievously suggested, I might overlook your offense. Since you appear to need assistance with your child, why not bring your little one to my home? I am quite an excellent teacher. Guomei's expression darkened instantly, and she exchanged a glance with Wang Hong and Chen Gang, both instinctively taking a step back. This researcher was genuinely bold. It was understandable, for after today, Tian Aimei would likely reach her pinnacle. Tian Aimei was well aware of the rarity of the Indian material with a Rockwell hardness of 149 HRC. It was not merely precious, it was virtually unattainable. To think that a high school student had stumbled upon it. Fortunately, Tian Aimei had retrieved this tungsten steel from her American counterpart in the laboratory. This boy was indeed fortunate to have found such a crucial material. However, Tian Aimei, privy to the situation, harbored doubts. Could it truly be that the Xian nation had the capability to manufacture such a substance? She found it hard to believe. The current technological capabilities of Xia were insufficient for producing tungsten steel of such strength, especially by a mere child from a humble background. Naturally, she couldn't entertain the notion of who provided the manufacturing expertise. The plan was to collaborate with the Americans and conduct tests on Muron. A child fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time, and ultimately dispose of him afterward. As for the job promised to him, that held little relevance for Tian Aimei. You may not be aware of his true identity. He is no longer a high school student, having graduated and thus come of age. He bears no relation to high school students, and you cannot take him away. Guomei, initially poised to unleash a torrent of insults, ultimately swallowed her words, treating them as if she had not heard them. For her, such provocations were commonplace, and there was no need to rush into confrontation. Eventually, a reckoning would occur. The saying from Xia, disaster comes from the tongue, was not without merit. This boy likely had forgotten his place, exhibiting such behavior. Oh, his identity has changed? Don't tell me you want to claim he is a researcher and then he created this material. Do you take me for a fool? If you insist on this, I shall genuinely laugh. Even if you gave Tian Aimei 1,000 brains, she could never be persuaded to believe that this high school student could fabricate such a thing. Regardless of whether he created it, I must inform you that he is the honorary president of Shanhe University. What university? Shanhe University? The one that has even been established yet? What qualifications do you possess to obstruct me? Just because he is the honorary president of a mere university still in its infancy. Shanhe University is not yet in the position of being a prestigious institution. It lacks even a physical location. If you think you can simply bestow the title of president of a sham university upon this boy and prevent me from taking him, that is utterly impossible. From the beginning, Tian Aimei, with the backing of her American counterpart, had no faith in Sna's ability to establish Shanhe University. She viewed the entire endeavor as a farce. This was nothing more than a trivial institution created to silence public dissent. A laughable attempt to construct a university based on the meager funds from students. How could a university be established solely on the scant finances of examinees? It must have profound foundations. And as for the depth of those foundations, well, those in the know understand. It is ludicrous for the Ministry of Education to claim it can compare Shanhe University to Xiaqing and Xiaobei. Do they believe that the faculty and professors at Shanhe spontaneously materialized? How does the Ministry of Education plan to address the fundamental issues that determine a university's strength? The examinees, in their naivety, had even gone so far as to assign various capable professors to the online representation of Shanhe University, including renowned bloggers and even historical figures like Li Bai and Du Fu as its presidents. Yet, this was mere fantasy, far removed from reality. Once the dust settled, it would become evident that establishing a university requires not only funding but also a rich cultural foundation, which is the most challenging aspect, particularly regarding the university's inherent depth. How much strength does it possess? How much groundwork has been laid? Shanhe University, in these respects, is utterly devoid, a blank slate. In Tian Aimei's eyes, Shanhe University was merely a gimmick designed to placate public opinion. The notion that Xia could possess a school to rival Xiaqing and Xiaobei was a gross overestimation. Tian Aimei held Shanhe University in utter contempt, finding the idea of a high school student serving as its honorary president to be preposterous in the extreme. Chapter 36. The The spectacle begins. Tian Aimei possesses a profound understanding of Shanhe University, far beyond mere superficial knowledge. In her opinion, the establishment of such an institution is as implausible as believing in the existence of Qin Shi Huang. If it were truly feasible to construct a university of this nature, she would humorously claim she could perform acrobatics while relieving herself. However, if it were merely a matter of erecting a subpar imitation of Shanhe University, that might be conceivable. Yet, that is not the promise made by the Ministry of Education to the public. How much funding could a bureaucratic entity like the ministry muster? And how long would it take for students to pool their resources? With 43 million students across the 4 provinces of Shanhe. While some might find a contribution of 1,000 yuan trivial, others are likely relying on government subsidies for their education and living expenses. Therefore, even the simple act of collecting 1,000 yuan from each individual proves to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, even if one imagined that all 43 million students could contribute 1,000 yuan each, that would yield a mere 43 billion yuan, insufficient to construct a comprehensive university. Considering that the valuations of Xiaqing and Xiabe exceed 20 billion yuan each, to establish a university that spans 4 provinces and caters to a national audience, the scale would already surpass that of Xiaqing and Xiabe, and maintaining consistent quality would require substantial financial investment. Initial estimates suggest a need for 30 billion yuan upfront, followed by an additional 30 billion yuan later. These figures may be elusive for the average person to calculate, but those well-versed in research funding understand the costs intimately and can easily derive a rough estimate. Tian Aimei finds the naive notions of high school seniors dreaming of pooling money to build Shanhe University utterly laughable, perceiving them as lacking in discernment. It is indeed a case of youthful bravado. The demands raised online by these graduating students are comical. To pose the question, which university could accommodate 43 million enrolled students? A university that can house over 50,000 students is already considered substantial, yet that number pales in comparison to the 43 million who would each contribute 1,000 yuan. If such an institution were to be constructed based solely on sporadic financial input, one might wonder what a university built with just over 30 billion yuan would look like, especially without ongoing fiscal support for faculty, students, and research facilities. The situation would devolve into a farce. What would happen to those students who contributed 1,000 yuan but were ultimately unable to gain admission? The typical capacity for a university hovers between 30,000 and 50,000 students. Thus, the scale of 43 million represents nearly a 70-fold discrepancy. The acceptance ratio would merely be 1 in 70, failing to address the underlying issues faced by the 4 provinces of Shanhe. Unless Shanhe University could expand its capacity tenfold, perhaps accommodating 500,000 students, it would be improbable to limit admissions solely to the 4 provinces. After all, the funds invested in Shanhe University would originate from nationwide tax revenues, and the construction of 3 universities would similarly require adequate funding to establish a supersized Shanhe University. The recruitment and subsequent educational provisions would present significant challenges. A tenfold expansion of Shanhe University would necessitate a corresponding increase in faculty and staff, essentially constructing 10 universities in one. Moreover, Shanhe University has proclaimed its ambition to compete on par with Xiaqing and Xiabe, implying that its teaching quality must also align closely with theirs. However, where would they find educators of comparable caliber? Tian Aimei harbors skepticism regarding the feasibility of such solutions. Thus, when Guomei boasted of being the honorary principal of Shanhe University, Tian Aimei could only scoff. Were it not for Guomei's commendable appearance and well-maintained physique, he would have long since dismissed her entirely. If he were to confront her, it would be best to do so in a more appropriate setting. After all, this alluring yet insipid woman would soon learn her place. These thoughts ignited a surge of desire within Tian Aimei, compelling him to seek out a scenario where he could indulge in his whims with Guomei and the innocent girl clad in a pilot's uniform. After all, he had secured substantial benefits for the country today. Perhaps he could escort this high school student to the consulate and uncover even more surprises. In his mind, the 2 women were mere trifles. The media had failed to highlight their true capabilities. In his fervor, Tian Aimei neglected to notice the presence and demeanor of Guomei, Chen and Wang Hong. Typically, he might have pondered their qualities, but the series of shocks brought forth by Mu Ran had him entranced by his own visions of grandeur. Yet, it was imperative that he take this high school student with him. The notion of Guamei, the so-called honorary principal of Shanhe University. Being involved in this affair was merely a convenient opportunity to invite her to his residence for a game of basketball, a far more appealing notion than needing to rely on external assistance. In his excitement, Tian'ai tightened his grip on Mu Ran's hand, leading her out of the laboratory alongside several experts from the United States. "My dear, I am here to help mitigate your penalties. Despite your status, you surely do not wish to bear the stigma of a thief, do you? As long as the experts from the U.S. comprehend the situation, they may even commend you. Such recognition from the United States carries far more weight than the superficial honorary title from Shanhe University." Sun Lin remained passive, observing quietly. For she was acutely aware of her grandfather Sun Dakong's maneuvers within the Southwest War Zone office. Chapter 37, The Land of Cherry Blossoms. It is best to quietly observe the unfolding drama. The grand performance has commenced, and it remains to be seen how my grandfather will maneuver next. There is undoubtedly something amiss with him. However, without concrete evidence, one must refrain from alarming the snake in the grass. After all, this has escalated to a diplomatic issue, necessitating irrefutable proof, lest it provoke an abundance of unnecessary troubles. The din of international opinion can easily obscure the truth of a matter. Perceptions can be skewed, rendering black as white and white as black. Moreover, it is conceivable that this researcher is merely a small fish, and there is no need for undue haste. For a researcher to transition from another institution to the Xiaguo Institute, they must undergo an exceedingly rigorous political review. Yet, this researcher has seemingly gained access to the Materials Research Division of the Xiaguo Institute with remarkable ease. While it is not beyond the realm of possibility that this individual possesses certain capabilities, it is evident that this situation transcends mere talent. There must be underlying hostile forces or espionage aiding this individual. Sun Lin need not strain her mind, judging by personal preference alone. This person's performance today would have sufficed to banish him from the research institute. However, this is not a military setting, and Sun Lin lacks the authority to make such a decision. Had she been privy to the sordid thoughts that had recently flitted through Tian'ai's mind, she might not have remained so composed. In the capital, at the headquarters office of the war zone, Huang Ren has already issued orders for a company of troops to follow Sun Dakong's command. Huang Ren too is keen to discern the true intentions behind Sun Dakong's actions. Outside the Xiaguo Institute's Materials Research Division, another group has begun their covert operations, and these individuals are not native to the Summer Kingdom. Jingsang, have you received detailed information regarding the mission? A voice tinged with the accent of the Cherry Blossom Nation inquired. At a small eatery located 1-2 kilometers away, a few furtive figures were engaged in hushed deliberation. Clad in black uniforms that bore a notable difference from ordinary suits, their attire was more akin to fitted combat gear, facilitating ease of movement. Each stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. The eatery's proprietor, keenly attentive, strained to catch snippets of their conversation, though the words remained elusive. These individuals were clearly intent on disrupting the tranquility of our great Summer Kingdom. While unable to comprehend their dialogue, the proprietor sensed ill intentions and decided to report their presence. He held on to a belief that those not of his kind harbor ulterior motives. The mere fact that these individuals spoke with a cherry blossom accent and were whispering in secrecy indicated that they were up to no good. Discreetly, he dialed the neighborhood administrator's number. While the proprietor might not have the means to directly contact the police, the neighborhood administrator could communicate with law enforcement without triggering an official report. Should it turn out that there was no cause for alarm and the proprietor's anxiety was unwarranted, he risked being accused of filing a false report, potentially leading to international disputes. Conversely, if the neighborhood administrator deemed the situation suspicious and alerted the police, it would be deemed prudent and law enforcement would take note. At the very least, even if the matter turned out benign, it would not be classified as a false alarm. Such incidents merit a nuanced analysis. Having informed the neighborhood administrator, the proprietor kept a vigilant eye on the group, hoping they would not cause any mischief before help arrived. He retreated into the kitchen, gripping the knife more tightly. "All right, let us proceed as planned. I have made myself abundantly clear. You three will be responsible for retrieving the items. Remember, once you have secured them, make haste to the outskirts of the north and board the flight. The timing has been meticulously arranged." The leader of the Cherry Blossom contingent raised his wrist to check the time. "Good. The moment has arrived. Let us act." The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed through the eatery. The group of cherry blossoms stood in unison, startling the proprietor, who instinctively took a step back. The leader, with a dark tone, instructed, "Forget the bill." He left a stack of bills on the table, and the group departed in haste. The proprietor, regarding the pile of cash, contemplated the implications of their departure, quickly notifying the neighborhood administrator that the cherry blossom individuals had left behind a substantial sum, enough to cover a month's worth of meals. Such a generous act was unusual. Ordinarily, one would not part with money unless urgency dictated otherwise. Although lacking experience in major disruptive acts, the proprietor had absorbed enough from television dramas to recognize a potential crisis. Upon receiving the proprietor's report, the neighborhood administrator promptly communicated with the patrolling officers in the area. The officers were already aware of heightened directives from the war zone headquarters in the capital, which mandated immediate reporting of any suspicious activity. The members of the Cherry Blossom contingent approached within 500 meters of the Materials Research Division, having coordinated several large trucks that had been idling nearby. Back at the war zone headquarters office, as reports continued to flood in, one particular file concerning the Materials Research Division caught attention. A report had surfaced from the eatery, indicating the presence of individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation who had left behind sufficient funds for a month's sustenance. A flicker of intensity crossed Huang Ren's gaze. Given that the Cherry Blossom Nation was currently engaged in joint military exercises with the Berry Nation in the Western Pacific, their appearance was decidedly irregular. Furthermore, a report had been received earlier that morning regarding a fifth-generation F-22 fighter jet from the Berry Nation breaching the airspace of the Summer Kingdom. Fortunately, a pilot named Sun Lin, operating as H-18D, had successfully intercepted and repelled the intruder, earning a commendation for her actions. Huang Ren's mind raced. This pilot was none other than the granddaughter of General Sun Dakong, a prominent figure in the Southwest military region. Why had he not been informed of her presence in the capital and Appo's war zone? What was transpiring? Could it be that Sun Dakong and Appo's granddaughter had uncovered something significant? Xiaobei, immediately investigate the whereabouts of the pilot who drove off the Berry Nation and Appo's SF-22 this morning. Huang Ren commanded decisively to his aide. Chapter 38, Departure Report. Speak. Report to General Huang Ren. At the headquarters of the Imperial Capital War Zone, Deputy Chief of Staff Su Qi, responsible for intelligence, arrived at General Huang's office. General, the pilot named Sun Lin is a woman and the granddaughter of General Sun Dakong from the Southwest War Zone. I am aware of that. There's no need to reiterate. Just tell me where Sun Lin is now, Huang Ren interjected, urging Su Qi to get to the point. Based on our surveillance along the route, Sun Lin should still be at the Materials Research Institute branch of the Shaka Academy. Materials Research Institute? Huang Ren echoed, glancing at the report in his hand regarding several individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation who had discarded money. A subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a hint of amusement. Su Qi, however, felt a chill run down his spine, akin to plunging into an ice cellar. He had only witnessed this kind of terrifying demeanor from Huang Ren when dealing with adversaries. You may leave, Huang Ren said to Su Qi. At the Berry Nation consulate, Ambassador Jinkala coldly regarded Sweer. Take a look at this document, and after reviewing it, burn it. After receiving the facts from Sweer, Jinkala's demeanor remained stern. Moments later, he inquired, Ambassador, are we truly going to proceed this way? After all, Sweer is merely an information gatherer. If he were to engage in violence, he lacks the capability. But will the content of this fax not be excessively harsh towards the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Empire of the Rising Sun? Harsh. Jinkala's gaze drifted toward the door. Sweer, understand that upon the successful completion of this mission, you shall be allowed to return home. Just assist them in executing the plan. The rest does not require your involvement. Understood, Sweer replied, his voice trembling slightly, sensing the coldness in Jinkala and Appo's tone. Though Jinkala was merely an ambassador, his imposing stature, close to 2 meters tall and muscular, instilled an overwhelming sense of danger in those nearby. It was the fear of the weak in the presence of the strong. And at that moment, Sweer embodied the role of the weak. Meanwhile, hidden 500 meters outside the Materials Research Institute, 3 spies from the Cherry Blossom Nation were waiting. Colonel, how much longer until they emerge? The last of the 3 whispered to the individual in the passenger seat of the truck. They will be out shortly. They just reported they have about 5 minutes left. The vehicle has been checked, correct? As they spoke, the spy, referred to as Colonel, suddenly slammed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to lurch forward. A distance of 500 meters was sufficient for the truck to reach its maximum speed. Inside the Materials Research Institute, although the three ministers had revealed Mu Hang and Apos' identity, Mu Hang did not remain stagnant but instead followed the three scientists ahead. Observing the obedient Mu Hang, Tian Aimei chuckled, "Madam, you may not be aware, but the strength of the Berry Nation is something this lad aspires to. Hence, he is currently more astute than you realize. I am unaware of your connection. But is it not excessive to grant him the title of honorary president of Shanhe University to ensure his safety? Young man, your choice is wise. If you confess your mistakes and answer all questions, perhaps the Berry Nation will even reward you accordingly." At this moment, Minister Guomei felt a surge of frustration. Initially, Mu Hang had delivered a passionate speech at the Education Bureau, showcasing his intelligence. Why was he now allowing this evidently ill-intentioned individual to manipulate him? After all, was he not merely a researcher? Why the fear? Furthermore, as a finance minister from a family of scientists, Guomei knew that Mu Hang had previously asserted that he had developed these materials. Yet Guomei was not delving deeper into the matter. Just as she intended to pull Mu Hang back, she was restrained by Chen Gang and Wang Hong beside her. "What are you two doing?" Guomei exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Why had these two changed so drastically? Though the three of them were reluctant to reveal their identities. Doing so to reclaim Mu Hang could appear as an abuse of power. If this escalated internationally, it could become a laughingstock. What would be reported? That the three ministers of the Summer Nation pressured a mere researcher to conceal the transgressions of high school students? If such news spread, it would not bode well for Guomei, Wang Hong, and Chen Gang. Moreover, the situation involved scientists from the Berry Nation and their research materials. Although Guomei was confident that these were not developed by the Berry Nation, she was uncertain whether they originated from her side. Despite holding 1,000 hopes and beliefs in Mu Hang's words, the materials were undeniably outrageous. While she believed Mu Hang was responsible for the research and development, she hesitated to fully trust him. Feeling the grip of Wang Hong and Chen Gang tightening around her arms, Guomei regained her composure. If only one of them had held her back, it might have been for another reason. However, both of them restraining her indicated a deeper significance. Guomei, what if this young man was not merely speaking empty words at the Education Bureau? What if he truly deserves the title of president? How would the president of Shanhe University handle this situation? Chen Gang whispered softly in Guomei and Apos' ear. Indeed, Guomei pondered. Previously, she had viewed Mu Hang solely as a high school student. Although he held the title of honorary president of Shanhe University, it was merely a means to keep him from the Berry Nation consulate. After all, even a minor investigation involving a common citizen from the Summer Nation could invoke the Berry Nation's national security prerogatives, even on summer soil. Yet what if this young man truly was the president of Shanhe University and he was indeed responsible for these developments? What if he had been calculating all along? After a brief moment, Guomei softly uttered those 6 words. At that moment, Chen Gang and Wang Hong, who had been firmly holding Guomei, released their grip and silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. The unexpected accident. Observing Mu Hang as he followed 3 scientists from Mei Guo and Tian Aimei out of the laboratory, we stood there, watching. Although Guomei had harbored some annoyance towards Mu Hang during their time at the Ministry of Education, believing him to be arrogant and self-serving, at this moment, if all of this were a misunderstanding, her heart was filled with remorse. After all, he was a good lad. Could she really allow him to follow them to the Megwa consulate? Chen Gang and Wang Hong, however, appeared quite composed, slightly tilting their heads and gesturing behind them. Just then, a clear voice rang out behind the trio. "No worries, my grandfather is already prepared. Mu Hang and Apos, as safety is assured." Guomei glanced at the two beside her. Chen Gang and Wang Hong had failed to clarify the situation, causing her unnecessary anxiety. If Mu Hang had caught the attention of a major general, his safety was indeed guaranteed. Merely going to a consulate posed no significant risk. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from outside the Materials Research Institute. The collective gaze of the onlookers pierced through the laboratory door towards the source of the sound. There, at the entrance of the institute, lay a long skid mark. And a large truck had crushed the small vehicle transporting the 3 Megwa scientists into a mere pancake. Meanwhile, the car carrying Mu Hang and Tian Aimei had flipped several times before colliding with a nearby utility pole, leaving the vehicle mangled. The abrupt and violent collision sent shockwaves through the 3 who had only just begun to relax, their expressions now twisted with horror. The forest that had previously stood behind them had vanished in an instant. Inside the car that Mu Hang occupied, Sun Lin and Apos' right hand revealed faint veins, and her once delicate arm shimmered with a radiant glow, a torrent of energy surging within her. With a decisive clang, Sun Lin grasped the deformed car door and, despite its twisted shape, effortlessly detached it with her bare hands, casting it aside. The three ministers, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene, quickly regained their composure and rushed forward. "There is no way this kid is in trouble," Chen Gang exclaimed, his limbs feeling frigid. How could he explain this to his former leader, Mu Shuilong? Why had he doubted Mu Shuilong's grandson? Had he believed outright, perhaps this disaster could have been averted? The three ministers sprinted toward the entrance of the Materials Research Institute as Sun Lin was just pulling Mu Hang and the unconscious Tian Ai, Mei from the wreckage. Just then, three men clad in black jumped from another vehicle, swiftly moving to the side of the crushed car containing the three Meiguan experts. "Hurry!" barked the leader. A figure identified as Dazhua. Brandishing a sharp blade, he sliced open the small car, while his two subordinates, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, swiftly extracted the necessary materials from the now crumpled bodies of the Meigwa scientists. At that moment, Sun Lin had just managed to drag Mu Hang and Tian Ai Mei to safety away from the vehicle, which was now sparking and leaking fuel due to the violent impact. Retreat. Upon seeing their success, Dazhua tossed two excised metallic spheres towards Sun Lin. "Ninjas from Sakura country." Sun Lin gasped, recognizing the threat. Drawing upon her mastery, she was not intimidated by the three Sakura ninjas. However, as she observed the two metallic spheres hurtling toward her, aimed directly at Mu Hang, alarm surged within her. A deafening explosion followed, shattering the windows of all vehicles parked near the entrance of the Materials Research Institute. Smoke billowed outward, enveloping the area. Guomei, who had been pinned to the ground by Chen Gang and Wang Hong, scrambled to her feet, surveying the chaos. "Mu Hang!" Guomei instinctively cried out. As a minister of finance and a mother, she felt a deep connection to Mu Hang, whose circumstances closely mirrored those of her own son. Having initially misunderstood him, she now recognized the truth. This child had borne an overwhelming burden, selflessly dedicating himself to his country and its people without a trace of selfishness. Cough, cough, Minister Guo, I and Appos. "I'm here," came Mu Hang and Appos' voice through the haze. As he emerged from the smoke, supported by Sun Lin, Guomei and the others finally exhaled in relief. Chen Gang, seeing the boy, remarked, "You and Appos, V.E. suffered, kid." "It and Appos. Nothing, I understand, Minister Chen," Mu Hang replied. "Did you really develop all of this?" Chen Gang gazed at him with intense scrutiny. Previously hesitant to speak out of a lack of patriotic fervor, Mu Hang now affirmed. "Yes, I have complete research records here." "Well done, lad. We underestimated you," Chen Gang replied, his admiration evident. Sun Lin, supporting Mu Hang, quickly retrieved her phone to send a message to her grandfather, Sun Dako. She was uncertain how he would respond, but trusted he would implement additional measures. Given the chaos that had erupted outside the research institute, this was the capital city, after all, where three Meiguo experts had been tragically killed in an incident involving Japanese nationals. Although labeled as Sakura nationals, there was no concrete evidence to support this claim. Moreover, the assailants had somehow acquired standard explosive devices exclusive to Xia country. Thus, if Sun Lin were to assert that the assailants were Sakura nationals, she would likely face skepticism. An investigation revealing the use of Xia's explosive devices would only complicate matters further. A sudden screech of tires pierced the dissipating smoke as two yellow-licensed Daizhong S600 sedans came to a halt within the courtyard. A group of tall Meigwa individuals emerged, their attire and badges indicating they were guards from the Meigwa consulate. Without a glance at the flattened vehicle or the lifeless bodies within, the trio of guards proceeded onward. Chapter 40. Taken away among the three guards, the most robust one at the forefront cast a glance at Sun Lin, who was assisting Mu Ran, and spoke with authority. "Hand this individual over to us. Our scientists have suffered casualties, and the Xi'an nation owes us an explanation." He continued. "Of course, we lack enforcement authority within Xia, but we possess the freedom to investigate and collect evidence, and this person is one of those pieces of evidence." As he spoke, he removed his sunglasses, his gaze intensely fixated on Sun Lin. Although Sun Lin was clad in a pilot and Appos' combat uniform, it did little to conceal her beauty. Humph, he thought disdainfully, wondering whether she was cosplaying or truly a pilot, merely a pretty face. If such physical prowess qualifies one to be a pilot in Xia, he held little regard for the nation and Appos' actual combat capabilities. Before becoming a guard, he had been a vice-captain of the poster assault team. Looking at the girl before him, her thighs were no thicker than his forearms. He could snap her arm with a single hand. At this moment, Sun Lin and Appos' expression darkened upon hearing the blunt demand for Mu Ran. She had already determined that the person she was supporting, Mu Ran, was a precious asset, a genius in research, and she would not let him out of her sight. The sudden appearance of the Berry Nation and Apos' consulate, attempting to extricate Mu Ran from her, was nothing short of absurd. Sun Lin had no fear of escalating the situation. After all, her grandfather could withstand any storm. Moreover, she was not seeking trouble. The matter itself was fraught with issues. To be frank, if those materials had nothing to do with the Berry Nation and were entirely developed by Mu Ran, then today and Apos' incident bore no relation to him. Moreover, the individuals who had fled were from the Sakura Nation, and it was merely a matter of time before evidence was obtained to prove it. Sun Lin's fists clenched tighter. After all, 3 scientists from the Berry Nation had indeed perished in Xia and Apos' Materials Research Institute. If she were to initiate contact with them now, the situation would surely escalate. Suddenly, a hand clasped around Sun Lin and Apos' wrist. Startled, she almost reacted to strike, but Mu Ran, still conscious albeit slightly dazed, misinterpreted her intention. He could feel her strength. She was no frail beauty, but rather a formidable force, capable of bending a car door and tossing it aside. I will go with them. I have my own plan. And they will not harm me. I hold substantial information, came a soft whisper that reached Sun Lin's ears. Taken aback by Mu Ran's audacity, she realized he was prepared to venture alone. Yet Sun Lin herself was no stranger to bravery. She had risked her life to defend her homeland. Her piloting of Xia and Apos' 4th-generation fighter jet, the ZH-18D, against the Berry Nation and Apos' 5th-generation F-22, attested to her courage. As Sun Lin hesitated, torn between her instincts to fight and the concern for Mu Ran's safety, he shook off her grasp and proceeded towards the 3 guards. Are you truly prepared? Do you have a plan? What are your intentions? She murmured to him. In response, Mu Ran raised his right hand behind his back, forming an OK gesture. Greetings. I am willing to cooperate. Please take me to the Stone Forest Pavilion. I will submit to your investigation to prove my innocence. Guomei, who had intended to speak, halted upon witnessing Mu Ran's gesture. It seems we have misjudged this young man. Chen sighed, feeling a pang of self-reproach. When had the esteemed Minister of Education of Xia, who had encountered countless talented individuals, become so short-sighted? In less than a day, he had made multiple errors regarding a high school student. Mu Ran approached the 3 Berry guards directly. I will cooperate. Please take me away. As he spoke, he also pulled along Tian Aimei, who had been lost in thought. The unexpected incident had left her feeling a wave of fear. 3 living scientists had met with calamity. Yet the Berry guards paid no heed to the direction of the vehicle involved in the incident, which belonged to their own scientists. Had they truly abandoned their compatriots? Despite her fears, Tian Aimei felt a sense of confidence. As a citizen of Xia, she held significant leverage over the Berry Nation. The nationality of Xia was not easily obtained. She had never perceived her actions as espionage. After all, science knows no borders. Why could they not share knowledge? By sharing their most advanced resources with the Berry Nation, they could foster even greater advancements in research, thereby enhancing human existence. Teacher Tian, Mu Ran gently shook Tian Aimei, bringing her back to reality. You must help me understand what transpired today. I am ready to cooperate fully. I will share everything I know with you and the ambassador of the Berry Consulate. Hearing Mu Ran and Apos' earnestness bolstered Tian Aimei and Apos' resolve. His willingness to cooperate would elevate her own standing. Even if trouble arose, the Berry Nation would not easily abandon him. Very well, you will take pride in your choice, she replied, adjusting her rumpled white coat from the recent incident. Addressing the Berry guards, she said, hurry up, conduct a safety check, and take us to the consulate. This young man is extremely cooperative. With that, she led Mu Ran towards the second yellow-licensed Volkswagen S600 sedan brought by the guards. Chapter 41. The gift from Mu Ran to Sun Lin. Boss Xia number 1 as they watched the 2 yellow plate vehicles of the American consulate fade into the distance. The 3 ministers exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the side where Sun Lin had just assisted Mu Ran. Feeling their gaze upon her, Sun Lin shrugged. You all know he just gave an Apos, OK Apos, sign, indicating he has his own plans. He mentioned he has a strategy. Indeed, he has a plan, chimed in Chen. But he is merely an ordinary high school student, unlike you with your martial arts skills. Speaking of martial arts, Chen felt a flicker of unease. The elegant and poised young woman before them had just demonstrated extraordinary strength by wrenching open the mangled car door to rescue Mu Ran from the wreckage. Although both Chen Gang and Wang Hong had participated in the founding war and earned first-class honors, they could only recall someone like Sun Dekong who possessed such capabilities. Minister Chen, Minister Wang, and Minister Guo, I understand your concerns for Mu Ran and Oppo's safety. However, I believe our focus should not be on worrying about him, but rather on what we must do next. Sun Lin was resolute in her belief that Mu Ran had the ability to turn the tide. Even if he ventured alone into the American consulate, it was unlikely they would harm a high school student. If the American consulate truly intended to harm Mu Hang, then they would face dire consequences today. Suddenly, a text message interrupted Sun Lin's contemplation. It was from Mu Ran. How did he obtain her phone number? Mu Ran, Sister Lin, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger and Oppo's den. The situation today is quite unusual. After all, this is my own development, not something I stumbled upon or received from foreign scientists. Therefore, I wish to understand what led our researcher, Tian Imei, to so firmly believe that this was developed by the Americans. Attached are the detailed research steps and materials. Please deliver this information to Elder Zhang and Elder Nya at the Material Research Institute and urge them to complete a testing cycle promptly, allowing the Xia Academy to truly develop this material. Lastly, I have a gift for you, Sister Lin. In my courtyard, I have a set of samples that I crafted myself, stored in the warehouse. If you dare to take it for a test flight. Boss Xia number 1. Sun Lin examined the image on her phone, her fingers delicately enlarging the picture. Although she had not seen the aircraft in person, a distinct aura of dominance unique to her nation enveloped her, drawing a deep breath from her. Was this designed specifically for her? In the photo, within a warehouse, a crimson fighter jet emerged, exuding a futuristic aesthetic far surpassing the Z-20. Its aerodynamic contours and sharp angles perfectly matched Sun Lin's imagination of a fighter jet. At that moment, she yearned to pilot this aircraft and teach a lesson to the American F-22 that had intruded into their airspace earlier that morning. Next, she received a detailed PDF manual outlining the operational instructions and the aircraft's basic performance parameters, though peak parameters were not listed. The foundational specifications alone made Sun Lin's heart race with excitement. Boss Xia number 1. Total length, 22. 3 meters, wingspan, 14. 23 meters, total height, 5. 67 meters. Service ceiling, 85 kilometers, actual supersonic cruising speed, 4. 72 Mach, maximum speed, under testing, combat radius, pending testing, empty weight, 13,000 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight, 52,000 kilograms. Payload capacity, internal weapon bay 5. 2 tons, maximum 22 tons. When Sun Lin saw the actual supersonic cruising speed of 4.72 Mach, her pupils widened in shock. A tingling sensation coursed through her from head to toe, nearly escaping her lips in a gasp. Sun Lin had no doubt about the authenticity of the data. After all, she had witnessed enough extraordinary events surrounding Mu Hang today. Throughout it all, her awareness remained firmly on Mu Ran, confirming the reality of the situation. Who would have thought that a simple escort mission would lead her to such a treasure, especially with him as her subordinate gifting her such a grand present? The speed of ground-to-air missiles typically ranges from 2 to 4 Mach, while air-to-ground missiles hover around 1.3 Mach. Air-to-air missiles generally achieve speeds of 2.5 to 4 Mach, and anti-ship missiles range from 1.8 to 2 Mach. Cruise missiles travel at speeds of 0.6 to 2 Mach. Except for hypersonic missiles that can exceed 5 Mach and ballistic missiles that attack from outside the atmosphere at speeds over 10 Mach. Ordinary strikes would find it impossible to catch up with Mu Ran's boss Xia number 1. Is this truly a 6th-generation fighter? Sun Lin's thoughts surged like a tempest, refusing to settle. This was hardly a 6th-generation aircraft. Aside from its slightly larger size compared to the F-22, which could be viewed as a mere dimensional iteration, all other parameters, especially the foundational specifications, were vastly superior to those of the American F-22. Did this young man not realize the current parameters of 6th-generation aircraft? In fact, 6th-generation fighters were indeed in development, not just by the Americans but also by Xia. Yet, they were merely enhancements over existing 5th-generation capabilities. It could be said that the current 6th-generation fighters were merely pseudo-6th-generation. The differences between 6th and 5th generations were not as pronounced as those between 5th and 4th generations. One must remember, after the Americans first developed the 5th-generation fighter, their star-spangled exercises had sent shockwaves throughout the globe. During the Star-Spangled 17-1 exercise, the F-35A, acting as the Blue Force, shot down 145 Red Force aircraft, while losing only 7 F-35As, resulting in a staggering 20-1 kill ratio, an achievement that stunned the world. However, that was just the F-35. The latest F-22, compared to the already impressive F-35, completely outclassed it in crucial aspects such as service ceiling, climb rate, maximum speed, acceleration, RCS value, radar detection range, and supersonic maneuverability. This was precisely why the F-22 dared to intrude into Xiaguo and Appo's coastal airspace under the guise of being lost. This was also the reason Sun Lin was swiftly awarded first-class honors after engaging the enemy with the Xiaguo-18D. It was a textbook battle between fourth-generation top fighters and the fifth-generation pinnacle of the Americans. Chapter 42. The Dominance of the Initial Boss Xia. Sun Dakong's ambition to monopolize. At the airport in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, Colonel Dazwa stealthily entered the premises with 2 Sachnin spies. Navigating through the blind spots of surveillance, the personnel awaiting their arrival were highly trained, skillfully maneuvering various vehicles to ensure that the 3 from the Sakura nation boarded the cargo hold of the plane bound for their homeland without arousing suspicion. Just as the aircraft descended, Wang Zhe, accompanied by 12 members of the Special Reconnaissance Team D from the Western Theater, arrived at the scene, having sprinted with remarkable speed. "What shall we do, Commander?" Zhang He, the leader of Team D, inquired after casting a glance at the now vanishing 737. Pursue. Pursue? Zhang He was taken aback by such an unexpected directive from the traditionally cautious commander. Upon noticing Zhang He's lingering confusion, Wang Zhe clarified. "We must arrive at the destination ahead of them. What are you waiting for? Go." With a salute, albeit with a trembling hand, Zhang He replied, "Understood." He quickly led his team into an off-road vehicle, vanishing into the distance. Wang Zhe chose not to follow, placing absolute trust in Team D's operational capabilities. It was not that Zhang He lacked intelligence. Since the establishment of the brigade, the Special Reconnaissance Team in the Western Theater had never dispatched members abroad for missions, save for international military competitions. Thus, Zhang He's momentary bewilderment was understandable. After all, this passenger plane was headed directly to the Sakura nation, not within domestic borders. Fortunately, the flight path of the 737 would traverse the airspace of North Xian, a nation bound by a defensive alliance with Xia. This meant that North Xian could impose restrictions on the 737 upon its entry into their airspace, thereby allowing Team D to reach the eastern capital of the Sakura nation ahead of the aircraft. In the office of the headquarters in the imperial capital, General Huang Ren vented his frustration. "How audacious! If it weren't for my prior attention to the Material Research Institute, this situation would be quite difficult to explain." After receiving several phone calls in quick succession, the ringing finally ceased. What is the national security doing? How can spies from the Sakura nation roam so brazenly, even committing direct murder of 3 scientists from the Berry nation within such a critical research facility? Although Sun Lin, the individual involved from the Material Research Institute, lacked concrete evidence to prove the nationality of the deceased, General Huang, who had been closely monitoring Sun Dakong and Appo's actions, had pieced together a complete chain of evidence. This time, the Sakura nation would undoubtedly face severe retribution. "This is utterly ridiculous. They dare to bully us so openly. Send someone to the Sakura nation's consulate and see how they respond. First, investigate these 3 Sakura spies." Yes. The guard, Xiao Bei, promptly exited the office. Huang Ren donned his jacket and followed suit. In the office of the Western Theater headquarters, Sun Dakong reclined casually on the sofa, addressing his granddaughter. "What is the situation now?" Due to certain confidential needs, Sun Dakong had abruptly ended his video call with Sun Lin while assigning tasks, remaining unaware of the subsequent accident. "Grandfather, something has happened." "What has occurred?" "I have dispatched Wang Zhe and Xiao Li to the imperial capital. Do not worry, even if the sky were to fall, I could withstand it. There was an accident just now, and 3 scientists from the Berry nation have died. There is no coming back from this." "What?" Sun Dakong, who had been reclining back, suddenly sprang to his feet upon viewing the photos sent by Sun Lin. A chill coursed through his limbs as he realized that his recently devised plan to enhance the military's capabilities had been shattered. And what of that young man? Regret flooded his mind, grappling with the grim situation. After all, the Berry scientist had suffered such a fate. Yet, after posing the question, Sun Dakong quickly regained his composure. Having survived the founding war, he had witnessed countless life and death scenarios and unexpected events. However, this was a young high school graduate, brimming with vitality. Furthermore, he was the grandson of Mu Shuilong. Although Mu Shuilong had passed away, he shared a profound bond with Sun Dakong. When Sun Dakong first enlisted, they had been comrades, with Mu Shuilong serving as a squad leader who once saved his life. Sun Dakong held immense admiration for Mu Shuilong and Appo's intellect. Thus, upon discovering that Mu Ran was Mu Shuilong's grandson, Sun Dakong had regarded him as a surrogate grandson. That young man, orphaned with missing parents and a deceased grandfather, was now left with only his sister, Mu Xiaoduo, in this world. With Sun Lin's first-hand account of the incident, Sun Dakong refrained from doubting Mu Ran, fully confident in his research capabilities. However, could such a remarkable youth be lost so easily? Sensing a shift in her grandfather's tone, Sun Lin realized he had misunderstood the situation. After all, she would never admit to any shortcomings in her expression. Grandfather, that young man is fine. He only suffered some minor scratches and was rescued by me. He is currently with the researcher Tian Aimei at the Berry Nation's consulate. What about that researcher? In relief at hearing the young man was unharmed, Sun Dakong inquired about Tian Aimei. Sun Lin continued to elaborate on her observations regarding Tian Aimei's peculiar behavior. Then she dropped an even bigger bombshell. Grandfather, I will forward you the information that young man sent me. With that, she promptly transmitted the recent message to Sun Dakong. Expecting to witness her grandfather's astonishment, she was instead met with a sudden black screen on her phone. What is going on, grandfather? Sun Lin felt a wave of confusion, as her grandfather had never abruptly ended a call with her. A sense of foreboding washed over her, not because of Sun Dakong's health, but concerning the photo she had sent earlier. Oh no, I really like this Boss Xia initial. What about grandfather? He wouldn't want to monopolize it, would he? Back at the Western Theater office, Sun Dakong nodded thoughtfully as he reviewed the forwarded text. This young man indeed possesses the legacy of Mu Shuilong. Suddenly, he froze, his breath quickening. The deep crimson Boss Xia initial, with its cutting-edge design, embodied fluid dynamics more elegantly than the Zhu 20. Its robust silhouette occupying his entire mind and flooding it with dopamine. The specifications listed left him utterly stunned. Does this aircraft truly exist? Sun Dakong felt as though the very crown of his head had been lifted by the wind generated by this aircraft upon witnessing it. Hurrying to his desk, he opened the drawer and swallowed 2 heart-calming pills. This can't be a jest from that young man. With Mu Shuilong's endorsement, Sun Dakong placed his unwavering trust in Mu Ran. However, the various specifications of this aircraft, aside from the modest increase of 5 to 10% in its dimensions and wingspan, reveal astonishing figures in terms of speed and payload. The actual cruising speed reaches an incredible 4.72 Mach. This is indeed a cruising speed. Upon seeing this, Sun Dakong's heart raced and his breath quickened. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might fall to the ground. Chapter 43. A war without gunpowder can still claim lives beyond the remarkable capability of hypersonic missiles reaching speeds of 5 to 6 Mach, and ballistic missiles launching attacks from the atmosphere surpassing 10 Mach. The question remains, how to engage in combat? Sun Dakong was fervently captivated by this prospect. With such advancements, victory would surely be assured. However, this was merely a prototype, indicating that its manufacturing complexity was exceedingly high. Sun Dakong and Appo's subordinates were not limited to just the pilot Sun Lin. Although the ground forces in the Southwest Theater were among the foremost in the Summer Nation, this did not deter Sun Dakong from meticulously training a select few to become his elite subordinates. Hello, this is Sun Dakong. Please connect me to the Air Defense Logistics Command, he said, picking up the phone on his desk. Yes, General. At the address of 250 Ocean Street, West 4th Ring Road of the Imperial Capital, within the confines of the Berry Nation's consulate, Tian Aimei parted ways with Mu Ran after assuring him with a reassuring glance. Once inside the consulate, Mu Ran was escorted to a reception room that resembled an interrogation chamber more than a welcoming space. Should handcuffs be added, it would be indistinguishable from a police station and Appo's interrogation room. Kid, Tian Aimei mentioned your cooperation, which is commendable. Now, tell us where you acquired these items. They are the result of countless resources expended by our nation, a guard barked, slamming a gun onto the table before Mu Ran. The resounding noise made Mu Ran instinctively shrink his neck. The guard, pleased with Mu Ran's reaction, noted that the student from the Summer Nation was indeed not particularly resilient to intimidation and decided to ease up on the pressure. However, there was no intention to release Mu Ran. The orders from the White Palace were clear: extract relevant information at all costs. If they failed to do so, they would erase the information entirely. Why yes, can I have a sip of water? I am nervous, Mu Ran stammered. Water? Yes, I'll get you a glass. Don't think about playing tricks, the guard replied. The Summer Nation's youth was evidently fragile under duress, stammering before the questioning had even begun. Unexpectedly, the long-distance modification had consumed 10 points of patriotism value. This modification was a hidden feature associated with the title of Patriot Tester. However, the conditions for using this feature were rather stringent. Initial positioning was required, and materials had to be present at the modification site. If not for Mu Ran and Appo's parents being researchers who had amassed numerous materials in the Qingping Mountain courtyard, and the system activating there, it would not have been possible. Thus, the combination of these factors led to the emergence of the Xiaguo in the Qingping Mountain courtyard. All of this transpired as Mu Ran traveled to the consulate in a vehicle, discovering the hidden functionality of the Patriot Tester title through a connection with the system. As a cup of water arrived, Mu Ran finally felt a flicker of genuine confidence. Though the water was only 300 milliliters, it sufficed for his current needs. After spending 10 points on the Xiaguo, he still had 40 points of patriotism value remaining. Since the long-distance modification did not itself consume patriotism value, as long as the materials were available, the technologies he had previously acquired would facilitate the design and development of the Xiaguo. Holding the cup, Mu Ran drank the water, savoring it slowly. At that moment, a notification rang in his mind. Ding. The development of the non-Newtonian Intelligent Defense and Offense Bracelet is complete. This development consumed 15 points of patriotism value plus 5 points for acceleration, totaling 20 points. Current patriotism value remaining, 10 points. Seeing Mu Ran drink the water, the guard leader slammed his palm on the table, his demeanor shifting from amiable to menacing. What is it you wish to know? At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a translucent, shimmering bracelet had begun to subtly manifest on Mu Ran and Appo's right wrist. The expressions of the guard leader and another consulate staff member morphed into sinister visages. It appeared that this world was far more treacherous than they had imagined. Mu Ran felt a jolt of alarm. Fortunately, a reward of 100 patriotism points had arrived today. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely fate. Yet even with this reward, only 10 points remained, leaving him uncertain of his resources in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, the warmth emanating from the bracelet on his wrist instilled a sense of assurance. The non-Newtonian Intelligent Defense and Offense Bracelet should prove helpful. However, with only 300 milliliters of water and the bracelet created using 20 patriotism points, Mu Ran's expectations were tempered. The specific capabilities of the bracelet remained a mystery. Observing the demeanor of the two guards, it was clear that his prior assumptions of safety upon arriving at the consulate were misguided. Indeed, one could never trust an enemy or a traitor. Had Mu Ran been merely an ordinary high school student today, he might not have seen another day. Yet, he remained resolute in his purpose. The infiltration of the Summer Nation by the adversary raised questions about their methods, and Mu Ran was eager to uncover the truth. Where did you obtain those materials? Be truthful. They were lost by our scientists, and quite a few items are missing. You must tell us where you found them. If we can recover something new, your safety may be assured. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee what will happen next. Understand that your actions involve the national security of the Berry Nation. Have you ever witnessed death? Experienced war? National security and warfare are eternally intertwined. Even a war without gunpowder can still claim lives. Among us are many students just like you. Chapter 44. Activation. The non-Newtonian Intelligent Defense and Offense Bracelet. The staff member from the consulate, observing the timid Mu Ran, pressed him step by step, his pace quickening with urgency. Yes, I will speak, Mu Ran stammered, shrinking back from the overwhelming presence of his interrogator. Sensing his fear, the consulate staff could not help but glance at the head of security beside him, nodding slightly. While speaking, Mu Ran swiftly accessed the map through the brain machine interface of his watch, searching for the nearest concealed military base. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Sun Lin. These individuals were undoubtedly entering these locations illegally. They should be apprehended in one fell swoop. However, Mu Ran was still grappling with one crucial point. From the perspective of his captors, while they had acquired certain items, those were seized by individuals from Sakura Nation. Yet, why were they not anxious, but rather persistently pressing him with their inquiries? At a derelict construction site in the northern suburbs of the 7th Ring Road of the imperial capital, a loud clap echoed as a hand struck the table, startling Mu Ran. Speak specifically. demanded the staff member from the Sherlin pavilion. Do not speak like you are squeezing toothpaste. Can what you say lead to a discovery? Do you understand the significance of these items? They are the result of immense effort from our Mei nation. Hurry up. The urgency in the staff member's tone was palpable. If they could not extract the information soon, they would be compelled to eliminate Mu Ran. After all, the Xia nation might not yet realize Mu Ran's importance, as they still believe those items genuinely belong to Mei nation. Otherwise, despite the privileges of the Mei consulate, they would not easily have taken this high school student into their midst. Now, with the Mei nation's commander confirming that among those visiting the National Materials Research Institute today were 3 ministers at the departmental level, including Minister Chen of the Ministry of Education, the situation became even more precarious. These ministers had the authority to ensure that this high school student was retained, preventing Mei nation from easily whisking him away to the consulate. Hence, the Xian nation likely remained unaware of the student's significance. Time was of the essence. If they could extract the information swiftly, they could eliminate the student immediately. In the event of an incident, it would simply be explained as a sudden illness or accident, a mere student, after all, before Mu Ran's identity was unveiled. A sudden health crisis leading to his demise within the Mei consulate would be deemed unfortunate but unavoidable. The Mei consulate would express its regret, even preemptively preparing its statements. This urgency made Mu Ran acutely aware of his perilous situation. Although he knew Sun Lin was on his side and understood the importance of the information he had relayed to her, he was also aware of her connections, particularly her grandfather, a powerful figure in the Western Theater Command. While the specifics of his position eluded Mu Ran, it was clear that ensuring Mu Ran's safety would not prove difficult. After all, Mu Ran was merely a high school student. Even if he had truly taken something from Mei Nation, it would be a relatively minor issue. Moreover, Mei Nation had no legitimate claim to those items. They were the product of the efforts of researcher Tian Mei from the Materials Research Institute. Mu Ran's presence here was to uncover the truth about this researcher. In laboratory number 1 of the Materials Research Institute, 3 ministers were discussing the situation, and Mu Ran was keenly aware of their conversation. As other researchers praised the exceptional skills of the researcher Tian Mei, they also mentioned his background. Tian Mei was not a native of Xian Nation but a naturalized citizen hailing from Mei Nation. While a general admiration for Mei Nation might be acceptable, Mu Ran, as the central figure in this affair, understood all too well that everything he had presented today was created using his patriotic values through the platform of transcendent technology. This individual had exploited a loophole to infiltrate the Materials Research Institute of Xian Nation. If the situation continued normally, he might even ascend to the position of chief researcher in the future. Suddenly, a slap landed hard on Mu Ran's face, catching him completely off guard. Speak quickly. Stop pretending to be dazed, the guard who struck him said, rubbing his wrist. An alert rang out in Mu Ran and Appo's mind. Warning. Warning. Hostile action detected. Please activate bracelet mode immediately. Warning. Defense mode not activated. Please set bracelet mode now. A different system voice echoed in Mu Ran's mind. A reminder from the non-Newtonian Intelligent Defense and Offense bracelet. Although stunned by the slap, Mu Ran quickly pondered the bracelet and Appo's utility. Did it require setup? Why was this not mentioned beforehand? He had taken the blow for nothing. As Mu Ran navigated through the brain-machine interface to browse the bracelet's instructions and settings, tears brimmed in his eyes, not from weakness, but as a natural response to the impact on his nose. It seems to be a construction site near Beishan Lumu Lake Resort, but it's quite vast. I can only ascertain the exact location once I arrive, he said, his voice tinged with emotion. Meanwhile, in the information center, Sveil observed the interrogation of Mu Ran and ordered his subordinates to swiftly ascertain the precise location of the Beishan Lumu Lake Resort on the northern 7th Ring Road. In the information center, the ambassador of the Mei consulate, Jean Keela, surveyed the expansive 240,000 square meters of abandoned land, equivalent to 360 acres according to Xia's civilian statistics. Within the interrogation room, the voice of Ambassador Jean Keela echoed in the earpiece of the head of security. Do not act yet. Bring this boy to the site. If he cannot identify it within an hour, you know what to do. Understood, replied the head of security, chorus, and then turned to Mu Ran. Boy, I hope you are not lying. With that, he seized Mu Ran and led him out of the reception room. Chapter 45, Removing the Word If Previously. Mu Ran harbored doubts regarding the specific powers and functions of the non-Newtonian smart defensive wristband, primarily due to the absence of any practical experimentation. However, after perusing the manual, he felt reassured. Yet, The fact that this smart wristband was composed mainly of plain water raised concerns within him about whether it could truly deliver the results outlined in the documentation. Nevertheless, the sixth-generation Basya No. 1 from Qingping Mountain had only consumed 10 points of patriotic value. In contrast, this wristband had utilized a substantial 15 points of patriotic value. After deducting the 5 points spent on accelerating its development, once he accumulated more patriotic value, he must procure a set for his whimsical sister, Mu Xiaoduo. As Mu Ran was on the verge of exiting the embassy in the United States, a notification chimed. The multifunctional all-weather-bee recorder had completed its task. Another notification followed. Current remaining patriotic value, 5 points. Hey, kid, hop in the car. Don't dawdle. Time is of the essence. The United States has filed a lawsuit against you, shouted the head of security at the embassy. Wait, my shoelace is untied. Let me fix it. Mu Ran responded, crouching down to quickly tie his shoelaces. At that moment, a small metallic sphere, resembling a bee's face and about the size of a thumb, slipped from his hand and rolled beneath the embassy car. In the headquarters office of the capital station, Huang Ren scrutinized the report in his hands. Is everything investigated thoroughly? Yes, General, came the reply. That damn Sun Dakong must be trying to hoard everything for himself. After all, such a grave incident had unfolded unexpectedly for Sun Dakong. At this moment, the attention of all high-ranking officials in the capital was drawn to the Materials Research Institute. Although the information had been temporarily suppressed, the news spread more swiftly than anticipated. Not only were the higher-ups of the lower nation aware, but also neighboring countries like the United States and Cherry Blossom Nation. If the incident had involved a domestic scientist being killed by another citizen, it might not have been too grave. However, in Xia country, a personnel from Cherry Blossom Nation had killed a scientist from the United States within the Materials Research Institute, directly under the jurisdiction of Xia country. This incident instantly garnered the attention of officials across various nations. Countries aware of this incident activated all their intelligence agencies, including dormant espionage units, to operate at full capacity within the capital of Xia country. The United States had deliberately leaked a fragment of information. Otherwise, other nations could not have known about the archaeological team in Xia country discovering epoch-making new materials at an abandoned construction site. This discovery should be shared among humanity. The intent was to exert pressure on Xia country. Otherwise, if Xia country chose to conceal their findings, the United States would find it difficult to take a hard stance. Simultaneously, this was a ploy to confound Xia country. Initially, the reasoning centered around the materials being developed by American scientists. However, the United States had swiftly inquired all domestic research institutions, finding none had produced materials with such performance parameters. Thus, these materials could not be attributed to the United States, which lacked evidence or research progress to substantiate their claims. Consequently, it became a race against time. Whoever could locate more materials first would gain the upper hand, compelling international public opinion to pressure Xia country into disclosing their discoveries. Although Tian Aimei did not believe that anyone from Xia country could develop materials surpassing the research progress of the United States, it was evident that the United States knew these materials were not their own invention. Meanwhile, Tian Aimei lounged on a sofa in the United States Embassy, sipping coffee and envisioning how to charm the young lady named Sun Lin he had encountered that day, completely unaware that he had already been abandoned. The embassy refrained from removing Tian Aimei, keeping him as a contingency should the situation deviate from their plans. What on earth is happening? Why is it suddenly in such disarray? Sun Dakong exclaimed, observing the flurry of reports regarding espionage emerging from the fax machine. With a loud slap, he struck his desk. The accompanying Sun Dakong nearly shattered the desk that had served him for nearly a decade. Had he not exercised restraint? The mahogany desk might have been reduced to a heap of splintered fragments scattered across the office. It seems I must take decisive action, Sun Dakong muttered to himself. This incident had escalated significantly, and he realized that his desire to monopolize the situation was no longer feasible. The notion of appointing Mu Ran as his exclusive military advisor and chief scientist for the Southwest Theater had become unrealistic. If it were an Indapos, tea for that damn Tian Aimei, things would have proceeded without a hitch. Sun Dakong glanced at Tian Aimei's dossier on his desk. This fellow, despite his clever concealment, has finally shown his true colors. Fortunately, he had not yet fully grasped the materials, and the revelation of his position as chief scientist at the Materials Research Institute was a risk. Otherwise, Sun Dakong shuddered at the thought of how terrifying the situation could have become. Naturalized personnel. Voluntary naturalized personnel. The risks are simply too great. Despite his illustrious background, credentials, and undeniable abilities, he might very well be a ticking time bomb. One could never tell when it might explode. And now, they had just unearthed a genius. At the airport, as Wang Zhe prepared to return to the Special Operations Unit of the Southwest Theater, his phone rang. "Wang Zhe, you need not return," came Sun Dakong's voice from the receiver. Wang Zhe, who had served as the unit leader for 6 years, felt a chill run down his spine. What has happened? He gasped, recalling any potential missteps. Gather all teams, except for Team G, to the capital immediately, at once. The urgency of the last 2 words nearly deafened Wang Zhe, highlighting Sun Dakong's fury. Yes, under normal circumstances, Wang Zhe would have inquired about the situation, but today he sensed an unusual tension. He held immense gratitude towards the scientist responsible for developing the materials. However, what Wang Zhe did not realize was the profound significance of these scientists. Based on the samples Mu Hang had already revealed, while they might not yet rival the achievements of the scientists behind the 2 bombs and a satellite, they were not far behind. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Mu Hang had only just graduated high school. The potential was immense. Sun Dakong could hardly fathom the implications. If Mu Hang were granted another decade, what heights would the national strength and technological prowess of Xia country attain? If it were the Sun Dakong of yesteryear, he might have envisioned the scenario of Xia country a decade hence. However, if the scientific leadership shifted to Mu Hang, Sun Dakong could not bear to speculate on the future of Xia country. Therefore, Mu Ran was an invaluable asset that must be preserved. He far outweighed any mere materials or products. In the capital of the empire, large-scale, full-scale martial law is unfeasible. Such a display would incite panic, as this is the capital of the Summer Nation. Therefore, only the most formidable individuals for solitary operations can covertly investigate within the capital. The Special Operations Unit belonging to the Southwest Theater Command is, across the entire Summer Nation, a premier battalion of elite ground troops, an exemplary team suited to the current situation. However, to assume that Mu Ran is merely a scientist is to vastly underestimate him. At this moment, Sun Dakong's heart is filled with a sense of cherishing talent. The reason for deploying so many special forces is largely due to the information relayed by Sun Dakong's granddaughter regarding Mu Ran, having fought countless battles. Sun Dakong is well aware of the ever-changing perils of the battlefield, although Sun Lin conveyed that Mu Ran claimed he could take care of himself. The latest intelligence indicates that the capital is currently rife with undercurrents, a stark contrast to its previously serene state. But could this truly align with his intentions? Seizing this opportunity, it is imperative to eradicate these malignancies. This young man is not merely a scientist, he is a military genius endowed with strategic prowess. In the capital, at the Materials Research Institute, the 3 ministers have not yet departed. Zhang Lao and Nie Lao ponder the potential of this young talent, discussing the materials purportedly originating from this minor resource, while the 3 have already contemplated bestowing upon Mu Ran the honorary presidency of Shanhe University. A rightful and fitting recognition would be even more commendable. Currently, their sole endeavor is to pray for Mu Ran's safe return while preparing for the endeavors he may undertake upon his arrival. Should it indeed be this young man, I assert that you 3 should eliminate the word if. It is a matter of respect for a researcher. At this moment, Zhang Lao, holding the printed materials delivered by Sun Lin, peruses the documents with a mix of indignation as he responds to Chen Gang. Were it not for these 3, the institute would not be in such disarray today. As mature individuals, cannot they extend a bit more trust to the next generation of our nation? Young Chen, do not continue to cast doubt. This young man is, indeed, of genuine substance. Zhang Lao waved the experimental development records that Mu Ran had entrusted to Sun Lin for transmission to him and Nie Lao, affirming their authenticity. Chapter 46, All-in-One, Part 1. In the northern suburbs of the capital city, at a resort. Boy, quickly reveal the exact location. The head of the security detail from the Mei Kingdom kicked at Mu Ran, just as the leader's foot approached him. The bracelet on Mu Ran's right wrist suddenly transformed into a gossamer veil, enveloping his entire body. Despite the considerable force behind the kick, Mu Ran felt little pain. However, due to inertia, he stumbled forward and fell, landing awkwardly on the littered ground of the abandoned site, sliding 3 meters across the debris. Fortunately, the nearly invisible veil created by the bracelet protected his hands and knees from any harm, leaving his skin unbroken. Young man, I advise you to behave, otherwise you will regret it, the deputy leader beside the head of security mocked. Meanwhile, some spies from the Mei Kingdom lurked in the shadows, dispersed and searching for clues. As soon as Mu Ren identified the target location, he would become expendable. If the time elapsed and he still failed to provide the precise coordinates, his fate would be sealed. I remember, I think it's about 800 meters directly north in this direction. Ding. The life detector has been developed. Would you like to embed it into your watch? Embed it. As Mu Ren walked alongside the members of the Mei Kingdom's consulate, he mentally reviewed the knowledge he'd amassed, contemplating the innovations he could create using the transcendent technology platform. He realized the immense potential of the Chaoyang technology platform, which allowed him to directly develop anything based on the knowledge he possessed. Moreover, due to his status as a patriotic trialist, he could access storage from the designated geographical anchor points of the system. Thus, he could manufacture items directly on the transcendent technology platform. Given that he was already well-versed in the knowledge required, he could complete the development of relatively uncomplicated and large objects in under 15 minutes. The multifunctional all-weather-bee recorder he had previously discarded was a product he had crafted directly from items on his person. However, during the journey to the resort, an idea struck him. Since he had this targeting point connecting to Qingping Mountain and could manufacture items from there, including the Baxiano, one he had previously created through the transcendent technology platform. Could he not reverse engineer this? Consequently, Mu Ren remotely produced the life detector, expending only a small amount of patriotic value. He also created several tungsten steel high-pressure shells without any cost in patriotic value. He discovered that reproducing items of the same type no longer required patriotic value, only materials. This revelation bolstered Mu Ren's confidence. However, when he sought to create more items, he found himself lacking materials after the recent production of the Baxian No. 1, tungsten steel high-pressure shells, and an off-road shock-absorbing motorcycle. Frustrated, he lamented that if only he had more materials, he could produce even more. Within 10 seconds, given adequate materials, he could produce these simpler items on the transcendent platform. Ding. Tungsten steel high-pressure shells 5, production complete. Patriotic value consumed, 0. Current balance, 4 points. Ding. Off-road shock-absorbing motorcycle production complete. Patriotic value consumed, 1 point. Current balance, 4 points. Ding. Tungsten Tiger combat suit production complete. Patriotic value consumed, 1 point. Current balance, 3 points. Boy, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. The deputy leader, mimicking the earlier kick from the head of security, aimed a foot at Mu Ren, but he deftly evaded it and started to run forward. We're almost there. You better not pull any tricks. We've already covered 800 meters. The leaders raised their left wrists to check their watches, confirming they had traveled the distance Mu Ren had indicated. Yet, there was nothing in sight. Mu Ren looked around in confusion. No, this is the place. Don't try to deceive us. Do you want to truly suffer? The head of security brandished an electric whip, flicking the switch. The dark whip crackled with blue arcs of electricity, sizzling in the air. Seeing the electric whip, Mu Ren's expression turned to one of terror, causing him to tremble. I'll take another look. I know it's around here. There may be slight discrepancies given the size of the area. You better not play games. This is your last chance, the head of security warned, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, a circle of peripheral members from the Mei Kingdom's consulate surrounded them. Though they were peripheral, many were stronger than the head of security. If they could locate the materials through Mu Ren, the one who contributed most would reap the rewards, elevating their own status from that of a mere leader of a security team. Chris, the former captain of the 9th team of the Navy SEALs, found himself reduced to leading a security detail here. Initially planning to bide his time for 3 months before returning to the Mei Kingdom, he now saw an unexpected opportunity. If he succeeded in this endeavor, he could potentially challenge for the position of deputy leader in the 3rd team of the SEALs. The title of deputy leader was not just a name. It came with a significant elevation in status, allowing one to truly enter the upper echelons of the Mei Kingdom. Chapter 47, All in One Go, Part 2. To penetrate the upper echelons of the Berry Nation had long been the aspiration of the leader of the guard team. Now, this dream was within arm and amp. Oppo's reach. The successful completion of the current mission would secure his entry into that elite circle. As they advanced further, a crooked tree loomed ahead. Mu Ren pointed towards it and addressed the leader and deputy leader of the guard team beside him. Kid, I hope this is the last time. If we fail to locate it again, you will face prosecution in the Berry Nation. Do you understand? The leader of the guard team threatened. Why, yes, I understand. Mu Ren stammered. However, at that moment, his mind was divided. Through the neural interface, he was monitoring the life detection map transmitted from his watch. Numerous red dots flickered on the ground, with the most conspicuous ones representing Mu Ran and the two individuals beside him, marked in a deep crimson hue, while the others glowed in a standard shade of red. Two distant red dots caught Mu Ran's attention, their color deepening to a purplish tint. Yet, this was not the time for discussing the color of the markers. The variance in color had not been fully realized in Mu Ran's design of the life detector, still lacking some development. However, thanks to the transcendent technology platform, the remaining progress had been directly completed. This meant that Mu Ran had initially designed a comprehensive framework for the life detector, but it had only reached version 0.8. Now, with the transcendent technology platform, it had transformed into a fully realized life detection device. The color of the markers likely correlated with individual strength. The two markers nearest to Mu Ran were a dark crimson, while the one representing him was a pale tinged with a hint of red. Thus, he surmised that the color indicated one's combat prowess. After all, in terms of intelligence, Mu Ran was confident he could easily outclass these individuals. Similarly, his mental acuity surpassed theirs. The only explanation for the deeper hues of their markers could be attributed to their aura, the intensity of which determined their combat effectiveness. However, the detection of combat capability had yet to be finalized in Mu Ran's design. Consequently, the life detector was not capable of easily discerning the combat strength of others. Nonetheless, it was feasible to gauge the aura emanating from their bodies, a concept grounded in existing scientific understanding. Mu Ran had merely designed a framework, yet the transcendent technology platform had fully developed his concept. Even without it, Mu Ran was confident that within a month, he could complete the life detector with his current knowledge base. This revelation about the transcendent technology platform's ability to supplement his unfinished functions was invaluable. However, the life detector could not discern friend from foe. Yet, observing the surrounding markers, Mu Ran could approximate the position of Sun Lin's team. Slightly farther from him compared to the Berry Nation and Oppo's peripheral spies. Notably, Sun Lin and Oppo's marker was nearing a purplish hue, indicating she was the strongest among them. Mu Ran recalled Sun Lin's astounding speed when she leaped in to rescue him from the wreckage of a deformed car struck by a truck. Found it! Found it! He suddenly steadied his trembling body, excitement surging as he pointed ahead, the direction closest to Sun Lin and her team. Simultaneously, he expanded the map on his watch to the maximum life detection radius. As Mu Ran dashed forward, he noticed a multitude of individuals converging around him, forming a near encirclement, each standing in a staggered manner. Yet, he was unperturbed. After all, Sun Lin had previously communicated with the higher-ups from the Southwest Combat Zone. Thus, these individuals surrounding him were not solely spies from other nations. They likely included rescuers as well. Now, with narrowed eyes, Mu Ran contemplated his next move, to stir the waters, to expose the spies from various nations. If these individuals remained hidden, they would continue to lurk within the borders of Summer Nation, particularly within the capital, where the presence of so many spies was alarming. It was imperative to bring all of them into the open. A comprehensive solution was the best way to address the issue. If he could survive and return, Mu Ran believed there would be little contention regarding his ascent to the presidency of the River and Mountain University. Yet now, he had only 3 points of patriotism left. He needed to devise further means to earn more. Although the new tungsten steel material, a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, and the true 6th-generation fighter jet Basya could be considered assets of the university, Mu Ran was not content with merely these 3. After all, the tungsten steel and the 6th-generation fighter jet were not ready for public disclosure. Moreover, he understood that the new tungsten steel material could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, Summer Nation would face aggression from the Berry Nation's allies, and it had yet to be deployed across the military. Therefore, certain issues must be postponed rather than confronted immediately. The absence of this new material meant that some challenges could be delayed, preventing a clash between the rapidly advancing Summer Nation and other stagnating developed countries. Furthermore, Mu Ran was not entirely satisfied with merely the 3 assets to become the official president of the River and Mountain University. To truly assume that role, he needed to enrich the institution's foundations, enabling him to better guide his students and contribute to Summer Nation. It would also grant him greater authority to investigate the disappearance of his parents and fulfill the wishes of his grandfather, Mu Shuilong. Where is it? Point it out quickly. Kid. No tricks. The leader of the guard team from the Berry Nation and Oppo's consulate, Corey's, the deputy commander of the 9th team of the Sea Lions, sensed an ominous foreboding. This kid was not right. Without hesitation, Corey's drew his Desert Eagle. Chapter 48, A Complete Sweep, Part 2. How dare you? A sharp reprimand emerged from a thicket directly ahead of Mu Ran. Upon hearing this scolding, Mu Ran felt a surge of reassurance and, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself forward, collapsing onto the ground. Bang! A thunderous gunshot erupted from the Desert Eagle. A searing bullet shot forth from the chamber, narrowly grazing Mu Ran and Appo's scalp as it sped away. A wave of scorching pain swept over Mu Ran and Appo's head, even with the non-Newtonian intelligent defense ring activated. The formidable power of the Desert Eagle was indeed legendary. Fortunately, Mu Ran had barely evaded the deadly projectile, thanks to Sun Lin's timely warning. Although Mu Ran sensed a fierce danger and malice rising behind him, he hesitated on how to react. Sun Lin's admonition was like a wake-up call for him. With heightened mental acuity, Mu Ran's perception became especially sharp, but his almost non-existent combat experience rendered him a novice. The instant he heard Sun Lin's voice, he instinctively obeyed her command. Otherwise, he might have relied on the non-Newtonian defense ring for protection. Sun Lin's reprimand triggered a profound sense of crisis within Mu Ran, compelling him to instinctively dive forward, narrowly avoiding the bullet fired from the Desert Eagle. The non-Newtonian defense ring could withstand ordinary attacks, even gunfire from standard handguns. But the Desert Eagle had the capacity to penetrate walls. Its bullets could easily pierce through a car engine and effortlessly breach bulletproof vests at close range. Even with the defense ring, it was impossible to withstand a bullet from the Desert Eagle, especially considering that the primary material of Mu Ran and Appo's ring was merely a cup of water. Lying on the ground, Mu Ran felt a rush of fear. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the leader of the U.S. consulate and Appo's security team pointing directly at him. He must have realized that Mu Ran was toying with him. After all, although Sun Lin's sharp admonition had alerted and saved Mu Ran from the first bullet, their opponent was a former vice captain of the U.S. Navy SEALs, seasoned in countless life-or-death situations, and was utterly resolute and unhesitating. In quick succession, the gun's muzzle shifted to lock onto Mu Ran again. The second shot was aimed directly at him as he lay on the ground. Bang! You seek death. This time. The sharp reprimand was barely 15 meters away from Mu Ran, almost bursting forth from the thicket. Yet, it was still too late. Even though Sun Lin was a master, she could not match the speed of the bullet. In the brain-computer interface linked to his watch, a map displaying all light points was visible. At that moment, these points rapidly converged toward Mu Ran's location. The once serene Luhud resort was now thrown into chaos, as if Mu Ran were a boss monster about to drop equipment, attracting various figures from all around. Clang! Almost simultaneously with the second gunshot from the Desert Eagle, a brand-new off-road motorcycle appeared abruptly in front of Mu Ran, blocking the bullet capable of effortlessly penetrating a 30-centimeter thick brick wall. Faced with life and death, Mu Ran instinctively chose survival. As for whether he would expose anything or if explanations would suffice, those were secondary concerns. The priority was to stay alive. If he died now, there would be no opportunity for explanations, as he wouldn't even have the chance to clarify anything. As long as there was a chance for explanation, could he not elucidate how the motorcycle appeared? Moreover, as long as he survived, another option was to provide no explanation at all. Not every situation necessitated a reasonable justification. Furthermore, those who wished for Mu Ran to live needed him. Trivial matters would not compel him to divulge anything. Mu Ran gazed at the three-dimensional map in his mind, prepared for the possibility of not explaining. However, the moment the gun fired was obscured by trees, and due to the angle, Sun Lin might not discern how the motorcycle had appeared. The members of the U.S. consulate security team trailing behind their leader would be astonished for only a few seconds because, ultimately, they would not live long. Other individuals rushing toward this direction were utterly oblivious to how the motorcycle had manifested, at most recognizing merely that a motorcycle was present. Being situated in the capital, Mu Ran need not worry about aerial surveillance, for this was a no-fly zone. As for the potential dissemination of news regarding the motorcycle, Mu Ran chose not to dwell on it. The motorcycle was simply too conspicuous. Mu Ran still had 3 points of patriotism, sufficient to upgrade the basic functions of the existing life detection device. To disrupt nearby electronic devices, an electromagnetic pulse was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Ding! Electromagnetic pulse function upgrade completed. Patriotism points spent. 1. Current remaining patriotism points. 2. With the motorcycle shielding him from the assault. Mu Ran seized the moment when the assailants were momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of the off-road motorcycle to dash towards Sun Lin. Given the considerable recoil of the Desert Eagle, it would take a second for them to fire again, and that second was ample for Sun Lin to arrive, her speed far surpassing that of the swiftest bolt. Upon witnessing the silver-gray motorcycle that had suddenly appeared, Sun Lin felt a twinge of confusion, as she had not observed it during her previous reconnaissance. Yet, despite her puzzlement, there was no time to dwell on it. The immediate priority was to rescue Mu Ran and eliminate the danger he faced. Seeing the adversary fire without hesitation, Sun Lin realized, indeed, that Americans were not to be trusted. They dared to attempt the assassination of a high school student in Xia country. It seemed their intention had always been to silence Mu Ran. Were it not for Mu Ran sending her his coordinates and clarifying the situation, and were it not for the fact that the Luhud resort in the northern suburbs of Beijing and Apos, as Seventh Ring was a meticulously laid trap from the outset, the game would have already commenced upon Mu Ran's arrival at the U.S. consulate. It was undoubtedly a deadlock. It was no longer a matter of danger, but rather a certainty of demise. In a fluid motion, Mu Ran reached Sun Lin's rear, while she surged toward the leader of the U.S. consulate's security team. In that fleeting moment, before the assailant could raise the Desert Eagle, they felt an overwhelming force akin to air pressure accumulating in their chest. At that instant, they were still a full 5 meters away from the security team leader, Kelly. In that moment, Sun Lin unleashed the most powerful strike she could muster since entering the Master Realm. Chi body, rushing flow. The immense fist energy swept through the air, creating visible ripples, akin to a colossal fist of air that enveloped a 10-meter radius before Sun Lin. This time, Sun Lin exerted her full strength in her inaugural real battle. After Sun Lin broke through to the Master Realm, she had never unleashed such immense power in actual combat. She felt that, with the full force of her punch, her understanding of the Chi body had further refined. In the face of Sun Lin's strike, the 3 members of the American Forest Guard were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. The leader of the guard, Chris, who was indeed the deputy squad leader of the American Navy SEALs, astonishingly managed to withstand Sun Lin's punch, only taking a few steps back. At that moment, Sun Lin noticed a syringe had appeared on Chris's neck, now devoid of any liquid. "Ha, little girl. I must admit, you possess considerable strength, but alas, you are up against the pinnacle of genetic research from America." With a deep growl that emanated from his throat, Chris's body began to swell, his hair bristling as he transformed into a figure reminiscent of a brown bear. Just 2 steps forward caused the ground to tremble. "You better treat me well, and I might consider sparing you. Hand over that boy. You're no match for me." Sun Lin and Amp Appo's pupils constricted in alarm at the sudden transformation before her. Meanwhile, Mu Ran, who had retreated into the bushes, was equally startled. Indeed, America, with its lofty proclamations of morality, stood on the high ground to criticize other nations, while secretly engaging in inhumane genetic weapon research. This segment would be recorded for future use at the joint conference. Even if they refused to acknowledge it, it would still serve to irk them. As Chris, now a furious brown bear, charged toward her, Sun Lin felt no fear. Did he truly believe that a mere vial of serum could contend against the ancient techniques that had been passed down in Xia for eons? This time, Sun Lin closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Her body danced like a leaf in the wind, yet bore the weight of towering mountains. With a seemingly slow but swift motion, she unleashed her right fist once more. With a resounding impact, a fist imprint, a full 3 inches deep, manifested at the heart of the brown bear. Just as the bear's massive paw, charged with ferocious wind, was about to strike Sun Lin's head, it halted abruptly, collapsing to the ground. Chris, transformed into a bear, lay still, devoid of breath and motion. At this moment, Mu Ran, who had been meticulously monitoring the map in his mind, was momentarily stunned, as though witnessing the impossible. The dot representing Sun Lin on the map, which had previously approached a shade of purple, had now completely transformed into a vibrant violet. Chapter 49. Has the official website of Shanhe University transformed from fake to real? Suddenly, Mu Ran found himself encircled by a group of soldiers clad in green military uniforms, adorned with red flag insignias. "Comrade Mu Ran, I am Xiaobei, a guard for the Grand General of the Southwest War Zone. The General is concerned for your safety, so please follow us. Other matters will be handled by different personnel. For now, your safety is our priority amidst this chaos." With the sound of 2 gunshots from a Desert Eagle, the construction site at Beishanle Lake Resort erupted in the clamor of combat and cries, punctuated by sporadic gunfire. After all, they had come here to seize high-tech materials, and none arrived unarmed. Such actions are forbidden in Xia country, yet these individuals were on a mission from their superiors, determined to acquire the research materials at all costs. Little did they know, it was a trap. Let us go, regroup, Sun Lin commanded, closing her eyes for a moment. The rest can be handled by others. Our primary responsibility is to ensure your safety, my little brother. She patted Mu Ran's shoulder as she spoke. Xiaolin, when did you take on a younger brother? Xiao Bei inquired curiously, glancing at Mu Ran. Upon being called Xiaolin, Sun Lin's expression soured, her displeasure evident as she strode ahead, pouting. Observing her sulking demeanor, Mu Ran couldn't help but smile inwardly. Previously, he had perceived Sun Lin as an aloof, formidable woman, but now, in the company of familiar faces, she resembled a little girl. Indeed, as Mu Ran had suspected, Sun Lin was a cherished princess among her peers. However, this little princess did not take pride in the attention she received. In the midst of the chaos, she took to the skies in a fighter jet, engaging the 5th-generation F-22 from Mei country with Xia's 4th-generation aircraft. Despite the Desert Eagle's inability to counter Mu Ran's non-Newtonian intelligent defense bracelet, Sun Lin was the first to charge forward without hesitation. She embodied the responsibility expected of a soldier, exceeding Mu Ran's expectations. She did not indulge in any special treatment due to her grandfather and Appo's status as a Grand General of the Southwest War Zone. In Mu Ran's heart, there was no hesitation in calling her sister Lin. Moreover, according to Sun Lin, she was nearly half a year older than him. Sister Lin, thank you. I appreciate your help, Mu Ran said earnestly. Upon hearing him refer to her as Sister Lin, a smile graced Sun Lin's lips, transforming her earlier gloom into joy. The surrounding sunset's glow seemed to radiate warmth in response to her smile. Speak, what is it? As long as it's not a nefarious act. I've got your back, she stated boldly. It's not anything criminal. Sister Lin, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? The information I sent you. You passed it on to your grandfather, right? Mu Ran glanced around, noting that the noise of conflict had receded as they neared the resort's exit. However, his keen senses detected that the fighting continued, albeit the sounds were diminishing. In his mental map, he observed that certain points of light had ceased movement. Yet they had not vanished entirely, indicating the presence of subdued individuals. The disappearance of a point of light signaled the loss of life, while the inactive points suggested they had been neutralized. Thus, Mu Ran felt little concern for his safety at that moment. His curiosity about Sun Lin only deepened. Her earlier moment of closed-eyed sensing was as effective, if not more so, than Mu Ran's life detection device. Sister Lin, this situation is not significantly related to me. Sun Lin turned back, puzzled. If you can return quickly to the location where I sent you the message, you might still encounter the boss Ya number 1. What no? 1? Sun Lin's eyes widened suddenly, sparkling with realization. She recalled that her grandfather, Sun Dakong, had cut off their call. Could it be that grandfather intends to keep it for himself? After all, it's the only one. And it must go to the best pilot in the Southwest War Zone. Thus, Sun Lin could engage the F-22 with the J-18D. But that did not make her the strongest ace pilot in the Southwest War Zone. The true ace was her grandfather's guard, Hu Dabe. Realizing this, Sun Lin hastily prepared to leave. Wait, Sister Lin, the key to start the aircraft is still with me. Mu Ran called out, halting her. Don't worry. They can't take it. What can't they take? Sun Lin, having pieced together her grandfather's abrupt hang-up, swiftly turned and snatched the key from Mu Ran's hand. Xiao Bei, please escort Mu Ran to the Ministry of Education. Minister Chen Gang and Minister Guo Mei from the Ministry of Finance, along with Minister Wang Hong from the Planning Department, are all waiting. Understood. Xiao Bei nodded. With that, Sun Lin dashed away, disappearing from view in an instant. On the distant road, Mu Ran observed as Sun Lin produced identification and halted a passing taxi. Let us go, Comrade Mu Ran, Xiao Bei said, patting Mu Ran's shoulder before leading the group away from Beishan Lake Resort. In Tangshan Province, by Tai City. Xiaoxi, have you seen? The official website of Shanhe University seems to have been updated. ISNT it normal for updates? It's a shared website. Anyone can upload and edit the content. What is the issue? No, that is not what I meant. Just look for yourself. All right, I'll edit it later to show you some divine level writing. Go ahead and try. How about a bet? If you can attract viewers, I'll introduce you to my sister. Zhang Sen's eyes gleamed with mischief as he feigned annoyance. Oh, you're getting feisty now. Do you realize I've won first prize in the National High School Student Essay Competition? Fine, if my view count is below 100,000. I'll introduce my sister to you. Xiaoxi retorted boldly. Deal, Zhang San replied, delight gleaming in his eyes as he pressed his lips together tightly. Chapter 50. The most beautiful cross-border idol up. Lu Qingyu returns to the country in Nakagawa City, at Qingqing 3rd Middle School. The distance to Muran and Appos, Qingping Mountain Cottage, is a mere 80 kilometers. Mu Xiaoduo, tomorrow is the parent-teacher meeting. Remember to bring your brother along, exclaimed the homeroom teacher. Liang Yin, as she slammed her palm on the desk, glaring at the test paper in her hand. Now, you and Hu Min will switch seats. You go to the 5th row, and Hu Min comes to the 2nd row. Teacher Liang, I can't see very well from the 5th row, Mu Xiaoduo murmured, lifting her downcast head slightly. Can't see well? Does that mean others can see better? You don't cherish your chances, just look at your score. Liang Yin was clearly displeased. That day, my pin was broken, Mu Xiaoduo explained, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. She did not wish to trouble Mu Ran. For now, they relied solely on each other. Mu Xiaoduo was quite sensible. She understood that they could not withstand great storms and that letting her brother know about her school troubles would only add to his burdens. Mu Ran's research was nearing success, and she did not want to add to his stress at such a critical juncture, making excuses after failing. Hurry up and switch seats with Hu Min, do you hear me? Liang Yin's stern gaze and unyielding tone left Mu Xiaoduo with no choice but to gather her books and quietly move to the 5th row. Hu Min, who had already settled into her desk in the 5th row, looked at Mu Xiaoduo as she approached and said in a low voice, I told you not to get close to my idol, but you wouldn't listen. Your pin broke and you failed. This is just the beginning. You got lucky this time since the semester is ending. Next semester, you won't be so fortunate. Just stay in the 5th row and don't think about changing seats. Loser girl. Look at what you're wearing. Those clothes are from elementary school, huh? You think you can compete with me for my idol? Listening to Hu Min's ridicule, Mu Xiaoduo remained silent. From the very beginning, she had suspected Hu Min's involvement in the pin incident, while she had only harbored doubts. It was now evident from Hu Min's words that her suspicions were justified. Mu Xiaoduo felt a sense of helplessness. She chose not to respond to Hu Min, her expression revealing her grievances, which only delighted Hu Min further. After all the scheming, Hu Min was only seeking this moment of satisfaction. However, mere expressions of grievance were clearly not enough for her. As she stood up to walk forward, Hu Min deliberately stepped on Mu Xiaoduo's toes. Mu Xiaoduo, who thought her expression of grievance would deter Hu Min, was taken aback by the direct confrontation. What is the matter? We're still in class, you know. Mu Xiaoduo. Disrupting classroom order. Go stand at the back. Liang Yin's voice rang out. And Mu Xiaoduo got up from the 5th row and walked towards the empty area at the back of the classroom. Deserved it. Hu Min's triumphant voice echoed behind her. This time, Mu Xiaoduo offered no explanation. The teacher's scolding had already clarified many issues. Just before the exam, the previous homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, had left due to her due date, and unexpectedly, it had become like this. The children of the poor grow up fast. Especially after 3 years without seeing their parents, Mu Xiaoduo and Mu Ran had relied solely on community support and the subsidies from the research institute where their parents worked. After their parents went missing, they had come to understand the coldness of human relationships and the emptiness of false affections. Thus, to protect herself, Mu Xiaoduo learned to speak appropriately to different people, maintaining a respectful distance from those who were insincere, though she did not seek to ingratiate herself with others. This approach had indeed lessened her troubles. If only Dad and Mom were here, I wonder how long it will take for my brother to complete his experiment. She mused in the back of the classroom. An hour later, as Mu Xiaoduo stepped out of Qingqing 3rd Middle School, she heard her name called. Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo. Initially, she thought she was imagining it, as such a warm voice could not possibly belong to anyone but Mu Ran. Xiaoduo, over here. The gentle voice called again from behind. Realizing it was not a figment of her imagination, Mu Xiaoduo felt her heart ache as she recalled the grievances from class. A slender, delicate finger tapped lightly on the top of her head. Thud. Oh. The tears that Mu Xiaoduo had been holding back spilled over. They rolled down her cheeks like scattered pearls, falling onto her collar. A playful poke on her head drew a smile to her face despite her tears. Turning around, she was met with the sight of a fair, delicate neck, devoid of any excess flesh, adorned with a handmade tungsten steel alloy moon pendant crafted by Mu Ran himself. Mu Xiaoduo rushed to embrace the tall woman with wavy chestnut hair, who wore sunglasses and a mask. Sister Qingyu, she cried out, tears flowing freely. Feeling the small figure clinging to her, Lu Qingyu reached out her arms and enveloped Mu Xiaoduo in a warm embrace. Gently, she patted Mu Xiaoduo's back with her right hand. What's wrong, Xiaoduo? Did I hug you too tightly? Lu Qingyu asked. her soft voice caressing Mu Xiaoduo's forehead like the fragrance of orchids. No, it doesn't hurt. I'm just too happy, Mu Xiaoduo replied, squeezing Lu Qingyu even tighter. Sensing the warmth radiating from Mu Xiaoduo's slender frame and the trembling from her sobs, Lu Qingyu realized that her little sister must have endured a great deal in the past 3 years. Once Mu Xiaoduo began to calm down, Lu Qingyu squatted down, placing her hands on Mu Xiaoduo's shoulders, studying her sister, whom she had not seen for over 3 years. Those clothes, how on earth has Mu Ran been taking care of you? Lu Qingyu noted that Mu Xiaoduo was wearing the birthday gift she had bought for her before she left. That scoundrel Mu Ran truly cares for you. Now, Mu Xiaoduo had grown up beautifully. It would not be an exaggeration to say she could be the school belle if it weren't for her outdated attire. Xiaoduo, where did your brother go? He should still be at the little cottage left by Grandpa in Qingping Mountain, right? Mu Xiaoduo, fiddling with her clothing nervously, replied honestly. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with light. Lu Qingyu was one of the few who cared for her, alongside her father, mother, and grandfather. Mu Ran, what about me? Have you forgotten your brother? Don't I care for you? Lu Qingyu refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of Mu Xiaoduo and Mu Ran's parents. The disappearance of Uncle Mu and Aunt Zhang had occurred 2 months after Lu Qingyu went abroad, a significant event she had learned about shortly thereafter. All right. Why haven't you contacted me for so long, Xiaoduo? In the 3 years following the incident, neither Mu Ran nor Mu Xiaoduo took the initiative to contact Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu gently pinched Mu Xiaoduo's nose and said, I don't wish to burden my sister. I want to wait until I am accepted into a good high school before showing her my admission letter. As they made their way to the small courtyard at Qingping Mountain, a rather untimely rumble emanated from Mu Xiaoduo's stomach. Lu Qingyu produced a silk handkerchief from her pocket and tenderly wiped the tears from Mu Xiaoduo's face. We'll deal with your brother later, for now. Let us take this little foodie to eat something. With that, Lu Qingyu took Mu Xiaoduo's small hand and led her toward a charming tea house located 200 meters away. Is everything all right, Sister Qingyu? Won't this be inconvenient for you? Mu Xiaoduo inquired, gazing at Lu Qingyu, whose allure and grace were undeniable even behind sunglasses and a mask. Not at all. I am simply accompanying my sister for a meal, Lu Qingyu replied, as she removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing an exquisite and stunning visage before Mu Xiaoduo's eyes. This was Mu Xiaoduo's sister, Lu Qingyu, the most popular idol on Platform D, without a doubt. Chapter 51. The Popularity of Lu Qingyu, Part 1. Upon hearing Mu Xiaoduo's inquiry about her convenience, Lu Qingyu felt a pang of heartache for the little girl, who, despite her tender age, exhibited remarkable maturity. In Lu Qingyu's heart, Mu Xiaoduo was akin to a younger sister. Lu Qingyu understood that Mu Xiaoduo refrained from seeking her assistance out of a desire not to trouble her, particularly in the present circumstances. As Lu Qingyu removed her glasses and mask, she noticed passers-by already raising their phones to capture the moment. Typically, she would have sought to avoid such attention. But today was different. She had just returned from abroad after completing her studies and signing contracts. Eager to see Mu Xiaoduo as soon as she landed, she had her assistant inquire about the girls' school, and without delay, she rushed over. Although she longed to reconnect with Mu Ran, her immediate priority was to ensure Mu Xiaoduo was well fed. Observing the girl's petite frame and attire, Lu Qingyu realized that Mu Ran had not been looking after her properly. Gently patting Mu Xiaoduo and Appo's head, Lu Qingyu felt a surge of compassion. It seemed that Mu Ran had been neglectful in caring for her sister, despite the financial support they received, which was rather scant. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingyu, Mu Ran had devoted nearly all of their funds to his research, leaving only the bare minimum for living expenses. Mu Xiaoduo, for her part, was not neglected out of indifference. Rather, Mu Ran, consumed by his obsession with research, had always regarded Mu Xiaoduo as his little sister who had yet to grow up, since she had never requested additional funds for her expenses. The allowance Mu Ran provided had remained unchanged for 3 years, with every spare cent funneled into his experiments. Whenever Mu Xiaoduo found herself short on cash, she would take on small jobs at local shops or assist classmates with their homework to earn a bit of pocket money. Now a second-year middle school student, Mu Xiaoduo was acutely aware of her sister Lu Qingyu and Appo's immense popularity. However, at her age, she lacked a clear understanding of just how monumental that popularity truly was. Yet, as she held Lu Qingyu's hand and began to calm down amidst the chaotic scene, she noticed that the onlookers' pace slowed and more phones emerged to capture Lu Qingyu's visage. It dawned on her that the person beside her was not merely her sister, but a national idol and a multifaceted creator. Lu Qingyu's fame extended far beyond her origins as a content creator. She had starred in 2 art films and a martial arts drama. portraying significant roles that garnered acclaim both domestically and internationally. Thanks to her stunning looks, exceptional acting skills, and solid foundation, these productions became immensely popular. Observers noted her ability to seamlessly switch between 12 different languages in lengthy dialogues, with impeccable accents. The online community hailed her performances as classics, with comments likening her beauty to that of legendary figures. People of all ages expressed a desire to have daughters like Lu Qingyu or to marry someone akin to her. Some even inquired about her bride price, only to be met with a wave of backlash online, leading to public apologies from those who had made such inquiries. Lu Qingyu's devoted fan base had gathered a remarkable following, and the admiration for her only grew. Moreover, Lu Qingyu had made significant strides in the realm of sports, having represented her country in the Winter Olympics and securing 3 gold medals in skiing. Over the following 2 years, she continued to dominate the women and oppos, S100m and 110-meter hurdles at the World Championships, breaking world records along the way. The news of Lu Qingyu's return to her homeland spread rapidly online, initially sparked by a few scattered photos of her at a local school. However, skepticism lingered due to her disguise of glasses and a mask, leading many to doubt the authenticity of her return. Yet, within minutes, a short video revealing her true appearance surfaced, filmed at a charming tea house in Xicheng. The ambience of the tea house, adorned with warm lighting and elegant wooden decor, created a serene atmosphere. In the video, Lu Qingyu sat gracefully, her long brown hair cascading around her as she smiled warmly, feeding a young girl a traditional sweet. This heartwarming scene quickly went viral, igniting excitement across the internet. Lu Qingyu had truly returned. The disbelief and enthusiasm were palpable among her fans, who clamored for a glimpse of their idol, eager for her signature and presence. The dance video of Lu Qingyu on Platform D has rapidly surged to the forefront of popularity, inundating the screen with a flurry of comments. The total number of remarks has skyrocketed from 70 million to an astonishing 200 million, and the upward trend continues to accelerate. Due to the overwhelming pressure, Platform D has already activated its backup servers. Your goddess, go away. If it reaches my phone, she becomes my goddess. Whoever claims her as their goddess, do not leave. Do not let us find you. In the Ministry of Education of the imperial capital, within the first conference room, Mu Ran, through our urgent application and subsequent discussions, is now officially appointed as the president of Shanhe University. Your credentials have been vetted by both Elder Zhang and Elder Nye, alongside your previously submitted solution regarding photolithography, as well as the latest intelligence from the Southwest Theater regarding your design philosophy for the 6th-generation fighter jet and the successful development of its prototype. Furthermore, you are concurrently nominated as a candidate for the academician selection of the Summer Academy, scheduled for November this year. Should you contribute further this year, or even maintain your current standing without engaging in any unlawful activities, you will become a formal academician of the Summer Academy. However, a pressing challenge remains. Shanhe University is struggling to recruit students and lacks a charismatic, high-profile figure to attract enrollment. After Chen concluded his remarks, a look of concern crossed his face. The time frame is too short, and Shanhe University and Oppos, as promotional efforts are insufficient. With merely 1 month for recruitment and 2 months for establishing the institution, the 3 ministers firmly believe that with Mu Ran's presence, the university is not lacking in substance. Yet, many schools possess similar foundations. The question lies in how to attract quality students to Shanhe University. Moreover, the online presence of the 1450 and various dissenting voices are steering public opinion against the university's recruitment efforts. In truth, the primary focus of this meeting is precisely this matter. Interestingly, the appointment of Mu Ran as president of Shanhe University faced no dispute. The proposal was submitted and swiftly approved. Chapter 52. The popularity of Lu Qingyu. The current discourse on the internet is unforgiving towards Shanhe University, branding it as a subpar institution. Mu Ran cast his gaze downward, swiftly scrolling through his phone, his expression betraying his discontent. Before lifting his eyes to the 3 ministers seated around the conference table, the ministers, including Chen, looked on with a sense of helplessness at Mu Ran's predicament. It seemed that being the president of Shanhe University was no easy feat initially. Mu Ran had failed to secure the position, but now that he had, he faced the grim possibility of insufficient student enrollment. As a comprehensive super university, Shanhe University could not afford to lower its admission standards. However, maintaining these standards posed a dilemma, as the pool of quality candidates nationwide was limited. Even with the addition of Shanhe University, The number of students choosing it as their first choice remained disappointingly low amid the allure of other institutions. While Shanhe University would certainly consider mid-tier candidates, it could not shoulder the burden of sourcing such students for elite universities. Currently, there was a troubling trend emerging at Shanhe University. If the negative sentiments online continued to escalate unchecked, the institution would risk becoming nothing more than a hollow name, devoid of high-caliber students. Although Mu Ran aspired to embrace an inclusive educational philosophy, he recognized that the inaugural cohort could not be treated so liberally, as the university lacked the necessary foundation. The caliber of university students does not magically elevate upon entering a prestigious institution. Rather, it is contingent upon the quality of the incoming class. The absence of top-tier candidates would severely hinder Shanhe University's chances of excelling in various academic competitions, both domestically and internationally, in its inaugural year. In 3 months, following the military training in October, the International Robotics Programming Competition would take place. While Mu Ran could participate in individual events, the prospects for team competitions appeared grim. Most of the CRME de la CRME had already been recruited by established elite universities, leaving scant opportunity for Shanhe University to attract top talent. Moreover, unscrupulous media outlets, particularly from the West and countries like the United States, South Korea, and Japan, were eager to undermine any progress made by Shanhe University. The management of public opinion was proving to be a formidable challenge. While China has historically approached discourse with civility, this virtue becomes a vulnerability when subjected to verbal attacks. Despite the ancient Chinese principle of retribution against those who wrong the strong, the current situation involved merely verbal assaults that did not pose a substantial threat to the nation itself, yet were detrimental to Shanhe University's recruitment efforts. Now that Mu Ran had assumed the role of president, he held a position akin to that of a vice minister in the realm of education. With Shanhe University being one of only 32 vice-ministerial universities in the country, as a super-comprehensive university aspiring to rival the likes of Xiaqing and Xiaobei, the stature of Shanhe University as president was significant. Although the role was classified as vice-ministerial, the associated authority was comparable to that of a full minister. Once established, the influence and weight of Mu Ran's position would dramatically shift. However, should the quality of enrollment remain subpar, Shanhe University would inevitably face relegation, becoming merely a true vice-ministerial institution, akin to the other 30 universities, excluding Xiaqing and Xiaobei. Without notable achievements, further demotion loomed on the horizon, a fate eagerly anticipated by certain media and public intellectuals. Yet, as Mu Ran surveyed the 3 ministers before him, his gaze sharpened with resolve. He contemplated revealing a strategy he had initially intended to keep under wraps, now deemed necessary given his current role. The countercurrent group, once a hidden ace, could now serve as Mu Ran's trump card. His explorations into the transcendent technology platform had afforded him several new advantages. It was imperative to bring forth a visible, formidable asset. Seizing this opportunity, the countercurrent group would serve as Mu Ran's most potent weapon in the public eye, a strategic move designed to instill fear in adversaries. Earlier that morning, prior to being summoned to the capital by Sun Lin, Mu Ran had sent a message to the countercurrent group while aboard a fighter jet, instructing them to uncover the true identities behind the malign narratives targeting Shanhe University. Initially, he intended to pass this information to the beleaguered Chen gang, urging them to coordinate with the Security Bureau to eradicate these online toxins. However, the circumstances had shifted his perspective. The members of the countercurrent group were poised to take the National College entrance examination, albeit from abroad, which rendered them eligible for special admission to Shanhe University. While admitting only these few individuals would not generate significant attention, their public recognition as Mu Ran's allies would undoubtedly attract a wave of top-tier candidates in computer science, programming, and network technology to Shanhe University. Yet, Mu Ran understood that he must maintain a low profile and conceal his identity for the time being. A hidden blade, when finally honed, possesses greater lethality. The period for disclosing his identity would not arrive until the crucial stage of enrollment decisions, which was still 2 months away. As for the upcoming academician selection in November, Mu Ran viewed it as a mere formality, given that he had already showcased his research prowess. His intention was to align the official inauguration of Shanhe University with the commencement of classes, marking a momentous occasion. As a researcher and an introvert, Mu Ran harbored aspirations of becoming the chief arms scientist, with the ultimate goal being the creation of exoskeletons, unilateral combat's ultimate weapon. In the past, He might have doubted his ability to develop such technology before achieving that status. However, now he felt confident that on the day Shanhe University opened its doors, he would present a memorable gift to the nation and to all who doubted the institution's potential. Yet, that was a matter for another day. The immediate priority remained the enhancement of Shanhe University's enrollment quality. Uncle Chen, I am the leader of the countercurrent group, Mu Ran declared after a moment's reflection. Upon hearing the name, Chen Gang did not inquire further about the group's nature, as he was already aware of its existence. After all, the reverse current group has been a topic of discussion among certain top-tier students, specifically those who have achieved scores exceeding 700 on their college entrance examinations. Chen Gang, whose attention occasionally drifts towards the dynamics of these exceptional students, was naturally aware of the remarkable deeds of the reverse current group. You are the leader of the reverse current group. After a moment of contemplation, recalling the illustrious achievements of the group, Chen Gang suddenly found himself with his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Finance Minister Guo Mei and Planning Minister Wang Hong observed their old comrade and Appo's astonishment. His eyes wide in disbelief. Wang Hong gently nudged Chen Gang and inquired, "What exactly is the reverse current group?" While both were eager to ask Mu Ran directly, they hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, they had severely misjudged Mu Ran, and had they believed him from the outset, many complications could have been avoided. Since their old comrade Chen Gang was in the know, they decided to pose their questions to him. Yet, what precisely had the reverse current group accomplished? Was it truly warranted for Chen Gang to display such exaggerated astonishment? Logically, after enduring so many surprises and the seemingly impossible events surrounding Mu Ran today, would yet another occurrence elicit such an exaggerated response? Chapter 53. The Popularity of Lu Qingyu, Part 2, Old Chen. Speak up. Are you trying to drive me and Xiaguo insane? Wang Hong glanced at the somewhat anxious and curious Guo Mei beside him, shaking Chen Gang's arm. Are you aware of the rankings of international hacker organizations? Of course, but the top 3 do not include any group named Reverse Flow, Guo Mei. Coming from a family of scientists, naturally had some knowledge about these cutting-edge technological groups. Observing the composed expression of Mu Ran, she sensed that things were not as simple as they appeared. Otherwise, Chen Gang would not have displayed such a shocking demeanor moments ago. Guo Mei had to admit that among the top 10 international hacker organizations, she had indeed never heard of Reverse Flow. It was akin to Mount Everest. Everyone recognizes it as the highest peak in the world, but few could name the heights of peaks ranked 2nd to 10th. My grandson is also fond of computer technology, and I have never heard him mention a group called Reverse Flow among the top 3, Wang Hong chimed in. Neither of you is mistaken. Indeed, Reverse Flow is not among the top 3 international hacker organizations. But do you know what the current 4th-ranking organization is? Given Chen Gang's rhetorical question, the answer was obvious: Reverse Flow Group. Although Guo Mei's tone was questioning, her eyes betrayed certainty. Yes, the reason for her uncertainty is that she is not well acquainted with the organizations beyond the top 3. However, just last month, she had not heard of Reverse Flow appearing among the top 10, and she could not recall the names of the hacker organizations ranked 4th to 10th. You are correct to inquire, as Reverse Flow only achieved this 4th position this month. Chen Gang's expression finally returned to normal, observing the astonished faces of Guo Mei and Wang Hong. He decided to elaborate on the exploits of Reverse Flow. At this moment, Guo Mei and Wang Hong refrained from interrupting, waiting for Chen Gang to continue, as they were well aware that any interjection might lead to embarrassment. However, even in silence, Chen Gang felt confident that their expressions would not remain unchanged. Still putting on a facade, are we? The Reverse Flow Group has only been established for just over 2 years. Upon its inception, it directly defeated the 20th-ranked Icelandic Blue Sail hacker group. You may recall that the Icelandic Blue Sail group previously propagated the panda-burning incense virus through a computer enthusiast from Xiaguo, leading to the paralysis of numerous civilian computers and even affecting some official systems. Noticing the subtle change in their expressions, as both Guo Mei and Wang Hong had been impacted by that viral incident, Chen Gang continued. In the subsequent 2 years leading up to this month, their ranking has surged. In a mere 2 years, they advanced from defeating the Southern Hacker Group at the 20th position to now sitting at 4th. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Chen Gang felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed they had developed a taste for the extraordinary. After all, ascending from 20th to 4th place in such a short span was indeed remarkable. The members of Appos, Reverse Flow and Appos, are reportedly all under 20 years of age. Wang Hong and Guo Mei nodded, still maintaining their stoic demeanor as they regarded Chen Gang. Are you familiar with the Mensa Club? Mensa? This time, Wang Hong echoed, having only a vague awareness of it. Guo Mei, however, interjected, the high IQ club? Her tone finally bore signs of excitement. Coming from a family of scientists, she was well acquainted with Mensa. For anyone in research, gaining membership in Mensa represented an opportunity for greater support, significantly enhancing the visibility of their scientific achievements. Mensa is an ancient high IQ club that has maintained its principles of neutrality and non-profit status over the years. Renowned figures such as Einstein, Edison, Newton, and Faraday were all members. Is it possible that reverse flow has connections with Mensa? Are there members among them? Guo Mei expressed her disbelief. How could that be? Yet Chen Gang's smug expression suggested otherwise. It appeared that indeed some members of reverse flow were Mensa members. This is too absurd, especially since you just claimed that all members of reverse flow are under 20. Guo Mei recalled her recent meeting with Zhang Lao and Guo Lao at the Xiaguo Academy of Sciences, both of whom were esteemed scholars in materials science yet were not Mensa members, not due to lack of desire, but rather insufficient qualifications. For any scientist who met Mensa's criteria, an invitation would be forthcoming. Otherwise, one could only apply after demonstrating notable achievements among peers. Thus, anyone qualified would receive an invitation, while those who did not were not necessarily lacking but rather faced competition. There's nothing impossible, Chen Gang observed Guo Mei's astonishment, noticing her mouth agape and her eyes wide with disbelief. Moreover, do you think entering Mensa is that difficult? Director Chen, are you insulting my intelligence? Everyone knows how challenging it is. Some countries don't even have a single member. Well, do you know that the reverse flow group is entirely composed of Mensa members? What? That's impossible. It cannot be true. Guo Mei's mouth fell open as she stared incredulously at Mu Ran, realizing that if all members of reverse flow were indeed Mensa, then Mu Ran sitting across the table was also a Mensa member? Taking a deep breath, she patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Xiao Mu, are you a Mensa member? Guo Mei asked, her disbelief evident as she posed what seemed like a naive question. Yes, Aunt Guo. Upon receiving a definitive affirmation from Mu Ran, Guo Mei's eyes remained brimming with disbelief. Even her grandfather and father were not members of the Mensa Club, despite both being pivotal figures in the development of the Summer Nation space station. Ding dong. Observing Guo Mei's astonished expression, Wang Hong, who had previously contemplated correcting his misconceptions about Mensa, was interrupted by the notification sound from Mu Ran and Appo's phone resting on the table. The three ministers gestured for Mu Ran to check the message first, perceiving no negativity in doing so. In their minds, Mu Ran was no longer the same individual who had just arrived at the Ministry of Education's first conference room that morning. Wait a moment. Let Mu Ran finish reading the message. There's nothing amiss. Seeing the minister's gestures, Mu Ran nodded, not out of arrogance. Had it been a message from anyone else, he would have continued the meeting with the ministers. However, this message was from his beloved younger sister, Mu Xiaoduo. Brother, where are you? Why aren't you in the courtyard at Qingping Mountain? Have you returned to grandfather and Appo's courtyard? Yes. Your brother has achieved a breakthrough. I am about to become the president of Shanhe University and am currently at the ministry in the capital. As he spoke, Mu Ran sent a photograph of his appointment letter to Mu Xiaoduo. Oh, Sister Qingyu saw the picture you sent and said she wants to attend Shanhe University. What? Qingyu. At that moment, the three ministers at the Ministry of Education exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of concern. Nevertheless, as Mu Ran continued to respond to messages, they refrained from interrupting. Brother, Mu Xiaoduo sent a string of characters in a code only they could understand. Translated, it meant, brother. Is Sister Qingyu going to be my sister-in-law? What did you just send, Xiaoduo? Just then, Lu Qingyu, who had recently posted an update on D stations, noticed the nonsensical characters Mu Xiaoduo had sent and casually inquired. It's nothing, just a little glitch on my screen that sent some garbled text. Lu Qingyu eyed Mu Xiaoduo skeptically, though the string of random characters meant little to her. Nonetheless, she memorized them. Minister. A sudden knock echoed through the conference room. Come in. This time, not only Chen Gang's secretary, Xiao Li, entered, but also Wang Hong's secretary, Xiao Zhang, who rushed in together. As the Minister of Planning, Wang Hong was keen to stay informed. Observing his secretary Xiao Zhang and Chen Gang's secretary Xiao Li enter, panting, he inquired, what has transpired? Minister, that Lu Qingyu announced she intends to apply to Shanhe University. Xiao Zhang blurted out before catching his breath and handing a tablet to Wang Hong. After regaining his composure, Chen Gang's secretary, Xiao Wang, exhaled deeply and addressed Chen Gang. Minister Lu Qingyu posted on D Station that she plans to apply to Shanhe University. She has returned to the country. Moreover, over 10 million graduating students are petitioning to enroll in Shanhe University, demanding it open applications and stating that only the capable should be admitted. Otherwise, they will not fill out their choices for other universities, leaving it to those who wish to attend elsewhere. Chapter 54. Petition the Ministry of Education. We wish to enroll in Shanhe University. A resounding slap echoed as a palm struck the table forcefully. The sound of shattering glass followed suit. Mr. Smith, do not forget your mission. What is happening here? Wasn't it said that the reputation of Shanhe University has been utterly tarnished? Surely, no one would wish to enroll there. Yet now, an unexpected number of individuals are expressing interest? Not many, to be sure. They are merely a rabble. Rest assured, Ambassador. This surge in interest is merely a consequence of Lu Qingyu and Appo's successful return from the United States. Her influence is overwhelmingly significant. We intended for her to acquire citizenship. Yet she has shown blatant disregard, deliberately opposing us. She must be a spy for Summer Nation. Yes, a spy for Summer Nation. Mr. Smith observed the furious Ambassador Jean Colas, who had risen from behind his desk, his anger palpable. It was the first time Smith had witnessed Jean Colas so incensed. Such a situation was unavoidable. Smith was also just learning of these developments. The events of the day, commencing with the press conference at Shanhe University, had unfolded rapidly, all within a mere 12 hours, culminating in a whirlwind of occurrences. The press conference had announced the establishment of Shanhe University. Smith had orchestrated the public narrative, collaborating with various influential figures, intellectuals, online commentators, and foreign media to maliciously undermine Shanhe University's reputation. After all, many nations possess planning bureaus and strategic planners who could foresee the implications of whether Shanhe University would be constructed. The faculty's reputation at Shanhe University might not rival that of Summer Nation's top-tier institutions, Shaoqing and Xiaobei. Yet, Lu Qingyu would assert that they had entirely misconstrued the focal point. With a sharp clap, a hand struck Smith's left cheek, sending him spinning twice before collapsing to the ground. You worthless fool. Such a promising start, such a simple task, and you have utterly botched it. Get out. Smith clutched his face, which bore a deep crimson imprint, seething as he gazed up at Ambassador Jean Colas. He was, after all, an internationally recognized figure. And to be struck in such a manner, especially in Summer Nation rather than his homeland, was humiliating. Was Jean Colas's confidence perhaps excessive? However, upon observing Jean Colas and Appo's towering stature and muscular build, Smith swallowed his disdain. Rising from the floor, he exited the office. Useless, all of you are utterly useless. Swear. Come to my office. Smith, having stepped outside the consulate, cast a resentful glance back at the Embassy of the United States. He retrieved his phone, logged into an anonymous email account, sent a timed message, with the recipient being the Summer Nation's Ministry of Security. A thunderous crash erupted outside the consulate as an unlicensed truck collided violently with Smith's body. The frail Smith was propelled over 10 meters, tumbling several times before falling still. Swear, as part of the Information Security Department, I trust you know what to do now. At that moment, Swear, drenched in sweat, stood before Ambassador Jean Colas in his office. The ambassador's actions would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Summer Nation. Swear wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that an unknown cyber group, likely the Reverse Flow Group, appeared to have targeted their channels, effectively severing many connections and locking down a significant number of their operatives. They no longer dared to contact these operatives lightly, as their information flow was now restricted by the Reverse Flow Group. Let them seal it off. Do not fear. Jean Colas, accustomed to the battlefield, dismissed the concerns regarding the cyber group, viewing them as mere distractions. As long as we complete this mission, you will be free to revel in your success. These online scoundrels are not worth your worry. Do you truly believe Summer Nation will spare you? Will the White Palace show you mercy? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the influence these students could wield if they flock to Shanhe University? We have boasted of science transcending borders for years, attracting the world's brightest minds. The convergence of these talents in our nation has propelled our technological advancement to unprecedented heights. While Shanhe University may seem inconsequential now, remember that every great endeavor begins with a single step. Once that step is taken, it marks a breakthrough from nothing to something. Should they remain stagnant, they are worth nothing. Yet Shanhe University is poised to become a premier institution. Once they begin to enroll top talents from around the globe, our ability to attract these scholars will be compromised. Are you aware of the number of exceptional students we currently confine in our laboratories? Though they receive handsome salaries and work in favorable research environments, they are merely our pets, continuously generating innovations that keep us ahead of other nations. As long as they do not aspire to escape, they can frolic as they please within our confines. Yet now, Lu Qingyu has escaped. Though she has not joined our nationality, her rise is due to her influence. Therefore, do not forget your true identity. What is your true identity? You must not tell me you have forgotten. A handcrafted pistol made of ivory was slammed onto the desk. Jean Colas grasped the ornate weapon, deftly disassembling it with lightning speed. In under 30 seconds, the once intact ivory pistol was transformed into a plethora of components, resembling a jumbled collection of building blocks. Do not forget, you are a killer we released from the Ul's maximum security prison. Do not think you can settle into a life of comfort here, surely. You would not wish to? Your daughter must be living well, I presume? Make your choice, our white flower, Mr. Sweer, the assassin. Jean Colas leaned forward over the desk, his voice a mere whisper in Sweer's ear. Ding. Sweer received a text message detailing the recent accident outside the consulate, revealing that the casualty was none other than Smith. Sweer's expression grew increasingly frigid as he raised his head to meet Jean Colas's gaze, remaining silent as he swiftly gathered the numerous ivory components from the desk into a nearby box meant for building blocks. I trust you will uphold your promises. Otherwise, I'm not one to be trifled with. Humph. Sveil exited the office of Jinkala, followed by the resounding clash of the door against its frame. In Foshan Province, by Tai City, at the garden community, Zhang Shanhe and Li Si, who had previously lured each other's sisters into a wager, now found themselves in a mutual breach of contract. I no longer desire your sister. I must attend Shanhe University. No, first, I shall visit the tea shop where the goddess once lingered. No, I must go directly to the place where the goddess resides. The current wager is the cost of the plane ticket. Then let us swiftly access the official website of Shanhe University, declared Zhang Shanhe. Let us see. I have said it before, I do not believe that Shanhe University can change that much. I assert it can be edited. Li Si insisted that anyone could edit the official website of Shanhe University as it had previously been editable, a fact known to Zhang San. Observing Zhang San's demeanor, it was evident that some enthusiasts had imposed restrictions on the server, hindering unrestricted editing. Even with these limitations, Li Si remained unconvinced. He believed that with his computer skills, he could easily manipulate a seemingly rudimentary website. After all, it was merely a platform constructed by enthusiasts, a space for aggrieved students to vent their frustrations. As he contemplated his impending victory and the opportunity to showcase his prowess before Zhang San, he opened the official website of Shanhe University, only to be captivated by its exquisite design and modern, futuristic aesthetic. He confirmed that he had entered the correct URL, which remained unchanged. However, the quality of the site had evidently improved from its previous amateurish state, although it had once been crafted by a few top scholars. It now bore the hallmarks of a more professional endeavor. Has it changed? Zhang Sen inquired with a smug expression. What change? Remember, you claimed not only that it had changed, but also that it was no longer editable. If I can edit it, then you have lost. Following this, Li Si skillfully initiated his enhanced interface for scanning, connecting through channel 3499 to the official server of Shanhe University. Witnessing Li Si and Appo's adept maneuvers, Zhang San and Appo's expression darkened. You little rascal, you possess such skills? He scoffed. Prepare my plane ticket money. I am off to obtain an autograph from my goddess. You have deceived me. Zhang San retorted. I consider myself your life mentor. Did I not just teach you a lesson? One should not be overly confident. As he spoke, Li Si expertly input various codes to penetrate the server. The atmosphere turned tense as the two friends found their faces illuminated by the azure glow of the screen. Zhang San's expression remained largely unchanged, but Li Si's face turned pale, tinged with a wild excitement that surpassed even the thrill of hearing that the goddess Lu Qingyu would attend Shanhe University. Suddenly, the monitor displayed a message. We have located your information. Welcome to apply to Shanhe University. We are the reverse flow group, and we shall await you in the computer science department. All students entering this interface will be registered. You may continue to challenge the intrusion of the Shanhe University official server. In a fit of exhilaration, Li Si leapt from his seat. This clearly indicates that the reverse flow group consists entirely of individuals from Xia country. Moreover, every member of the reverse flow group will be studying at Shanhe University. All invited members of the Mensa High IQ Society, Li Si exclaimed, joyfully pounding on the table. Zhang San, glancing between Li Si and the computer screen, felt utterly perplexed. Could it be that this fellow had lost his mind? Surely, he had not managed to access the server for web page editing. Even Zhang San, with limited computer knowledge, recognized that such editing had not occurred. At that moment, all who logged onto the Shanhe University website, witnessing its transformation, saw the blue interface and the accompanying message. Chaos ensued. Instantly, screenshots of the blue background and the message flooded Weibo, headlines, and various mainstream media outlets. Not only the previous 10 million students, but an additional 1.5 million students petitioned the Ministry of Education, clamoring, "We wish to enroll at Shanhe University. Please grant us access." Chapter 55 marks both an end and a beginning, the inauguration ceremony of Shanhe University. At this moment, Mu Ran has returned to his quaint courtyard in Qingping Mountain, and his patriotic value has soared to an impressive 10 million points. The instigators of this extraordinary rise are none other than the Backflow Group and Sun Lin. During the operation to apprehend the assassin targeting Liu Bing and Appos, the identity of the group member Little Jie was inadvertently revealed. In a moment of desperation, Liu Bing and Appos faced imminent danger. Although she has achieved great fame in the sports realm, surpassing the pinnacle of popularity, she would still find herself vulnerable against a true assassin. Had Little Jie not revealed his identity at that critical moment, Lu Qingyu would have been unlikely to trust him. While the leader of the Backflow Group remains unnamed, rumors have circulated regarding his background, with some suggesting that he is the president of Shanhe University. The veracity of these claims is hotly debated online, drawing skepticism both domestically and internationally, particularly from overseas sources asserting that the leader hails from their own nation, who, indeed, is the leader of the Backflow Group. Despite the group and Appos' members publicly declaring their identities, Little Jie has refrained from disclosing the leader and Appos' name, leaving the question shrouded in controversy. Media outlets abroad uniformly claim the leader is one of their own, with South Korea particularly asserting that a member of Mensa from their nation is the leader of the Backflow Group. They have even encouraged students attracted to Shanhe University to consider applying to their own institutions. This Mensa member, of course, is over 20 years old. Yet South Korean propaganda claims a clerical error led to him being recorded as 22, when in fact he is only 19. South Korea is keen to seize a share of the elite student and research talent pie, successfully enticing a few students from the summer nation with their promotions. After all, the existence of Mensa members in South Korea is verifiable, while the leader of the Backflow Group remains elusive. As for South Korea's promotional efforts, the Mensa member has chosen to remain silent, capitalizing on the attention garnered from his recent endorsement of a new product from Sanshin, by neither confirming nor denying the allegations, and refraining from any public statements. He stands to gain considerable visibility and wealth. He should be grateful to the leader of the Backflow Group for this opportunity. The initial surge of 100,000 patriotic points was merely a prelude. The real spike in patriotic value began with a series of videos that circulated online, which were edited into a series and published on D-Station. Some have claimed that the title of the series suggests an attempt to ride on Lu Qingyu's popularity. The series is titled The Most Beautiful Warrior, Sun Lin, comparable to goddess Lu Qingyu. Each video showcases Sun Lin battling alongside her compatriots from the United States or Japan. The view count for Sun Lin and Appos' videos skyrocketed to second place on D-Station, with an unmistakable trend indicating she might soon rival Lu Qingyu and Appos' fame. Critics who accuse the videos of exploiting Lu Qingyu's popularity are largely not her fans. Lu Qingyu's followers are known for their high standards, and given her patriotic nature, her fans share that sentiment. No one would dare question the valor of a soldier risking her life for her country. Moreover, Sun Lin is indeed a genuine talent. With her long, graceful legs, striking figure, and captivating face living up to the title of being comparable to Lu Qingyu. However, the focus of Sun Lin's achievements lies primarily in combat, often within classified domains, unlike Liu Binger, who has made her mark across various fields for her country. Just as these sentiments were about to be voiced, Lu Qingyu herself publicly welcomed Sun Lin to apply to Shanhe University. Following the release of a video showcasing Sun Lin's combat against the American F-22 fighter jet, which garnered over 10 million views, she initiated a live broadcast. "Isn't it fortuitous that I release these videos because I intend to apply to the Combat Academy at Shanhe University?" she declared. "I wonder if you've noticed the charming individual in the co-pilot seat beside me, the one who fought alongside me in the 4th-generation fighter jet against the 5th-generation F-22. Aren't you curious about his identity? He is quite handsome, and rumor has it he is single. The excitement in the comments erupted, with viewers speculating about the co-pilot's identity, suggesting he might be the host's boyfriend. However, the host had clarified that the young man was indeed single. As the live viewership surpassed 10 million, Sun Lin smiled knowingly. She understood that when Mu Ran revealed his identity as a Mensa member to the Ministry of Education, it became clear he intended to establish Shanhe University and assume the role of its president. This initiative would significantly benefit the Southwest Military Region, which houses many eligible students. As this was the inaugural enrollment, the quality of the student body would be paramount for the university and OPPO's development. Sun Lin resolved to mobilize her fellow soldiers to encourage all eligible candidates to transfer to Shanhe University. Prior to releasing her video on D-Station, she had discussed this with her grandfather. With the advent of the 6th generation of aircraft, truly, the 6th generation fighter jet, the Baxi Xiaguo, Sun Lin, and OPPO's combat footage featuring 4th and 5th generation aircraft could now be publicly shared. I can affirm that your speculation is correct. He has indeed been accepted into Shanhe University, Sun Lin confirmed. Is the admission process not yet underway? How could one possibly gain entry into Shanhe University? Pondered passerby A in confusion. Are you foolish? It's certainly a special recruitment. Haven't you seen the effort being exerted for Xiaguo and Megwa? If this isn't a special recruitment, what else could it be? You're right. There's nothing more to say. Furthermore, I must mention that it's not unfounded for everyone to suspect some hidden motives. After stating this, Sun Lin did not wait for another barrage of comments or for others to voice their opinions and promptly muted the live chat. He then continued. He is the honorary president of Shanhe University. He is a member of Mensa. He is the leader of the reverse flow group. He is a nominated candidate for the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He is also the chief engineer of Xiaguo's 6th generation top fighter jet, Baxia No. 1. Well, let us leave it at that. If you're curious, come to Shanhe University and ask him yourself. By the way, you might also want to inquire of Lu Qingyu why she chose to apply to Shanhe University. After playfully making a silly face, Sun Lin abruptly ended the broadcast and lifted the ban on the live chat. Although Sun Lin had concluded the broadcast, the live stream remained active. In the span of 3 minutes, there was not a single comment. Yet the viewer count surged from 12 million to 120 million. The brief 30-second video clips featuring Sun Lin had already been hastily edited and propelled to the pinnacle of traffic across various platforms online. Boom. Suddenly, the barrage of comments in Sun Lin's live stream exploded like a mountain torrent, inundating the screen. What on earth is this? A Mensa member? What does that even mean? Can someone enlighten me? Are you daft? Just search it. Oh my idol is here. I want to apply to Shanhe University. Mom asks why I'm kneeling before my phone. Mom asks, why are you kneeling? Grandma asks, why are you kneeling? Grandpa asks, why are you kneeling? It's just a group leader, for heaven's sake. Are you out of your mind? Just like those asking what Mensa is? Go study hard, you little rascal. A high-end match is not where you belong. I'll kneel. Does recording a kneeling video give me extra points for applying to Shanhe University? I've knelt as well. I want extra points too. It's not a lack of spirit. I'm performing a grand salute. If the honorary president is doing this, who on earth is the president of Shanhe University? A beloved student of Xiaguo? How can one person hold so many titles? Looking at the half-visible face beneath the co-pilot helmet, perhaps they aren't even 18. Everyone, be cautious, for some may resort to unscrupulous means to gain attention, deliberately exaggerating the truth. At this moment, Sima Laogo, seated before the screen, wore a grin that nearly reached his ears. He hadn't anticipated that the consulate would reward him with 100,000 mecha coins just for making a casual post. The more, the better. This way, he could buy a few more houses in Megwa. Being a public figure has its perks. Tomorrow, he would continue to play that role. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed as Sima Laogo's 18-centimeter thick titanium alloy security door was blown apart, and 12 fully equipped Special Forces soldiers stormed into Sima Laogo's residence. Just as Sima Laogo's pinned comment was sent, it was almost instantly overshadowed by another pinned comment. Then, astonishingly, a new live video appeared in the center of the screen. The live stream title read, Reverse Flow Group. Welcome everyone to the Reverse Flow Group live stream. This is our channel. This broadcast serves merely as a brief announcement. Our leader will be applying to Shanhe University. And as members, we will also follow our leader to apply. For further information, please visit the official website of the Reverse Flow Group. Announcement concluded. Goodbye. Another brief 30-second video, yet this was unprecedented on D-Station. The barrage featured a picture-in-picture format, referencing other video live streams. Those who had previously supported Sima Laogo's claims were now silent. Oh my, this is truly it. The leader of the reverse flow group. Their official website has confirmed it. If this is true, then all the titles mentioned earlier, the person in the co-pilot seat is genuinely an academician. Indeed. The official website of the Xiaguo Academy of Sciences has also announced the nominated candidates for academicians, yet the honorary president of Shanhe University's name remains undisclosed. However, it states, Xiaguo nominated academicians. First, honorary president of Shanhe University. Then, I'm truly kneeling. I kneel for my grandfather. A seasoned military enthusiast bowed deeply 3 times. Why did you bow 3 times? In a moment of excitement. I couldn't help myself. Isn't that excessive? You know what? Just now, the military network unexpectedly revealed the parameters of Basha No. 1. This isn't merely a 6th-generation fighter jet. I would believe it if you said it's 7th or even 8th generation. Take a good look at the comparison between it and Megua's globally leading F-22 fighter jet. Do you understand how significant this is for families with children in the military? The survival rate has increased by at least 90%. What? Boom. Several backup servers of D Station finally could not withstand the pressure. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the data centers across various locations. At this moment, Mu Ran in the Qingping Mountain courtyard was utterly engrossed, rapidly flipping through the books in his mind, diligently solving problems. Unexpectedly, due to an unforeseen surge in patriotic points, he had amassed enough. Originally, he intended to accumulate sufficient patriotic value to construct a mecha by the 1st anniversary of Shanhe University, yet now, the points had already reached the threshold. He could proceed with the mecha development. However, Mu Ran's knowledge base had not yet reached a proficient level. Although he possessed a complete knowledge chain regarding mechs in his mind, he must first pass the assessment conducted by the Transcendent System to elevate his mastery of technological civilization to a Grade 1 civilization before the Transcendent Technology Platform could commence development. 2 hours later, Mu Ran opened his eyes, slowly rising from the armchair left by his grandfather, his gaze radiating absolute confidence. Transcendent Technology Platform, activate.